Good morning, everybody. I'd like to convene the meeting. Mrs. Do we have any public speakers, Ms. Bescon?
Good morning. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Alita Dupree. Following will be Murray Bowden, followed by Matthew Bucas Highland.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair David Mack. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her, with Team Folds. Going to talk about bridges and tunnels today. It's good to be here in person. I'm guessing we're getting going with the congestion pricing because I was on Columbus Circle yesterday and I saw this apparatus over the street with some kind of scanning thing, and I said, okay, I guess that's what it looks like. Haven't gotten to do any bridges and tunnels yet. I need to figure out some bus routes so I can practice doing your bridges and tunnels like I have been on the NJ Transit, because I want to revisit that. But I've been out in Manhattan on buses and walking along big streets like 34th and 23rd. And a short sentence came into mind. We need congestion pricing now. There's so much traffic and gridlock on some of these streets that it does interfere with me as a pedestrian. So I'm looking forward to the progress in building these new scanning devices for congestion pricing. They kind of look like the ones at the Lincoln Tunnel, I guess. But I certainly would like to see a dashboard about this. But how can we get more people interested in bridges and tunnels, especially those of us who don't have cars? I have to be intentional about it. But I hope by the next time I see you, whether I'm here on Zoom, I'll get on one of the express buses and get to enjoy bridges and tunnels again. We need congestion pricing now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by Matthew Bucas Highland.
Joe, could you take this up and give it to Kathy, please? Thanks. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, everybody. This is the last time I'll be speaking here. It's time for me to move on. No, you can give that to Kathy right now. Kathy, this is your card from when you were at the New York State Thruway. I'm going through my things and I wanted you to have it, so she won't bring it up.
Thank you, Murray.
Actually, this is something you taught me. My presentation is about Maui. You all know what happened at Maui, and it's just one of a number of disasters that's been happening lately where people knew something was wrong and they didn't fix it. I'm putting you on notice. I guess, Dave, this is your responsibility, because if Kathy's team doesn't do it, I'm going to ask you to replace Kathy and her team. The lines on the Henry Hudson Bridge at the top, I've sent you pictures. They're wrong. They're illegal, and they have been for 30, 40 years. It's time to fix them. In Maui, they were told there's a disaster coming, change the way you do things. They didn't. There's been a half a dozen tragedies lately where people have been notified to do things, and they didn't fix them. It's your responsibility to have your team repaint that line on the top of the Henry Hudson Bridge. You have the picture. If you need more information, I'll be glad to meet with you one-on-one. I'll come down and show you. But it's time those incorrect, illegal lines were corrected. Your team is responsible.
Please conclude your remarks.
Thank
We're going
you
to let
all.
him
It's been a pleasure.
speak his mind.
I will never see you again. I've learned a lot. It's time to pass the generations to the other people standing here.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Bucas Highland.
Could you
Sure.
have him wait? Maury, I guess my 30 years here on and off, you've done a great service alerting us to different things. I congratulate you. Move on. Good health. And thank you for your input.
Oh, can I begin? Okay. Can
Time's
everyone hear me?
over, and I'm leaving. People here taking over. They're capable. Good luck to you all. I thank everybody at this organization. They've been so nice to me. I can't thank you all personally, but you've been wonderful.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Bucas Highland.
Thank you, Ms. Pascone. Good morning, everyone. I would first like to thank, Chairman Mack and President Sheridan for their cooperation for today. This is my first time speaking at the MTA board meeting for the Bridges and Tunnels for the Triborough Bridge Tunnel Authority. One of your pages, for example, on page 16 on the preliminary data, is that hold on, what is that? Is that estimated for traffic? So when it's told by mail, for example, because I know there's cameras up there, and does it take a photo and then it counts as one thing? Because it says 27 million. Does that mean it starts at midnight on the 1st and then ends at 11:59 p.m. on the 30th or 31st? I would hope you would consider that. And I always wanted to meet Mr. Chairman David Mack. Good job for you, man. God bless you, and may God bless each and every one of you. Ms. Pascone, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment.
We don't have a quorum today, so we're going to pass on the approval of the minutes. I'd like to call on our chair, Woman Kathy Sheridan, and we're glad to see how well she's doing. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Mack, and good morning. There are no changes to the work plan, and I'd like to note the second quarter diversity report for Bridges and Tunnels, which appears on page 68 of the committee book, will be discussed at the Diversity Committee later today. Last Monday, we marked the 22nd anniversary of the 9/11 World Trade Center attacks. Like our sister MTA agencies, B&T was deeply engaged and impacted by the events of that day and its aftermath. Many among our current team were on the job then and remember it vividly, especially those on duty at the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, since renamed the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel. As you see in the image on screen, the towers of light preside over the tunnel's Manhattan portal. It's a somber anniversary, but one that is always remembered with quiet tribute by B&T. The approach of fall is signaled by back to school and return to work, as many make the transition from summer vacation mode. B&T personnel are familiar and experienced with this seasonal shift and its impact on traffic patterns as weekday volume historically ticks up. The high point of coastal storm and hurricane season is also topmost of mind, especially for our employees in the field who manage our facilities. As always, the team remains attentive and vigilant, monitoring conditions and pivoting as necessary to familiar and new conditions with safety as the priority. In addition, our agency continues to focus on the protection and recovery of toll revenue, maintaining a strong interdepartmental approach to the pursuit of persistent toll violators, and making sure everyone pays their fair share. B&T was proud to join other state agencies recently, representing the MTA for the first time at the New York State Fair in Syracuse. It was a rewarding experience in many ways, as employees interacted with visitors who may have had only passing awareness of B&T's crossings or the MTA in general. I'm hopeful that the positive exposure resulting from this initial participation laid the groundwork for future and more MTA agency representation at this widely attended event. The opportunities for job recruitment and raising awareness of travel options for visitors to the MTA service area are just two examples of the value gained by fair presence. In addition, we educated attendees on EasyPass and the Tolls NY app. Earlier this month, B&T hosted a safety and employee appreciation picnic on Randall's Island in tandem with our ongoing 90th anniversary celebration. The weather was hot, but the mood was festive, as employees from all departments, including our MTA consolidated business partners, gathered for pertinent safety messages, food, fun, and comradeship. We even had a fair number of retirees join us, which attests to the family-like culture of our agency. Today's committee meeting will continue our 90th anniversary theme with a then and now presentation by each department head. I'll now turn it over to Joyce Brown, our Chief Equal Opportunity Officer.
Thank you, Kathy. For MTA Bridges and Tunnels, creating a diverse workforce starts at the top and is at the heart of who we are as stated in our organizational core values and strategic and its priorities. As Chief EO Officer for Bridges and Tunnels, I am proud to report that we have made significant advances in creating a diverse executive leadership team. First, let's take a look back at a snapshot of the agency's executive leadership in the late 1960s. While these gentlemen were certainly accomplished and achieved much during their long tenures, I am now especially pleased to move forward to more than 5 decades to the present to show you a comparison of where we are today and the significant strides we have made to diversify our workforce. As you can see, B&T current executive leadership team consists of 8 executives, of which women represent 50%, minorities represent 38%, and veterans represent 25%. Please be reminded that diversity is more than just having the right ratio or checking a box. It's about creating a culture where employees have an opportunities to have a seat at the table and to be heard and respected. During President Sheridan's short tenure, she has shown her unwavering commitment to building a team with distinct values, backgrounds, perspectives, and skills that's representative of the community in which we serve. Unless you have questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to Vice President of ITS Towing and Operation, Nicola Angel.
Thank you, Joyce. Good morning. Not only have we diversified our workforce, but we've also brought in toll collection methods over the years. The Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling Department, otherwise known as ITST, has historically been responsible for maintaining the authority's toll collection systems and back office operations. Beginning in 1936 and for decades after, cash and tokens were the main means of toll payment across our facilities. This archive photo of the old Queens Midtown Tunnel Money Room depicts the daily process of counting coins and tokens collected from each facility's toll booths. To keep up with industry changes, B&T was at the forefront of adjusting the way toll collection was shifting. In 1994, 7 authorities from New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania agreed to use the same standard device to allow for electronic toll collection. In 1995, we implemented electronic toll collection at Verrazano Narrows Bridge in a single dedicated lane with a purple sign and a new slogan, EasyPass. Since then, it has become the dominant payment choice of our customers with a greater than 90% market share. EasyPass has also expanded regionally. The founding tolling authorities became EasyPass Interagency Group with now 39 tolling agencies and companies across 19 states from Maine to Florida and as far west as Minnesota. EasyPass's cultural impact was also notable. In 2011, Easy Pass was included in Fortune magazine's 100 Greatest Things About America, a list that also included the game show Jeopardy, the Grand Canyon, and Duct Tape. Indeed, all very good company. In October 2016, it was announced that toll booths would be eliminated at all B&T facilities by the end of 2017. It was an extraordinary challenge to transform the toll collection model of the largest toll agency in the United States in such an ambitious timeframe. By September 2017, the full transition to an open road tolling or ORT environment was complete. Toll collection in an open road nonstop environment propelled B&T to consecutive record-breaking crossings, with 2023 anticipated to be another record year. We are never done making toll system and collection improvements. So please, stay tuned for exciting future developments regarding the Tolls New York app and the continued expansion of Easy Pass. Thank you, and unless there are any questions, I'll turn it over to Vice President and Chief Security Officer Don Look.
Thank you, Nicola, and good morning. In 1975, TBTA created a new division, Internal Affairs, and now known as the Internal Security Department, to investigate and implement measures to protect the toll revenue collection process. A robust system of cameras was installed at each facility, recording every step of the process until the money was collected, was sent in an armored vehicle for bank deposit. With the transition to Easy Pass and open road tolling, ISD has refocused our efforts to physical security and internal affairs. For many years, physical security and traffic monitoring at our tunnels was done by uniformed officers who were assigned to post inside the tunnel. In booths positioned along the catwalks, as you can see in this 1970 photo of the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Over time, cameras were installed throughout the facilities, freeing up our officers for deployment to other duties. Presently, ISD utilizes technology-based cameras operating on an integrated platform that allows for agency-wide security monitoring at every facility, our Operations Command and Control Center, and ISD's Security Operations Center. In addition to our extensive camera program, we monitor the facilities utilizing intrusion detection solutions. ISD is incorporating artificial intelligence into our monitoring program through the integration of video analytics and other emerging technologies. This solution integrates directly into our electronic security system and alerts our first responders to security breaches and incidents that traditional sensors and human monitoring may not detect. If there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Vice President and Maintenance and Operations Support, Charlie Passarella.
Thank you, Don. Good morning. The Maintenance Department has always served as the backbone of our agency, providing care and upkeep, service and repairs, supply vehicles, labor, and overall support across the agency. We are also forward-looking and evolving, staying ahead of the curve. We explore and test new methods or equipment that make sense and may help us perform better and more efficiently. The picture you see on screen is that of an original Elgin sweeper truck, 1945 era, that was used to keep our roadways clear of debris. While this sweeper performed well for its time and for the amount of traffic that crossed our roadways, you'll note that the driver is exposed to the elements without any protective gear or personal protective equipment, and he's not wearing a seatbelt or any kind of standard uniform clothing while performing his duties. As you can see in this next photo, we have continued to advance and improve the way we perform maintenance at our facilities. Our focus is now primarily on employee safety as well as advanced technologies for optimal roadway sweeping efficiency. Take note that the driver is now enclosed in a cab and protected from dust and debris while performing sweeping duties. He is, of course, belted in and wearing a regulation safety vest and standard maintainer uniform. The sweeper truck is equipped with arrow boards to clearly identify lane designation to motorists. In addition, the current sweepers are much more advanced and better at keeping our roadways clear of debris. There is increased capacity for debris storage, which equates to less downtime needed for emptying the box. And the nylon brushes mean less wear on roadway surface than the old steel versions. This next photo shows the Queens Midtown and Brooklyn Battery, now Hugh L. Carey tunnels, how they were cleaned back in the late 1950s. This was a laborious hands-on operation that took many hours and numerous maintenance personnel to complete a very challenging task, progressing on foot. The next picture shows our current tunnel brush truck in action at the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel. The first generation of this tunnel brush truck was designed in the year 2000 and has had numerous modifications since then to transform it to what it is today. It has reduced the required labor to a 3-person operation, which includes a tunnel rinse truck, and employees are safer for being inside the vehicles for the entire cleaning process. Both the Queens Midtown and Hugh L. Carey tunnels are washed daily, Monday through Friday on the overnight, rotating between the tubes to keep our tunnels in a good state of repair. Thank you, and if there are no questions, I will now turn it over to Vice President and Safety and Health, Eric Osnes.
Thank you, Charlie, and good morning. Recognizing the importance of safeguarding the well-being of our employees has always been part of our culture. We've determined early on that integrating safety principles with business process would have a positive impact on both culture and operational efficiency. The historical record underscores language and practices that align base safety principles as a core value. Here is a poster from 1952 that was displayed at our facilities communicating to employees the importance of proper lifting techniques to reduce back injuries. Simple but clear. These early messages paved the way for continuous improvement underscored by the 1970 passage of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, or OSHA. Today's safety system is predicated on the dissection of job tasks to have adequate controls in place to address hazards identified and that employees are aware of the hazards they may encounter. For instance, spaces that can be entered but are not designed for continuous occupancy need to be assessed by management teams to provide that employees are aware and that the necessary controls are implemented upon entry. While general signage is effective, risk-based specific signage is key to ensuring our employees work safely. The use of personal protective equipment is now part of normal business practices. This picture, taken during the construction of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in the early 1960s, underscores a very different culture from today. Today, if an individual is exposed to a fall, harnesses are used with determined tie-off points to arrest the fall, as you can see from this photo of a maintenance working safely while wearing fall arrest equipment. Management employees are fully engaged and integral to safety promotion. We participate, analyze, and prioritize safety as a pillar to reducing workplace accidents. This photo depicts leadership addressing a roadway maintenance crew on the increased incidence of distracted driving and the baseline principles of setting a work zone to mitigate risks associated with work zone intrusion due to impaired or distracted driving. From the beginning, B&T laid the foundation of a positive safety culture. We as an organization have evolved to further integrate safety into business processes, analyzing jobs, fostering greater awareness, ultimately providing for a safer workplace. It's about getting the job done and getting it done safely. Thank you, and if there are no questions, I'll turn it over to our Vice President, Chief of Operations, Mr. Rich Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Eric Osnes. For the past 90 years, Bridge and Tunnel Operations Department has embraced the motto of "We do it all." Starting out as the entity responsible for toll collection and the safe and efficient movement of traffic across and through our 9 facilities, the Operations Department has always been willing and able to change with the times. One of the biggest changes to the Operations Department arrived on May 31st, 1974, when New York Governor Malcolm Wilson signed into law a bill granting peace officer status to the uniformed members of the Tri-Borough Bridge and Tunnel Authority workforce. This was a huge step forward for the agency that could now better secure its facilities, improve overall safety, and protect revenue that was collected. Operations employees have kept our facilities open to customers through major construction projects and ongoing improvements following the 9/11 World Trade Center attacks, recovering from the devastation of Superstorm Sandy and major snowstorms, evolving from cash toll collection to the introduction of Easy Pass, to the demolition of toll booths and the conversion to open road tolling, and most recently, weathering the COVID-19 pandemic, keeping our employees and customers safe while maintaining service for essential workers and others using our facilities. Patrol vehicles from then and now, displayed on screen, underscore how we've evolved to better equip our officers with new technology and other tools to perform their duties, including the enforcement of toll evasion on our facilities. The variety of license plate readers has aided our team in targeting persistent toll violators with greater speed and accuracy. All members of the Operations Department look forward to the next 10 years as we approach our centennial, but we see beyond that milestone and look to the future for what advances may help us improve our safety, reliability, and the overall customer experience. I'm proud of each and every employee who works in operations and in TBTA, and I'm honored to be able to represent everyone here today. Thank you, and unless there are questions, this concludes our presentation.
Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you, Rich, and to all of our department heads. And an additional thanks to our special archive team for providing these great photos from years past. As we embark on our next 90 years, we will continue to implement strategies for improvement to keep our facilities safe and secure and keep our customers moving. Finally, there are no procurements this month, and if there are no further questions, this concludes B&T's committee report.
I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge your speedy recovery and your availability, even though you had that operation on your hip. We thank you. And of course, congratulations, Kathy, for the good work that you've put in for bridges and tunnels. I travel it 2 or 3 times a day, back and forth. If there are no other questions from any members, we should have a recommendation to adjourn. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Okay.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So that quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light duty record is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy records. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables, there's all kinds of different vehicles, there's trucks, there's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals, so there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they gotta go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time, and it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. Seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over.
Good morning, all. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a wonderful summer. I'd like to call the joint Metro North and Long Island Railroad Committee meeting to order. Do we have any public comments this morning?
Good morning. We have 11 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that, in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be David Kupferberg, followed by Kara Good.
David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. The derailment that occurred on Long Island Railroad, August 3rd, the third LIRR derailment of the year, the Q2, Q3, Q8, and Q110 were initially cross-honoring LIRR fare media. Bus operators should have been notified from the time the derailment was reported. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Besides, the Q8 operates nowhere near where the derailment occurred. Later, the MTA website stated that they were cross-honoring on, quotes, on several nearby bus routes, unquote, but never stated the bus routes. The limited shuttle service provided during the derailment's aftermath for the Hillside, Hollis, and Queens Village stations stated on the destination signs, subway shuttle. This derailment and the fourth, which occurred on September 7th, showed that the LIRR and Metro North Railroad could and should be managed separately. I hope that the MTA has learned from these incidents about the communication of crucial information to passengers and bus operators before something worse happened. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kara Good, followed by Murray Bolden.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. It's officially Climate Week, and what better way to start than with more ridership milestones? We're always thrilled when more people are riding transit around the region and into the city, lowering emissions and easing congestion. That's particularly important on a gridlock alert day like today. But to make sure that riders stick with transit instead of driving, it's important that service adapts in response to their needs. We're glad that some key changes that riders have been calling for were addressed with the Long Island Railroad's September 5th schedule revision, including more direct service to Atlantic Terminal from Long Island in the morning rush hour, swapping some trains originating and terminating at Grand Central to Penn Station, and removing some local stops from peak hour trains. These are issues that have been raised time and time again since the February service overhaul, and we do appreciate that improvements were made when possible. But it's clear that issues still remain, and we continue to hear rider complaints since the September adjustments. Some commuters, particularly on the West Hempstead and Long Beach lines, who used to have direct trains to Atlantic Terminal, now have a transfer, even as other trains now run direct to Brooklyn. Where there was once direct service on the way home, there is now a transfer. The loss of timed connections makes the need to change trains so much worse. Missing your connecting train by even a minute can drastically extend commute time, particularly when headed east. Please reinstate timed connections. We have heard great feedback from riders who use the new Peak City ticket and Far Rockaway ticket. These intra-city fare options are vital to helping people access the commuter rail lines that run through their backyards and the faster trips that come with them. One way to get even more riders to use the railroads would be an intra-city combo ticket so that city riders could travel between the Long Island Railroad and Metro North on one ticket at a lower fare. Stay tuned for more of our fare policy recommendations in the coming weeks. Thank you.
The next speaker is Murray Bolden, followed by Altila Dupree.
This presentation is based on what happened in Maui. They were told, pay attention, things are wrong here and fix them, and they didn't. Many people died. And what I learned from that is when something is wrong, present the information, and if it isn't fixed, fire them and get somebody else to do the job, because safety is at issue. I started at the Roaring Brook Crossing in, I don't know what it is. They painted it black. What should be there is don't block the box, the white design that's on the ground, because people going by don't read the little signs. In fact, Kathy, I crossed the railroad in Valhalla yesterday, and there is a "Don't block the box" painted right across the tracks. You don't know that. You haven't been paying attention. This is not something I haven't brought to your attention before. Now that I've brought it to the attention, Chair Sammy, it's time you replaced Kathy as the president. She's not doing a safe job. I brought it to her attention that it's in the files over and over again. It's your responsibility for safety. Metro North knows how to play that "Don't block the box" because I passed it yesterday.
Mr. Bowden, as a reminder to you and everyone else, our speakers, please don't make directed comments at anyone other than the chair.
This is safety. Your responsibility is to see that this company runs safely. The current administration has not done it. It's time to replace her.
The next speaker is Althea Dupree, followed by Jason Anthony.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair, Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I'm going to talk about railroad. Been doing a lot of railroad. It's good to be here with you. First of all, before I forget, I was on the Flushing station and I took a picture of some what looked like broken coverboard holder. So maybe I'll show it to you. Anyway, overall things are fine. I got to use plenty of Grand Central Terminal. The floors look like they're pretty kept up well. Didn't find any cracks in the floors. Using my city ticket and reduced fare in the e-Tix app. It's working fine. The seats are fine. They're kept up. I wanted to experience commuter rail going to and from Flushing. It costs a little more than taking the 7, but I like having that in my toolbox, 20 minutes to Manhattan. And I did get to see Grand Central Madison several times and ride trains through it. And I did use the long escalator. And I was in Grand Central Madison one day, and I heard a voice, somebody calling after me. Not going to mention this person's name, but this person welcomed me into Grand Central Madison, somebody who I had never met, who knew me from these meetings. And it was very nice for me to experience a welcome in Grand Central Madison that is reflective of this system that I have used for 53 years. So maybe I'll show you my coverboard photo later. But it's good to be back on the system. And you can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by John Meichno.
Good morning, Samuel. Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Kathy. And good morning to the rest of the Joint Commuter Rail. Jason Anthony here like every single month. Let's talk about a little bit of safety. I've been into Penn Station, like every single commuter. One question I have to ask. Where's the MTA PD at the West End Concourse at the 33rd Street underpass on the ACNE train entrances? Because I've been there for the past weeks. They're busy in action. Because as a commuter and native New Yorker that I am, I don't see them. And also, Kathy, as a reminder, Penn Station and Jamaica, they are very important destinations to our tourists. And we have the city ticket off and on peak. We should incentivize them to use the Long Island Railroad. So our task, Shanifa, to make a YouTube video to compare how fast we could get from Midtown Manhattan to JFK Airport using the LRR and the subway. Because it's very annoying and at the same time inconvenience that I have to guide people that come from out of town to show them what is the quickest way to get from Manhattan to JFK Airport. So that's all I have to say for this month. I'll see you guys at Transit.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Mykno, followed by Matthew Bukais Highland. Our next speaker is Matthew Bukais Highland, followed by Ian Matthews.
Thank you, Miss Frias. Good morning, Chairman Chu, President Rinaldi, and members of the committee. Speaking today, I wanted to speak about when are you going to hire a new permanent Long Island Railroad president where I live. Kathy, I know you're doing a great job, and I applaud you. I'll give you a pat on the back for that. Earlier, I think, earlier past, I know Assemblywoman Michaela Salages and State Senator Kevin Thomas called for a new permanent Long Island Railroad president, ever since the retirement of Villa Bang. And, I hope the committee will consider, and then hopefully that Governor Hochul will nominate a permanent president and be confirmed by the Senate. Thank you. God bless you. Ms. Frias, back over to you.
Our next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Andy Polig.
Good morning. My name is Ian Matthews. As a person who rides Metro North, there should be some improvements, like having half-hourly service during midday hours on the Harlem line. As a Harlem line rider, the trains are getting more crowded during the weekday middays, and there hasn't really been half-hourly service. I also feel that there needs to be more longer trains. We still only have 6-car trains, and the trains are more crowded than ever. And we need more trains that stop at Botanical Gardens and Fordham in rush hour, because there's not enough trains on campus days, and you can't even get on the train in rush hour. I also feel that there should be maybe more enforcement to putting bags off seats, because I've seen a lot more bags on seats, even on crowded trains, and no enforcement of that. In fact, I got harassed back in March over trying to move a bag off a seat on a crowded New Haven line train. All right, that's all, and I appreciate your service, and thank you.
Next speaker is Andy Polig, followed by Michael Ortiz.
Hello, Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So I'm going to talk about a couple of schedule concerns that I would like to bring up for this month. So the first issue at hand, and our organization was made aware of this last week from a rider at Mineola who pressed us on this. It seems now during the off-peak, and this began last Monday on the 11th, that now off-peak Ronkonkoma trains are only stopping at Mineola hourly instead of half-hourly, which is completely unacceptable. So that needs to be immediately changed, because when we were told about this third track project, we were assuming that both trains from Penn and Grand Central going to Ronkonkoma eastbound would be stopping at Mineola, not every hour. And then regarding the Hempstead branch, we've also been seeing that during the on-peak in the morning, we see that there are 2 trains on the Hempstead branch that go directly to Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn. Why is it in the afternoon? And we were still hoping that there would be a big adjustment. No. What big adjustment? There's still only 1 train that leaves at 4:59 p.m. that goes directly from Atlantic Terminal to Hempstead. So there needs to be 2 trains just like the morning. All right? Because how could you have 2 trains in the morning go from Hempstead to Atlantic, but yet only 1 train leaves directly from Atlantic and then goes to Hempstead? So that needs to be immediately rectified. So my time is up. That's all I wanted to say for this month. Please consider these schedule changes to your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Ortiz, followed by Charleston D'Souza.
I'm coming.
As you may have known, there was a derailment that happened on Queens Village lately, and no rider was aware of this. This was shown to prove that the third track project was not built to its standards, and not to mention the mainline tracks, which is a very big concern. The tracks are extremely wobbly compared to the Babylon branch. The Babylon branch is proven to be very straight with no problems at all. Why can't the main line be like that? So I really hope you consider straightening those tracks, because that's a safety issue. And of course, the people in Mineola now have to wait an hour for a Ronkonkoma train that is severely overcrowded. Because why? Now the trains to Grand Central are skipping Mineola, which is completely unacceptable. Why don't you have trains to Ronkonkoma every half an hour like you're supposed to? Because the trains are overcrowded, and the Ronkonkoma trains should be 12 cars, because the 12-car trains can carry more people. Why are you only having 8-car trains on Ronkonkoma lines while the Babylon branch gets 10 to 12 cars? It just really shows the favoritism that gets played over there. So please assign 12-car trains to Ronkonkoma and 10-car trains on Babylon. That way you have a ridership balance. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker is Charleston D'Souza, followed by Christopher Grave.
Good morning. So my name is Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United. And yet again, we had another derailment on the Long Island Railroad. But we all feel at Passengers United that the LIRR needs to have its own president, and it needs to be a different person than the person that's sitting in the seat now. In terms of service, I was at the derailment scene. I was there helping stranded passengers, and I noticed that the display boards were not really giving the information that the passengers needed. And it was just saying train being held. But there were no public address announcements saying there had been a derailment. It wasn't until I walked up to people, started telling them, look at that work train over there. There's a derailment. And it was a mess over there. And then finally, 2 westbound trains came both together, picked up, but there was no communication. I spoke to a bus dispatcher downstairs who told me that he heard they were trying to get buses on the scene. The way service communication at the Long Island Railroad has been going on, it's ridiculous. I think ever since Philip Eng left, everything has gone downhill. In terms of the communication with us, when Phil Eng was president, we had an open line of communication with the LIRR. Now we don't have that anymore. And it's a sad thing. I don't know what's going on over there. You have like 2 good people there. Annabelle Priya, she's doing a great job. And so is Hector. Hector's doing a good job. But the rest of the staff, I don't know what's going on over there. It's a mess. So there needs to be accountability. There needs to be leadership. And there needs to be a sense of getting passengers where they need to go. Communication is key. When there's a derailment, somebody should be on the public address system making continuous announcements. That's it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by John Michno.
And good morning, everyone. This is Christopher D. Greif here live in virtual world. First of all, I understand a lot of people's frustrations with the derailment, but things cannot be controlled by trying to get buses and trains. But we did get a lot of assistance for accessibility, which some people, I'm going to say, didn't realize that a lot of the people who are disability or seniors were getting help. Want to thank them. Second, I do want to thank the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Cares, because what they've been doing has been helping very much with, getting people on and off the trains. But there is something that I agree with the PCAC. We need to make sure if we're doing combos tickets from Long Island Railroad and Metro North at this time, we need to make sure that the reduced fare price is on. So we want to make sure that this is done, and making sure that people with disability and seniors are getting to travel where they have to go. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
The final speaker is John Michno.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
What's going on here? Can you hear me? Okay, I'm not getting a countdown clock. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am on. Okay. I took a break from these meetings knowing how much of a joke they are, but the latest thing you did to us here in Mineola was so inexcusable, it had to be addressed. Without notice, you cut 10 trains from the midday schedule at Mineola. That's right, 10 trains between Grand Central and Ronkonkoma skipped the station for no damn reason other than contempt. This was all quietly done on September 11th of all days, when I noticed a whole bunch of Ronkonkoma trains that I take were missing from the train time app. I went to look at the schedule PDF and noticed you revised it without any notice to passengers. We went through 3 years of hell to have better intra-island service, and now you're taking it away. People now have to leave 15 minutes earlier to catch a local train that may or may not connect up with those Ronkonkoma trains at Hicksville. After this, all this after a fare hike. And speaking of contempt, after the latest derailment, the second on the main line in a matter of months, you left everyone east of Hicksville stranded, trying to get back west on September 7th in the heat, because reverse commuters aren't as important enough because of the obvious. Our new station smells like piss, the homeless and vagrants are still everywhere, and we still have nowhere to sit. But like I said, your contempt for us couldn't be clearer. It's obvious who you serve and who you treat like dirt just because of demographics. This is the most corrupt organization I've ever dealt with, and you all should be ashamed of yourselves for how you treat your passengers in the middle of the island. You keep making our lives harder while rolling out the red carpet for your favorite people on the Babylon branch. You are despicable. That's all I got to say. And your contempt for us couldn't be clearer. It's obvious.
Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you. And now we'll have our performance metrics report.
Which is right here.
Oops.
That's right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're going to review any of it?
No.
Okay. Everyone should have it. And now I'd like to entertain an approval of minutes. So I'll make a motion. A second? Second by Blanca. All in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstentions? So moved. Now I'll ask Kathy to present 223 work plans.
Okay, there are no changes to either work plan.
And I'll ask President Rinaldi to give her report.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman Chu. Well, another summer has come and gone, and looking back on the past few months in ridership, we see that the annual seasonal decline was certainly in effect as it has been in pre-COVID years, more or less proportional to what we used to see pre-COVID. Nonetheless, Long Island Railroad weekday daily ridership still surpassed the 200,000 mark most days, even during the dog days of summer. And both railroads saw significant ridership growth when compared to the June through August months of 2022. Summer non-commutation ridership grew at a faster pace than commutation on both railroads, with both Metro North and Long Island Railroad non-commutation totals hovering at an impressive 96% of pre-COVID levels. This was also a very good year for Long Island Railroad summer tours, with sales to date increasing 22% over last year. As if on cue, ridership climbed once again beginning in late August, with the Long Island Railroads recording its highest Saturday since the pandemic on August 19th, and there were some top 10 Sundays in August as well. The second highest Long Island Railroad post-COVID weekday occurred on September 5th, just the day after Labor Day. Similar to Long Island Railroad, June is typically one of the top ridership months of the year on Metro North, which also experienced a typical dip in total ridership of 6% in July, and then a gentle return of 3% in August. However, it's worth noting that August of 2023 returned to the 68% share of 2019 that we had seen in June, which may be attributed to weekend Yankees-Red Sox series in June and August, one of which coincided with a post-COVID Saturday record of 124,000 riders, August 19th. Ridership totals from the first half of September indicate that our climb in ridership is likely to continue, which is obviously great to see. As Novak Djokovic and Coco Gauff brought down the house at National Tennis Center, Long Island Railroad service was a major player off the court, with robust service to Mets Willett Point throughout the U.S. Open. From August 22nd through September 10th, almost 227,000 tickets to and from Mets Willett Point were sold. Mixed in with these totals were 9 Mets homestands, but the majority were tennis fans, and we are very, very pleased with those numbers. Actually, I should have said home games, not homestands. But the majority of those numbers were tennis fans, and this is obviously great to see. One blemish on our splendid summer, however, was, of course, the derailment of a Hempstead-bound passenger train on August 3rd and the partial derailment of a work train east of Queens Village on September 7th. The latter incident involved wheels on 2 cars of a westbound 16-car work train carrying concrete ties to a site west of Jamaica for scheduled track work. There were no injuries from that incident, and while we were forced to run the PM rush that evening with some delays and cancel combos, full service was restored by the following morning. The cause of that incident remains under investigation. Addressing now the August 3rd derailment just east of Jamaica, this incident similarly remains under investigation, though initial findings indicate the cause to have been a wiring issue in a single switch, which led our control center to incorrectly believe that the switch was in proper alignment when in fact it was not. Long Island Railroad cooperated with the FRA independent review of this incident, and we've since implemented enhanced inspection procedures. We've assessed all 1,045 switches across the entire system and determined that this wiring and switch configuration was unique to this one switch. Thankfully, the 55 customers who were on board escaped severe injury, and all 8 cars of train 722 were re-railed and removed by the following afternoon. Following the re-railing of the cars, Long Island Railroad employees undertook an around-the-clock effort over the weekend to repair 1,600 feet of track damage, 900 feet of third rail damage, and 362 concrete ties replaced in time to provide a normal AM rush on Monday morning, August 7th. I'd like to send out my appreciation yet again for all the employees who responded to this incident and restored the infrastructure that weekend. As safety is our #1 priority, we treat every such incident with the utmost seriousness. I have asked our world-class workforce to reaffirm their commitment to safe train service and safe practices within the communities we serve each and every day. Everything we do begins and ends with safety, and it all starts with the running rails themselves, which are scrutinized even beyond what is required federally. We look at every inch of every rail and even inside them to ensure structural and spatial integrity. A little later on today, you're going to hear from Paul Dietlin, the Long Island Railroad VP of Maintenance of Way, and Mike Loney, Metro North's Chief Engineer, Maintenance of Way, to discuss the various methods of rail inspection that are utilized by the 2 railroads. As I previewed back in June, as was discussed by some of the public speakers this morning, Long Island released its new timetables on September 5th. This is the latest round of changes reflecting our analysis of ridership data and customer feedback since the beginning of full service to Grand Central Madison back in February. The new schedules better reflect where our customers are actually going and feature more direct service to Brooklyn and more express service between Jamaica to Manhattan during the AM peak, more morning Huntington and Ronkonkoma branch express service, and a further balancing of service between Penn Station and Grand Central. Of course, we are still providing an unprecedented level of overall service, and since we are still settling into the new schedule only 2 weeks out, it's still a little bit too early to conclude its net effectiveness. We are, of course, monitoring that very closely. Among the many other changes, I want to single out the efforts of our expert team of schedulers for bringing the most comprehensive group of scheduling changes to the Oyster Bay branch in a very long time, which we announced on August 22nd at Glen Street Station. These improvements, which were made in collaboration with local elected officials along the branch, are designed to reduce crowding and shorten travel times. We're very pleased with the community feedback and continue to monitor the service on the branch very closely. Turning now to Metro North, the Port Jervis and Pascack Valley lines introduced their fall schedules on September 3rd with minimal adjustments. With Harlem Line track work moving to a location between Pleasantville and Mount Kisco, we made some minimal off-peak schedule adjustments this past weekend. Metro North's popular Leaf Peeper trains will return on October 7th, and we expect to operate them through early November. On October 29th, with Lower Hudson Line track work wrapping up, we'll restore half-hourly weekend inbound service towards Grand Central Terminal in the morning and outbound towards Poughkeepsie in the afternoon. There will also be schedule adjustments on the Connecticut portion of the New Haven line following discussions with Connecticut over the summer. These proposed adjustments focus on Fridays when ridership is lighter. New York State rail fares increased on Sunday, August 20th, and Connecticut State rail fares are slated to increase on Wednesday, November 1st, with new monthly tickets available for sale on Wednesday, October 25th. The Connecticut Department of Transportation is holding hearings on these proposed service changes and fare increases during the first week of October in New Haven and Hartford, so there may be additional adjustments to the proposed schedules and fares. There is no change in service for New York State stations on the New Haven line. Based on the outcome of the Connecticut public hearings, we'll provide more specific information on the October 29th New Haven line schedule change next month. As the new fares went into effect last month, a couple of very exciting firsts accompanied their introduction. The brand new $7 Peak City ticket and a new Far Rockaway ticket, which brings the benefits of the City Ticket program to Far Rock Station customers, whose typical Long Island Railroad commutes start in Queens, travel through Nassau County before crossing back into Queens again. For that reason, Far Rockaway customers were initially excluded from City Ticket, but thanks to some great work by our IT team in creating the new Far Rockaway ticket, we are proud to say that that is no longer the case. We had a great event out there a couple weeks ago. This fall, on the Babylon branch, we will be installing the steel superstructures for new elevators and canopies at 4 stations: Massapequa Park, Amityville, Copeg, and Lindenhurst, as part of the ADA improvements bundle I mentioned a couple months back. To accommodate this work, we will be single tracking on weekends between Amityville and Babylon and running hourly Babylon local service while skipping the stop at which the weekend work is taking place. So on September 23rd and 24th, that'll be Copeg, then Lindenhurst on October 7th and 8th, and Amityville on October 14th and 15th. We want to thank the affected customers in advance for their patience and are confident that it will be richly rewarded with the new accessibility options at these stations. As proud as we are of our efforts to maximize the accessibility of our large systems, we're also proud of our position as a leader in sustainable transportation. On that front, I'll be joining elected and civic partners at sustainability at a rally and press event tomorrow afternoon at Farmingdale State College to support and promote the 11th anniversary of Car Free Day Long Island, which takes place this Friday, September 22nd. Each year, organizers arrange a healthy competition among colleges and area companies to get as many people as possible to pledge to be car-free on that day. Thus far, almost 3,300 Long Islanders have taken the pledge, roughly 600 more than last year. We love it because to use Long Island Railroad and, of course, Metro North is to help improve air quality and reduce our collective carbon footprint. It's a great time to acknowledge and promote the substantial investments we've made in recent years to expand our services and service options, making it easier and much more attractive to use public transportation for work and play. A second Manhattan terminal, 41% more Long Island Railroad service, more convenient ticketing, a more user-friendly app and customer experience, increased regional connectivity with Metro North. All of these are great reasons to ditch the car keys and come ride with us for a greener planet. Anyone who wants to take the same car-free pledge, the best way to do it is online at carfreedayli.com. Back over to Metro North. What's better than a beautiful retro-themed locomotive engine wrap? We had train fans up and down the Hudson line about 3 weeks ago looking out for this new wrap. It's the latest way of celebrating Metro North's 40th anniversary. We embarked on a maiden voyage from Croton Harmon Station on August 14th. The second in the series of 5 Metro North Heritage Wraps pays tribute to the yellow, blue, and white motif our predecessor railroad Conrail sported on its FL9 locomotives from 1976 to 1982. You may just spot the vinyl-wrapped engine 201 out and about on the northern Hudson and Harlem lines, as well as the Danbury and Waterbury branches in Connecticut. These heritage wraps hold deep symbolism, showcasing profound appreciation of our roots while paying homage to the predecessor railroads that paved the way. Look for additional heritage train wraps of New York Central, Penn Central, and a unique employee tribute wrap in the coming weeks. It just so happens that this month's meeting occurs at the start of Rail Safety Week across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, and both Long Island Railroad and Metro North will be doing their part all week long to educate as many people as possible as to how to prevent rail tragedies and make good decisions when they're on or near our systems. You'll be hearing more about this during the safety reports from both railroads. At Long Island, I would like to advise the committee of a major personnel change. We have a new Chief Mechanical Officer, Brad Jenkins. Brad first came to the railroad 11 years ago as a master mechanic, and his leadership and vision led him to increasingly responsible positions within the maintenance of equipment department, most recently general manager of fleet support. As an assembler and field supervisor from Bombardier in a former life, Brad knows rolling stock in every piece therein, and we could not be happier to have him at the helm of our fleet maintenance operations. Congratulations and best wishes to Brad. Now, before I take any questions from the committee, I'd like to address one more item. As you all know, about 18 months ago, Chairman Lieber asked me to step in to assume the leadership of Long Island Railroad on an interim basis, in addition to my responsibilities at Metro North. And I was thrilled to take on this very prestigious assignment as the former general counsel of Long Island Railroad. And as someone who grew up on Long Island taking the Long Island Railroad, it was an offer I couldn't refuse and never wanted to refuse. It was a critical time for the Long Island Railroad, with final East Side access readiness efforts in high gear. In collaboration with the project team at C&D, the awesome Long Island Railroad team worked hard to get the project over the finish line and deliver an historic service increase to our customers. A second historic expansion project came online last fall with the completion of the Third Track project. Third Track provided the railroad with much-needed resiliency and flexibility along the main line, unlocking the potential for a reverse commute that had long been sought by the Long Island business community. In addition to these significant milestones for the railroad, I'm pleased to announce to this committee that the railroad teams have successfully identified the $100 million in efficiency savings that the chairman challenged us to achieve last year. Now, of course, the hard work of delivering on those initiatives begins, but I am confident that the railroad teams will be able to meet our commitments while at the same time continuing to provide the safe and reliable service that our customers expect and deserve. This was a collaborative effort, and I would like to call out the hard and creative work of the railroad teams, led by Justin on the Metro North side and Rob on the Long Island side, and the invaluable support provided by Nate Gilbertson and Brad Blevins from Metro North, who coordinated the work from both railroads. As you've all heard before, over the past 18 months, we've also accomplished several significant improvements that span both railroads. The launch of the upgraded train time app last year, the expansion of City Ticket to peak trains last month, and the first ever combo ticket allowing seamless travel between our two railroads. With these important accomplishments under our belt, it's a good time to begin the process of my transitioning out of my role as interim president of Long Island Railroad. So what comes next? The chairman has asked my good friend Rob Free to assume the position of acting Long Island Railroad president. Rob has served the railroad with extraordinary dedication for many years, starting as a cleaner and working his way up through positions of increasing responsibility in the transportation department, leading to his promotion into the position of senior vice president of operations. Rob has an unsurpassed knowledge of the railroad, its operations, its infrastructure, and its people, and I'm thrilled he will have this opportunity to lead the organization that he has served so faithfully for all these years. In the weeks leading up to our October board meeting, Rob and I will work together to transition responsibilities from me as interim president to Rob as acting president. I will continue as Metro North president, a position that I have held for more than 6 years if you count the months that I served as acting president before assuming the presidency on a permanent basis. As you've all noticed by now, Metro North has not missed a beat since I assumed the role as interim Long Island Railroad president, providing incredibly reliable service and picking up several awards from APTA. I'd like to thank Justin Vanishek for his excellent work to keep the railroad moving, improving, and innovating over the past 18 months. I'd also like to call out the great work of Yvonne Hill Donald, who supported me at both Metro North and Long Island at this critical time, including her invaluable contributions to the overall Long Island Railroad readiness effort. While we are on the topic of innovating and improving, that will not stop once I move back over to Metro North full-time. Recognizing the value of having a view of our operations across the railroads, Jana has asked that in addition to running Metro North, I continue to provide strategic advice on cross-railroad matters. There are so many commonalities between the railroads and opportunities for the sharing of best practices and procedures. I'm excited to assume this new role and build on what we've already achieved. I look forward to working with Rob in his new capacity, as well as this committee. Again, I'd like to thank Jana for this opportunity, thank the governor for this opportunity, and now I will take any questions that y'all might have.
Before I take any questions or comments, I just want to say a few words. Kathy, as you said 18 months ago, you stepped into the role of interim president just ahead of really the largest infrastructure transit infrastructure expansion of our generation. It was a tall ask. Not only that, you continue to oversee the railroad through our recovery and our continued adaptation to a post-COVID world. There was no better person to do that. It is easy to cast stones from far away, but anyone who has worked up with you up close, it would be impossible to say anything but point to your professionalism, your care, your diligence, your complete unrest until every matter is addressed and considered. We owe you a great big thank you. You remained on the field this entire season for the MTA and for the Long Island Railroad of challenges and transition, unlike Aaron Rodgers. So we thank you. You made a lot longer than 4 snaps. And, I'm a strong believer that the title does not make the person makes the title. And you have certainly done as well as any other in doing right by the title of President of Long Island Railroad. And we thank you. You've given up a lot. I don't think people realize the sacrifices that you made in taking on this new role, especially during this time of hardship. And I am extremely encouraged to know that you will be staying on to help advise in the efficiency measures. Certainly, Long Island Railroad should have its own president. That was always the plan, to return to that. But we had extraordinary circumstances that necessitated someone with your knowledge and your capacity coming into this role. But that doesn't mean we can return to how things were. We can never return to how things were. And as we transition forward, those efficiency measures that we've promised and the benefits that have come, that have already begun and started with your understanding, your ability to see both railroads in unison, need to be continued. As for Rob Free, I've come to know Rob Free very closely as well, and he is also tireless and always has answers to questions, never stops thinking about this railroad. So I am very encouraged by Rob, you having the opportunity to step in this role, and I also know you have a strong stomach because you, like I am, also a Jets fan. You have both helped leave this railroad better than when you found it. We still have a lot of challenges, and we will all continue to work together. Kathy, thank you. We just have to figure out when we take you. We'll take you for a celebratory drink at the Blarney Stone or wherever place of your choosing. Maybe fancier, but your choice. So thank you, Kathy. We're in debt to you and glad to have you, and we'll still see you. You'll still be here. With that, I will open it up to any comments. Blanca, and then Mr. Mack.
Thank you, Co-Chair Chu. I echo your remarks. Kathy, I want to thank you. I would be lying if I didn't say this is bittersweet, just because I think you're doing a great job in handling both Metro North and Long Island Rail. This is a 24/7 position, and you have transitioned into this position so smoothly and effortlessly. And you've been accessible. You've answered all of our concerns or questions we've had. And you have a great team that has supported you as well. In terms of cost efficiencies, I'm a little disappointed about that, because considering that you're doing such a great job, we are now adding a new position, which may impact our finances, but it is what it is. And I thought that would be part of the amount of money identified that would go towards cost savings. But in any case, it is bittersweet. I've said why it's bitter, and now it's sweet, because you continue to be our Metro North leader, and I really appreciate that, and I really enjoy working with you. Similarly, Rob, congratulations, and I think this is a great opportunity, and I look forward to working with you much more. So thank you.
Board Member Mack.
Kathy, I echo everything everyone said. I worked with you when I was former chair of Long Island Railroad. And Rob, congratulations to you. Our chairman should have looked into this way ahead of time. I appraised him of the problem 6 months ago, that we needed a head so that we can talk to and have communication. All these things, the derailments and all, not Kathy's fault by any means, but these things happen. You can't blame anyone. I think that, Rob, I wish you good luck. It's long overdue. I mentioned it to the chairman, I'll repeat, 6 months ago, and I continued to mention it to him unfortunately, it took this long. Sammy and I have talked many times. We love Kathy. I work with her. She's great, but we need our own person. Good luck.
Board Member Valdivia.
Thank you, Chair. Kathy, your leadership, for Metro North has always been pretty incredible. So thank you so much for continuing the path there. The way you stepped into the role as interim president of Long Island Railroad has been very impressive. To run two of, I think, some of the biggest commuter railroads in the United States and North America, it says so much to you, your dedication. And I know, obviously, the sacrifices your families had to make. But I think it also really is a symbol of the kind of teams that you've put together, both at Metro North and Long Island Railroad. And so I want to thank you for really stepping up and really managing these railroads in a time of great transition and great big change. And I want to thank Rob for willing to take on the task. Congratulations definitely are in order. But there's also much to do. But I was really appreciative of how both Kathy and Rob were so diligent and on top of my concerns regarding the Brooklyn Shuttle, Grand Central Madison, and all of the evolution there. But Kathy, I think the MTA is very lucky to have you, and the region is very lucky to have you. Thank you so much.
Board Member Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. Kathy, I've nothing terribly new to add, but I'd feel remiss if I didn't say thank you. You've been probably the most experienced person in the management team here, whether you've worked at the Center, Long Island Railroad, or Metro North. So you were the perfect person for this role. And I thank you for your diligence, as Sammy said brilliantly and correctly. Rolling out Grand Central Madison was, I think, not been acknowledged as such an incredibly Leviathan-like task. It's extraordinary what you did, and with flawless execution. I want to pick up something, though, that Blanca said, which is very important to me. And Rob, please, I think what I learned, I'll give a business comment. What I learned when you put a leader into a group, leaders want subordinates, subordinates want roles, and people build armies. And so I think what we've been able to do is demonstrate, whether with safety statistics that should be similar to even reporting information that has no reason to be different, I think we have to keep looking for those scale efficiencies, because it's the same business. It may be geographically different, but we are making the same business. You know, McDonald's east of the Mississippi and McDonald's west of the Mississippi is McDonald's. And so we are one product we're delivering to one region. As Tom Prendergast used to say all the time, it's one system. So I ask you both to work closely together to make sure that we do not create separateness for the sake of separateness. There is no value in that. I think I understand why there's been a desire for a singular LIRR leader, and I get that, and I respect that decision and that choice. But please, let's make sure we are not doing things differently just to do it, because there is literally no value. In fact, there's lots of destruction that can come from that. And we've seen that before, and we don't need to see that again. So thank you, Rob. Best of luck. Kathy, again, thank you for all you do.
Board Member Gluckson?
Yeah, I'm very happy to second our comments over here on this side of the room. And what I like about your choice of Rob is that it mirrors my his starting at the Long Island Railroad where he did, and I started my career as a conductor over 50 years ago. And so I like to see people moving up from the inside. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes.
No, that's very sweet, but I also just want to, again, extend my thanks to the teams from both railroads, because, I take all the credit and they do all the work. So I'm very appreciative of all that they do to support the region. So thank you.
And that applause isn't getting you out of buying around to the Blarney Stone. So it doesn't worry about it. And now we will have a report and a few words on our soon-to-be acting Long Island Railroad President, Mr. Rob Free. Don't mention the Jets game yesterday. You can leave that out. We can save that.
We'll talk about the Giants game.
Yeah. Okay. You can talk about that.
Well, first I'll say thank you very much. I'd like to thank the chairman for this opportunity. It's an honor to be able to be put in this position, and I just want everyone to know that I will try my hardest to make the best of the railroad and the MTA as a whole. And Neil, to your point, absolutely. I've known Kathy since she was at Long Island. We have a fantastic working relationship, and the ultimate goal is to make the MTA the best that it can be. So we will tirelessly work on those endeavors. Secondly, I'd like to thank Kathy, as everyone else has. She's really been a rock for the Long Island Railroad. She's amazing. She's smart. She's tireless, as what's been said, and she's actually one of the most eloquent speakers that I've ever met, and just a good person all around. So, Kathy, on behalf of the Long Island Railroad, thank you, and I think for the MTA, I speak as well. Thank you very much for your efforts. Okay, on to the business at hand. Total on-time performance for the month of July was 93.2%, and for the month of August was 92.3%, and year-to-date as of August was 93.9%, just below goal of 94%. For year-to-date as of August, 6 branches have operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, for the month of July there were 23 incidents. The most significant category were associated with trespasses, and the most impactful incident was a pedestrian being struck by a train in the vicinity of Hillside during the AM Commission hour. We also unfortunately had a trespasser on the tracks in the vicinity of Jamaica during the AM Commission hour. We had a pedestrian struck by a train in the vicinity of New Hyde Park. And lastly, we had a trespasser on the tracks attempting to commit suicide in the vicinity of Brentwood during the PM Commission hour. All these trespasser events negatively impacted on-time performance by 0.7% and represented 11% of all delays for the month of July. For the month of August, we had 25 major events. The most significant, as Kathy had mentioned, was the train derailment east of Jamaica on August 3rd, which delayed trains over the course of 2 days and negatively impacted on-time performance by 0.5% and represented 7% of all late trains for the month of August. I'd just like to briefly touch on some of the impacts to on-time performance that we've been experiencing lately. One of the largest categories of delays that we've seen are associated with train operations, which represent about 32% of all delays on the Long Island Railroad. And the largest category within train operations are loading delays. And these delays are associated or driven in large part by, especially particularly lately, summer service, events at UBS, Barclays, Forest Hills, Citi Field, and Madison Square Garden. In terms of summer service, we're still analyzing the numbers, but on Friday nights, we're seeing about an 83% of pre-COVID ridership. We're looking at those numbers because historical travel patterns have changed, right? Historically, we used to see people going out on Friday afternoon or Friday evening and coming back on Sunday. With the whole telework environment, what we're seeing is some people going out on Thursdays and coming back on Mondays or even Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So it's a new phenomenon. So instead of concentrating the delays, particularly on 2 days, they're actually spreading out to several days. In 2023, we've seen a ridership increase of about 106,000 customers attending events at Forest Hills, UBS, and Citi Field. That's about a 34% increase over 2022, which is fantastic numbers, and we welcome these people taking public transportation. While the events are relatively the same, the number of events, what we're seeing is a higher percentage of the total gate at these events, meaning more people are taking the railroad to these events than have historically done, which again is fantastic news. As an example, there was a Dave Matthews concert at Forest Hills on June 9th, a Friday evening. Forest Hills holds a little over 13,000 customers. We accommodated over 6,000 customers to this event, which represented 45% of the total gate, which is astronomical numbers and not common at all. So it's good news. It's a good thing. It's a good problem to have. While this is good news, it also presents some operational constraints, these events. And what I mean by that is that these stations, particularly UBS, Forest Hills, and Citi Field, are main track stations, meaning all of our normal customers, train operations interact with these events, and it could have a preponderance to cause delays. Particularly Forest Hills, which is located on our busiest stretch of the railroad, and it causes problems in that. And then beyond that as well, these events happen during the weekday, and in particular during the PM peak hour. So it's a good problem to have, as I said, but our groups are working tirelessly to address it and try to mitigate the delays to the extent possible. Just to put some numbers in perspective, non-commutation ridership for the month of August was 97% of pre-COVID ridership. So that's good, yeah, non-commutation ridership. For year to date, we're at 93%. So that's showing that customers are coming back. And as Kathy had mentioned, the weekend ridership, we're actually surpassing pre-COVID ridership. So this is a good thing. People are coming back and they're utilizing our service. The next category I just want to touch on briefly is infrastructure maintenance delays, which represents about 16% of our total delays. And within that, 21% are associated with switch failures. And I don't want to bore you with all the details, but our engineering group has identified one location in particular, Harold Interlocking, which happens to be the busiest interlocking in North America. They've done a fantastic job, and I just want to recognize their efforts in mitigating these delays, repairing certain infrastructure, replacing switch mechanisms. We even attached a GoPro camera within the track to view a train operating over a switch to look at the interaction between the train and the switch itself. So, congratulations to them. And I'm very superstitious, being a Jet fan, as Sandy had mentioned. So far, so good, I like to say. And lastly, external factors. These are delays associated with entities not associated with the railroad. And in particular, Amtrak represents about 11% of all external factor delays. We have reached out to Amtrak expressing some of our concerns in some of these infrastructure incidents. They've been responsive. We actually are setting up a meeting with them, with their engineering group and ours, to discuss a path forward. And bridge strikes has been a bit of a problem. As you know, a bridge strike is when an oversized vehicle attempts to operate underneath one of our undergrade bridges, and in some cases necessitates either a shutdown or a speed restriction over it. We've identified a bridge in the vicinity of Forest Hills where we attached a camera and we can view vehicular traffic operating underneath the bridge. So in the event that there is a report of a bridge strike, we can determine A, if it's even been struck, or to what extent. Maybe it was just a ladder and we don't have to put the speed restriction and delay our customers on there. So, and in terms of on-time performance, these numbers are pretty staggering, but when compared to last year, we have operated 48,000 more trains at this point than we did last year. And when we look at 2019, we've operated 33,000 more trains in 2019. And if looking at the on-time performance for 2019, we were at 92.9%, and now currently we're at 93.9%. So there are improvements. We're not where we would like to be, but the group is working tirelessly to improve the reliability of the operation. And I do want to thank all the groups, engineering, mechanical, transportation, stations, and service planning for constantly reviewing things and trying to make improvements. For fleet performance, our MDBF for the month of June was 177,871 miles. For the month of July was 143,951 miles. And year-to-date as of July was 174,201 miles. And again, I would like to put something in perspective as far as our MDBF goes. We anticipate for this year accumulating 86 million car miles on our equipment. That's a 14 million increase versus last year. And looking at 2019, it's a 6 million mile increase. So the mechanical department is doing an excellent job keeping our rolling stock out there and operating reliably. In terms of service delivery, we completed 99.5% of our trips for the month of July and August, and year-to-date it's at 99.6%. And upcoming work that'll impact service, Kathy had touched on the ADA work taking place on the Babylon branch. On the weekends, October 7th and 8th, and 14th and 15th, patchwork siding extension work will take place. Buses will replace trains between Babylon and Montauk. And on the weekend of September 30th and October 1st, concrete tie work will take place in the vicinity of Hicksville. Schedules on the Ronkonkoma, Port Jefferson, and Oyster Bay branches will be impacted. And lastly, on the weekends of October 14th and 15th and 21st and 22nd, DOT Van Wyck widening project will take place, impacting schedules on numerous branches. Please check the website and the Train Time app for updated schedule information. And that concludes my report, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Board Member Zuckerman.
Thank you. Rob, nice job out of the gate. Well done. Where do I find in our materials ridership that is for Grand Central Madison? I'm combing through it. I can't really figure out where I find how we're doing on it. And that's not a critical question. That's a oversight, just checking how it's doing question. So if I've missed it, tell me. If it's not in there, I think probably be valuable for us to track it a little. I'm sure you're tracking it. I'm confident you are, but I think as a board, it'd be just good to know how we're doing on our $12 billion investment.
But I don't think we report out on it specifically, but I will say, especially
that's my point. I read the book, I read it. I flipped through the book and I couldn't find it, so ergo I'm asking you.
Well, I'll try to give you a brief update on it. What we're seeing, especially after Labor Day, an increase in ridership overall, right? But something very encouraging that we're seeing the splits are shifting towards Grand Central Madison. More people are using the terminal. We've seen a 63-37 split, 63% to Penn, 37 to Grand Central. I think it was like 3 or 4 days last week. So ridership overall, as I said, is increasing. For the AM peak, we're seeing the numbers probably averaging around 22,000 utilizing in the morning rush hour for using Grand Central Madison. So it's promising. I think people are seeing the ease of service and how reliable it is and everything else, and how it'll shorten their trip times as originally communicated. So it's
and look, the spirit of my question is not like, oh, we should be doing more. I mean, it's going to take years for people to change their commuting behavior. I mean, if your job is one place, and it's going to take changing your job, for example. Like this takes a long time to work it through. But I think it would be useful for us to continue to track it, and whether it's on a monthly basis or pick your own periodicity. But I'd like to talk about that on an occasional basis.
And 37% isn't very far off from the original, from the original projections from the, so, thank you, Rob. Welcome. Get some rest now. You got like a month or so. Now we'll hear from Joe, covering for Justin Vanashek for Metro North Operations Report.
Good morning, thank you. Metro North service delivery rate for August was at 99.9%. System-wide on-time performance for August, 98.3%, above our 94% year-to-date goal. Year-to-date on-time performance is above goal at 97.7%. We had two major incidents that negatively affected August OTP, one being a trespasser strike at Woodlawn, which delayed trains coming into and out of Grand Central Terminal. Total of 26 trains were impacted. And then on August 23rd, we had a dog on a track that halted trains on the Harlem line. 11 trains were delayed. The mean distance between failures for the fleet was 222,550 miles in July, above the goal of 175,000 miles. Year-to-date mean distance between failure performance remains above goal at 366,721 miles. With the summer coming to an end, looking ahead, the team's been ramping up preparations for the upcoming slip slide season through performance testing of the laser train, the creation of a new data analytics dashboard, and enhanced low adhesion protocols. Finally, Metro North completed a major track improvement project on the New Canaan branch. Train service resumed on September 2nd after months of hard work during the summer heat waves, and upon its completion, eliminated a significant speed restriction that impacted New Haven Line customers. That's it for this report.
Joe, I'd be a disappointment at dads everywhere if I didn't ask who let the dog out. I guess you don't know. Look into that.
No comment.
Wow. Any meaningful questions for Joe? Thank you, Joe. And now for our Long Island Railroad Safety Report for Christopher Goff, filling in for Lori Ebbington-Hausen.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. LIRR Safety Report, including our safety performance indicators, can be found on page 18 of our performance metric book. The reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.46 to 2.27 per 1 million customers in the current 12-month reporting period, which spans August 22nd through July 2023. That was August 2022 through July 2023. Our reportable lost time employee injury rate increased from 4.06 to 4.60 per 200,000 working hours when compared to the prior 12 months period. We have some outreach initiatives we'd like to discuss. As President Rinaldi mentioned in our report, this week is Rail Safety Week. And we have a unifying theme of Stop Track Tragedies. So Rail Safety Week is a period led by the Operational Lifesaver Incorporated here in the U.S. to concentrate efforts in educating and empowering public to make safe decisions around trains and tracks. With that, members of our LIRR corporate safety team, along with MTA Police Department, will be supporting this initiative by hosting the Operational Lifesaver events at several stations this week, specifically Ronkonkoma today, that was held earlier, Farmingdale, Deer Park, Syosset, and Stony Brook Station. Another important initiative we're going to be supporting is suicide awareness. It is Suicide Awareness Month. So in observation of this month, we will be partnering with the Response Crisis Center at Stony Brook Station this Friday. And in addition, we've also partnered with the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention on their community walks. We will be doing our walk October 22nd. We weren't able to do it this month due to scheduling conflict, but we will be supporting that on October 22nd at 10 a.m., rain or sunshine, and it'll be at Jones Beach, Field 5 in Wantagh, and our colors will be blue. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, Christopher. And now for our Metro North Safety Report from Shelley Prettyman.
Good morning. So Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 28 of the Performance Metrics books. And first, to summarize where Metro North stands with customer employee injury rates, as my colleague Crisco mentioned, this compares the rates for the current 12 months ending July 2023 to the rates for the prior 12 months ending July 2022. The reportable customer injury rate increased from 2.05 to 2.19 per 1 million customers, and the reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.13 to 2.09 per 200,000 working hours compared to the prior 12 months. But as you've been hearing, this is Rail Safety Week across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, and this is Metro North's 6th year of participation. So I want to tell you about a few of the things that we're doing over the course of the week. We're holding customer outreach at stations, grade crossings, and community events with a different focus each day of the week to promote safe behaviors around railroad tracks. To name just a few events, station outreach events are being held at 12 stations across the territory starting today. Grade crossing outreach will be conducted at Hudson Avenue in Peekskill, J Street in Katona, and Danbury Station. And Friday is Red Out for Rail Safety Day, when employees are encouraged to wear red to promote the importance of safety. And our staff will cover community events in Larchmont and Peekskill on Saturday. And I want to take a moment to thank the MTA Police Department, Federal Railroad Administration, Connecticut Department of Transportation, and Connecticut Operation Lifesaver for their support of our outreach events this week. Thank you. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Co-Chair Lopez.
Thank you. Quick request, Shelley, when you can you send me the information for the upcoming events for Metro North?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Hopefully I'll be able to make one or two.
Thank you, Shelley. And now for our presentation by Chief Mueller, MTA Police Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the month of August 2023, system-wide, we had 26 felonies. That's in our major crime categories. Of the 26, 14 were in the Long Island Railroad region, and 12 were in the Metro North region. Continuing to have problems with larcenies. 58% of all of our larcenies are unattended property, and larcenies is still the biggest issue that we have overall. It's 58% of all of our major crimes, 15 out of 26. So we're continuing. We appreciate all the extra effort outside of our enforcement efforts with regard to making announcements on trains about securing property. Very, very important, because this is really what's driving most of our problems within the system. And that's my report.
Board Member Mack.
Am I on? Yeah.
Yeah, you're on.
I have to, again, compliment you. I'm in Nassau County, and I mix with all of the police officials. Your attentiveness and your camaraderie, getting along with the local departments, which are so important to us. I compliment you. Keep it up. Very important. Nassau, Suffolk Police, the village, the town, that's our heart and soul. And I thank you on behalf of them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Next on the agenda is we're going to have a special presentation on Long Island Railroad and Metro North rail inspection programs. In the interest of time, because we're running on, we're headed into over a half hour over for this meeting. I'm going to table that until next month. It's an important topic. We've covered quite a few questions on it already. Sorry, but we'll definitely return to it next month. And now for agency information items. Kathy?
Sure. So doing the Long Island Railroad information items first, there's some overlap between the two railroads. First information item is the 2024 preliminary budget for public comment, the 2023 mid-year forecast, the diversity and EEO report for the second quarter of 2023, and then a description of the fall track work program. We're happy to answer any questions on any of these information items. Okay. Moving over to the Metro North, same first three information items, the 2024 preliminary budget, the 2023 mid-year forecast, and the diversity and EEO report for the second quarter of 2023. Okay. The finance reports for both railroads are in the book, And we have a single procurement today for Metro North, and Omar Masato is going to run through that for you.
Thank you, Kathy. And Chair, good morning, everyone. Metro North is seeking MTA board approval to award a contract modification to a previously competitive solicited, negotiated, and board approved miscellaneous service contract in the not to exceed amount of $8,684,603 to the firm Arrow Rail Link Service. This modification exercises an available option for an additional 3 years at rates previously established in the base contract. This modification also secures funding for the continued bus services. Since the initial award in July 2016, Arrow Rail Link Service provides fixed route schedule feeder bus services, which operates between Metro North, Spuyten-Duyvil, and Riverdale stations, as well as the surrounding neighborhoods located in geographically challenging areas in the Northwest Bronx. The riders charged a fee of $2.90 for this service. Arrow maintains and operates the M&R-owned buses to provide weekly services during peak and off-peak times from 6 a.m. to midnight. With anticipated increase in ridership over the next few years, this service is seen as an essential mobility resource for the neighborhoods otherwise not easily accessible by public transportation for the region. The service contract will be funded by M&R's operating budget. Are there any questions? May I please have a vote for this procurement?
I'll make a motion. Do a second. Second by Mr. Mack. All in favor? All opposed? Abstentions? So moved.
Thank you.
Oh, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Before-
Not regards.
Okay,
not
okay. Are you sure? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're co-chair.
I know we're going to see the presentation next month, but I did have a question. Perhaps someone could respond back, President Rinaldi, about the right-of-way cleanup.
Yeah, I had actually alerted Mike that you wanted to ask a little bit about that in the context of the presentation that we're now kicking to next
Yes.
month, but Mike's happy to answer the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning. And that was going to build off really our track inspections. It's one of the responsibilities of our track inspection group is to determine locations that require a cleanup. We do work with close coordination with the right-of-way task force and our stations group to determine locations that require mediation. There is instances where there may be hypodermics, et cetera, that are part of the trash buildup. We reach out to contracts through our Office of System Safety to help us and assist with the cleanup to make sure it's safe. We can have our craft hit the area. There is other times where there's encampments that continue to pop up, and we have to work through, like I said, the task force and the structures group to make sure we can remediate the area and install proper fencing to try to keep it from reoccurring.
Thank you.
Great. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Motion. Second. Second. All in favor? So moved. Thank you. Thank you.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So that quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the times, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables, there's all kinds of different vehicles, there's trucks, there's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals, so there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they gotta go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. We have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. It makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report We have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's a
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway, or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Let's move on to our public speakers.
Good morning. We have 17 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Marcus Johnson, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I don't. Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Marcus Johnson. I'm obviously a gentleman with a physical disability, and I speak for the Civics League for Disabilities' Rights. Let me try getting closer. What about now? This is a question to accessibility, but we'll discuss that next time. My name is Marcus Johnson. I speak for the Civics League for Disability Rights in New York City. We are a group of people with physical disabilities and chronic illnesses, and we speak to everything civics, especially the inequities of health and a large dealing with health. But I'm here on behalf of the new stance on the second phase of the eHealth program. The eHealth program has brought to the disability community so much freedom in the sense of we don't have to call the day before to make an advance trip using Accessoride. That's another conversation of how that service is not the best service out there. But in saying so, the eHealth program now has moved to the second phase, and the payment process is not sustainable to people with physical disabilities and people on the system using for Social Security or what have you. These trips are draining the pockets slowly but surely of people using the service. In the first phase, I can't tell you how it brought the uncertainty away where people with disabilities can get up, make a trip that same day, go to their appointments, and make it back home at a decent hour. Now that we're back in this phase of phase 2, which we do appreciate the service, it's now draining the pockets of the community of people with physical disabilities and chronic illnesses. And I'm just here to ask that you reconsider going back to utilizing phase 1 of the program with people with physical disabilities and chronic illnesses, while more freedom to make trips to medical appointments and live a life of spontaneity. Because we always have to live our life. Is this accessible or is that accessible? Can we get there on time? So you consider to go back to phase 1 of the eHealth program. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Matthew Buckus Highland.
Yes, there's problems with the accessory for getting trips going home. They need to be trained better on some of these. I had an incident last night. I said I'm not ready to ride, so no problem. I got the ride. I called back saying I need the ride. Okay, it was all set up. The Uber car is supposed to come to me in front of a Target in Flatbush Avenue. But the driver comes and he's across the street from where I'm supposed to be. And he's expected me to try to cross over to get to him. And he said, oh, I can't make a left-hand turn here, but why don't you make another way to get around to get to me? But he didn't. He canceled the trip and put me as a no-show. So I had to call back the company to get me another ride. Second driver was a better driver. He knew what he had to do, but even better, he told me he was on the corner of Henson Place and Flatbush Avenue, which is right near the exit where the Long Road elevators are. So at least I get the second trip, but the first one was a disgrace. Hope to do some training on these people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Buckus Highland, followed by Jessica Tambor.
Thank you, Ms. Molina. Good morning, Chairwoman Mahaltis, President Davey, and members of the committee. I want to talk today about safety. This is my first time speaking at your committee, and my, oh my, another shoving on the subway, more crime. It's ridiculous when you have the local chapter of the New York City Democratic Socialists of America want to defund the police. I mean, it's not going to make us any safer. So I applaud the cops and, both the MTA and the NYPD as a son of a cop for all your hard work. And second of all, I like to ride your subways a lot. Though I could ride it every day, but I can't because I have an old protected father at home. So I would consider you to increase and beef up security at all of your subway stations and make sure they're accessible for everyone. Thank you. God bless you. And I will turn back over to Ms. Molina. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jessica Tambor, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Tambor, and I would like to speak about the eHealth program. We need to be allowed more rides and more money for our rides because $25, 25 rides at $40 isn't enough. Last week and the week before, I was on a ride for like 2.5 hours each way. So I basically spent half my day, almost 5 hours, riding on a ride. That's why I didn't come in person today. And yesterday, a bunch of us went to an event in Midtown, and it would have cost $100 to get home. and we had to take the ferry and the bus, and we almost got rained on. So we need to have more money and more rides for e-hail. Please fix this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by David Kupferberg.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be back. I hope you had a good summer. Here's a few topics. On behalf of Yuki Endo, he's not feeling well, couldn't be here today. He asked me to send you this. On Saturday, September 16th at 11 a.m., I experienced a lot of hardship at Lexington Ave, 125th Street. That's the M35/X80. Several M35 buses went out of service, and lots of people were trying to get to the Electric Zoo concert, whatever they called it, but they couldn't because there were lots of people waiting for buses because a $7 round trip X80 bus, which is express, was not provided for the concert attendees at Randall's Island. Also, during the F train shutdown, that the track replacement work, please make Q102 buses fare-free and also work with our IOC to have more weekday rush hour service between Roosevelt Island and Queens Plaza, weekend shuttle bus service between Roosevelt Island, the tram, and 59th Street and 2nd Avenue. On September 17th, after a car show at a teleport, male bus operator, 10:50 in the morning, S46 towards St. George, the stroller bus went out of service at Castleton Avenue and Jewett Avenue because the bus operator got sick and had to run that S40 stroller bus at Richmond Terrace because the parade almost missed joining Climate March in Midtown. Other than that, parade of trains went extremely well. Thank you and God bless.
Our next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Ian Matthews.
Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. The subway service enhancements this year and next year are a farce. C-Train weekday peak service continues to be except for a few intervals every 10 minutes. And the N&R enhancements via the 60th Street Tunnel coincided with track work within the 63rd Street Tunnel. They may not be permanent, and 10-minute gaps remain. If you don't believe me, look at the schedules for yourself. Regarding the fare-free bus pilot project starting September 24th, the MTA has to be accurate as to how it would account for the $15 million subsidy. Part of the subsidy would be used for administrative costs and branding. But what if on a particular bus route it is known that, for example, 70% already pay a fare will continue to eventually pay a fare after transferring, then there is no loss to the MTA, but the MTA keeps the subsidy. How would riders that possess unlimited fare media be accounted for? It seems that the fare-free bus pilot project could be a big joke, and the MTA to claim that it used up the subsidy after 6 months could be a bigger joke. Contrary to a statement made by a congestion pricing advisor at the Traffic Mobility Board meeting August 17, 2023, studies have shown that in New York City, the distance most people are willing to walk to access a local bus route is a quarter mile, not a half a mile. This is proof that the decision makers do not use transit nor understand what a transit desert is. Remember that if only one east-west service is available and you wish to travel north-south, the service available is of no use to you. Yes, average bus speed in the Bronx increased by 5%. But what about passenger travel time? Did it decrease? This the MTA fails to disclose. Besides, service gaps and transit deserts still exist in the borough. Is mass transit service better in the Bronx? Don't you believe it? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by David Paul Gerber.
Good morning. My name is Ian Matthews, and I want to bring up that I have at the Bedford B&D train station around 6 a.m. There's always homeless holding open the emergency exit door, letting riders in for free, and I've been harassed a few times. I've hardly seen any police there. Should consider having alarms. That way when someone is going through it, the alarm can go off. Another thing, you're not even providing I mean, there hasn't really been any extra 4 train service when the D is down north of 161st Street on weekends. That is also unacceptable, especially that you have to shut down all 3 tracks. And another thing, you should, I ride the BX10 bus. There's not enough buses on school days from Riverdale. You need to add more buses. People at stops between 231st Street and Broadway and Bedford Park Boulevard Station on the 4 can't even get on the bus because they're so full. And lastly, if you're going to suspend the W on weekdays like this past Thursday, you need to have the N train go local in Manhattan, so that way we're not waiting forever for a crowded R train. And N train should always be going local, especially if the W train isn't running. And lastly, when you run the E and F train local in Queens on weekdays, please make sure the crews are aware, because on Saturday I was at 5th Avenue, 53rd Street. None of the trains going to Queens said they were going local in Queens. All of them said they were going express, except for one train. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Paul Gerber, followed by Jean Ryan.
Good morning, everyone here. Hi, my name is David Paul Gerber, and based on the committee book, I'd like some myths and facts for you. Myth number 1, the 1 and the 6 trains run every 6 minutes on weekends. Here's the fact. They do run on weekends every 6 minutes, only for 4 or 5 hours a day between 12 noon and 5 p.m. Myth number 2, the N and R trains run every 8 minutes. Fact, the R train runs anything but 8 minutes, especially between 10 a.m. and 12 noon when E and F trains have to share with the R line on the local track, causing a 10-minute headway. So if they're really running 8 minutes, it's probably between 12 noon and 3 p.m. Myth, we're accelerating elevator accessibility. Fact, anyone knows that the 149th Street Grand Concourse Station is an abomination. It is an eyesore. I have stated that on Facebook. It has been behind schedule. In the Capital Program Committee book, as quoted, which is further down the meeting, it says that the contractor has failed to keep up the obligation there and at Tremont Avenue and may be subject to penalties itself. It is a year behind schedule, and an eyesore. And lastly, related to ADA accessibility. Across 145th Street Bridge, you talk about accessibility. The NYPD still has their vehicles blocking bus stops at the Transit District 3 along 145th and St. Nicholas and at other places too. So if they really believe in accessibility, such as the 52nd Precinct along Webster Avenue blocking the bus lane, then the NYPD has an obligation by federal law to keep bus stops and bus lanes clear, which they have failed to do so. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Alita Dupree.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. E-Hail On Demand discriminates against people who are blind and cannot use apps, or anyone who must book a trip by calling on the phone. That would include people who do not have a cell phone, people who have a flip phone and not a smartphone, people who have a smartphone but can't use apps, and people whose phone battery died or who forgot their phone at home. Only 2 companies out of the 5 are supposedly available to people who have to book a trip by phone. And after a month, one is still not yet available to use. So that means only one is available. And that was only after a week. We were told we can compare prices of the different companies for each trip, but if a person only has one company available to call, there can be no comparing. And I have a further question. Have the new 2,400 or 2,800 people been added to phase 2 as was planned? I haven't heard any update about this yet. How can you how can you study something if you don't have the people in it that you were planning to study and they're not in there for the whole time and the companies aren't available to call? To me, as somebody who has studied science and read about it for my whole life, I don't understand how you could have an incomplete study like this and come out with any meaningful result. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Haida Mahalsis. Hope I got that right. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. It's good to be back in New York. I said it, and now I'm here. And I've been using the system, using Omni, reduced fare capping, works fine, no errors, no double charging. Sometimes I come to a reader that doesn't work, but I move to one next door and I get in. So no more damaged MetroCard stories. Very happy about that. I even helped a person close to me who's older than me, help this person get Omni. It was hard for them parting from their MetroCard, but I think they're going to be okay. They're going to be all right. And I set foot in New York a few weeks ago from LaGuardia. Took the free bus to 74th Street. And I had not been on the subway. But as I went, and I set up my Omni and went through, and I told myself, I'm going to be okay. I'm setting foot in the system that is legendary and stately, steeped in tradition and mindful of history. To be part of that, once again, 53 years of doing this. And I felt pretty safe on the system and went to 125th and 190th. And it's not a perfect system, but I tell myself, I'm going to be okay. I fought in Desert Storm. I'm going to be okay. I'm a disabled veteran. And I'm going to be okay. And I'm climbing stairs, and I'm doing okay, but we got to put some more elevators in. So it's good to be back on the system, to be reminded of Jerry Rafferty and Jeff Lynne, and to enjoy it in its fullness. I'm sure I'll use it later. Thank you for the welcome.
Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif, and I'll be with you in a minute. Good morning. As I'm going to say, as I said before, hello, you guys are still there? Guys, hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry, my camera disappeared. Thank you. As I was saying this before, I want to thank the NYPD with the transit officers, Transit 34, and as well as other precincts in the area. As we had the vintage trains running, a lot of kids, people with disabilities had a great time. So I do want to thank the NYPD. We do need to remind that we work really strongly. We need to remind everyone, if we see something, we say something. But, you know, sometimes it's not easy to get response back or get communication back. So right now I'm reminding everyone, we do need to also remind that Accessorize, we need to get the GPS system working a little more better, and please remind them for safety verifications. Again, I thank you so much for the time, and let's make sure that communications on subways are also always up to date. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning, everyone. Charlton, my name is Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. And unfortunately, guys, the 63rd Street subway mess has messed up everything. First of all, the R, as in rotten train, has been 25 minutes apart. Yeah, when you guys said the R train was going to be running every 6 to 8 minutes. Good luck on that. So what we need is the G as in George train should be extended to 71st Street Continental, all right, to replace the M train. And why is it at the 63rd Lexington Avenue station on the Q as in Quincy and F shuttle train, which really shouldn't be called F shuttle train, it should be called an S shuttle train? Why is it that the public address system does not work? And 21st Street Queensbridge, Roosevelt Island should be fare free. Those people who have to take a 3-leg trip should not have to go through the inconvenience. Many times you cannot even get a GO ticket, which you're supposed to get. And as for the Q102 bus, it should be fare free as well, because that's the only way on and off the island. And what I'm noticing is the people in the rail control center are not properly dispatching the trains. So you could have an R train that's running late, that left the terminal late. Why can they make that R train go express so that the trains are not bunched together? Because that's what's happening in the system. You could be waiting 25 minutes only to see 2 trains stacked up together. And South Brooklyn has been suffering with this. You know, so this 63rd Street work has impacted basically the whole system. There's problems. As far as the F train and the overnight track work, you guys need to have estimated time of arrivals between stations. So the conductor should be able to tell riders it's going to be 15 to 20 minutes from Roosevelt to Continental. The RCC has this information. They should share it publicly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Yolanda Aline.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, or PCAC. Records are made to be broken, and we're happy to be part of the broken record that's higher ridership numbers. Every number represents a person getting on board, maybe even back on board for the first time in a few years. Trains and buses are crowded, streets and sidewalks are thronged, and there's a refreshing vibrancy underground, even as we're getting jostled or have to wait for the next train, because this one's full. The good news is we aren't waiting as long, thanks to additional service that's being added on weekends and off-peak, with more to come. The bad news, of course, is having to wait because some numbskull went on a window smishing spree that took down the W line. We need a reliable transit system more than ever. Climate Week and the UN General Assembly are just warm-ups for the holiday traffic season, and reminders that leaving a car at home is the fastest and most ecologically friendly way to get where you're going. Congestion pricing will be another reminder that transit is the best way to get around, with the benefits of improving air quality, reducing traffic, and funding critical improvement projects. Millions of us rely on transit, and there are ways to make it even better. Bus lanes and busways substantially speed up buses. And we can't wait till New York City's buses finally move faster than a chicken, which can run up to 9 miles an hour. When the streets plan was first announced last year, we were thrilled to hear the city commit to 150 miles of new bus lanes and busways by the end of 2025. What a major difference for riders. That'd be especially true on Fordham Road, a busway whose time has surely come. Unfortunately, the city is currently far behind its bus lane targets. With 50 miles targeted by the end of 23, only 6.8 miles have been completed. Mr. Mayor, it's time to get moving so buses can too. Transit ties us together and gets us where we need to go. 4 million people can't be wrong. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yolanda Aline, followed by Andy Pollack.
Good morning. I'd like to know, is it my life is in danger riding a stressor ride? Your broker service, the drivers are on. I'd like to ask the policemen also to answer this question. Is it in New York State for a driver driving a vehicle to be FaceTiming? Mr. Davis, I'd like you to answer that question. Is it permissible for a driver to have one foot on the dashboard and driving? Is that permissible in New York City? That's your broker service. You get in the vehicle, they're either FaceTiming or on the cell phone from the time you get in the vehicle to your end. I got into an accident. No one in New York City Transit has been able to express to me what happened. The driver just dropped me off and took off. Is that permissible in New York City and New York State? I'd like to know that. I sent emails and no one have answered me about that. Question, which one of you board members, anyone inside here, would be in a vehicle with a driver with FaceTiming somebody else? Nobody would say that, but stressor ride users have to put up with that kind of nonsense. Is that fair? I ask you board members, which one of you would ever submit yourself to that kind of nonsense? But stressor ride users have to do it. We have no alternative. Is that right? Enough is enough. Be respectful of people. I can barely walk now because of the injury I suffered. And no one in stressor ride or New York City Transit has ever gotten back to me. I had enough. I can't take any nonsense anymore. Enough is enough. All you board members, ask the president, ask stressor ride person who could, not even New York City Transit driver can be on a cell phone.
Speaker will be Andy Pollack, followed by Tasha Larabors.
Good morning, everyone. Andy Pollack for the record, Passengers United. So today I want to talk about lack of communication. Well, main point I'm going to get into are two things. Number one, when the fare hikes were approved back in July, the MTA did an inadequate job notifying passengers of the $2.90 fare hike. There was supposed to be a notice on all the buses and the subways of the poster being inside bus and subway inside the buses and inside the subway cars. Nope. And yet, I went to Delmarva the day of the fare hike, back on August 20th. I get back. I took the Q17 last week. I did see the flyer, so it was too little, too late. But yet, before I went to Delmarva back in August, I was spending a lot of time in Nassau County, and I was noticing my bus was doing a better job of notifying the passengers about the $2.90 fare hike. They even had signs on their buses. And in the next point I want to make, there was a lot of confusion when the E and the F train got rerouted along the 53rd Street Tunnel. That caused a lot of confusion, and there was no advance notice of that either. There were no announcements made on the E and the F line before the planned schedule will change. So lack of communication, it needs to improve. And then my last point I want to make is the fact that we're running low on parts. Look what happened to those R46s on the W that got vandalized. There were barely enough windows. And one more thing, lack of coolant on the buses. You guys don't have enough fluid to put inside the AC for the buses. So I know my time is up, so that's all I'm going to say for this month. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Our next speaker is Tasha Larabors, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Larabors. I'm a community organizer for Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. I'd like to talk about, once again, accessoride. My experience this morning, for example, my driver, similar to what Yolanda spoke about, my driver not only had one cell phone, not two, but three. Found it necessary to have a video call, and wasn't until when he picked me up, my ride went from single ride to shared ride. Did not inform me anything. Picked up another passenger, dropped her off in Brooklyn. Mind you, I had an appointment time, but no communication whatsoever from the driver. No response, no explanation, anything. And his behavior and his driver, I originally had no plan in filing a complaint, but based on just a ride altogether, my experience, I feel like it is necessary. You guys really have a lot. I mean, I know with CTG, I had seen how they were trained, but the training that I witnessed did not match the behavior that I've seen today. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Jason Anthony.
Morning, Rich. Morning, Haida. Good morning to the rest of the Transit Committee meeting. Jason Anthony here like every month. I found out a terrifying news last night regarding a stressor hell that I had to comment about. Last night, I was notified that around 10 people that were in an event yesterday got stranded for around 3 hours waiting for their ride for a stressor, let's say it correctly, a stressor hell. That is not acceptable. 3 hours to get home? No. Not for my standards. Not for the standards for the people that are right there. As an advocate that's come to these meetings since 2016, I'm very disappointed. And we need to do better in communication. And second of all, Rich, you know that my station's Atlantic Avenue Barclays Center. The emergency exit is missing the key at the 4th Avenue Pacific Street entrance. We need to do better addressing fare rating. And regarding buses, Frank, my complaint log regarding the S40 is getting bigger and bigger. We don't want passengers to get hurt, any in the hospital or any in jail. So I'll see you guys in the next meeting.
That concludes our public comment session for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. We will move on. Rich, do we have any changes to the work plan?
No, we don't.
Okay, so you want to start us off with the president's report, please?
I will. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Great to be back together. I hope everyone enjoyed their summer breaks. We're excited to get back into the swing of things here at New York City Transit by focusing not only our customers but our employees, which will be the dominant theme of our meeting today. When I'm asked what the best part of being New York City Transit president is, my answer is always the people I get to work with, many of whom are in the audience here today, who we will call out over the next few minutes. But before we do that, I do want to quickly highlight some service quality that we're delivering, thanks to these men and women in the audience and the other 47,000 or so that are out in the field delivering right now. In August, 59% of our subway customers were satisfied with service. That remains the same as we had in June and July. Subway performance continues to see wins. Customer journey time performance in August was 84.5%. In the 19th straight month, customers reached their destinations within 5 minutes of scheduled service and above the Department of Subways goal. We also continue to trend on-time performance. Demetrius and team continue to deliver the best on-time performance, particularly if you take out a few of those COVID months, in 10 years. So congratulations to the team. Before I focus on paratransit and bus, I do want to ask Demetrius to just give us a few words about the service we've added over the last 6-8 weeks. There were some questions about that. I think we want to set a little bit of the record straight on the good service. So, Dee, over to you.
Thank you, Rich. Faster, cleaner, safer.
Wrong presentation, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
So today we're going to talk about subways incrementally rolling out changes for increased service since July. I'll give you an update on where we stand and what we've accomplished thus far and what's yet to come. We'll be there in just a second if you just give me some time. I was just going to do that. So just, I'll start.
Maybe just voice it over, D, because I don't think.
Okay, great. So the 2023 state budget allocated approximately $35 million to provide increased subway service. And we've used that funding to increase frequencies on several lines during off-peak hours, and we've seen stronger ridership recovery. This is directly response to what we've heard from customers and our satisfaction surveys, and supports the faster element to our faster, cleaner, and safer subway system. The lines we selected generally run less frequently than others and have the capacity for increases considering the various constraints in the system. If you give me just a second, I don't even have it. I was going to do the presentation. In July, we increased weekend service on the G, J, and M lines. Riders on these lines make an above average number of transfers, so reducing the wait times to those customers specifically will make a big difference in the overall travel for those customers. Our schedules reduce the time between trains by 2 minutes, and as you'll see in the presentation, which we will share at some point, the actual waiting times, there's a difference between scheduled and actual, but the actual waiting time customers experience decreased on average by about 2 minutes. Over the course of August, we implemented additional weekend service improvements on the 1 and 6 lines and midday weekday improvements on the C, N, and R lines. Now, in order to get these improvements to riders as soon as possible, we implemented the schedules by supplements. Now, supplements can be extremely challenging to implement. They're complicated. It moves the crews out of place. And so even with these constraints, I'm pleased to say that customers are seeing significant reductions in average waiting time on these lines. I'd also like to just touch on something that customers have been talking about. We initially had some issues with the schedule on the R train. We accept that, in part because it coincided with service changes on the 63rd Street track work program. Now, the 63rd Street track construction project requires work trains to bring material in, to be installed, and to remove debris, demolition of the old track. Scheduling these moves midday, evenings, and overnight makes service more predictable and more reliable. It is more consistent than just allowing for it to happen. Nonetheless, we've since tweaked the schedules following the work train moves and are seeing more even service. And this is only the first phase of the changes to the R line, as we'll talk about a little later. Actual waiting time between trains has decreased by an average of nearly 2 minutes, delivering faster and more frequent service to customers. This is despite the complications of adding this service by supplement. And even more exciting is that the increase of service corresponds with higher ridership. The data is still preliminary, but all indications are that the ridership on the lines with weekend increases are seeing ridership grow 8 to 9% faster than the rest of the system. 8 to 9% faster than the rest of the system. We'll continue to monitor the ridership closely as riders adapt to the new schedules. The weekday service increases have only been in effect for a couple weeks, but we're still seeing higher ridership on those lines as well. Now, the next phase of service increases will occur with our biannual schedule changes this December, and at that time, the August increases will be made permanent, providing more consistent service and adding more frequent service for a longer part of the day, with the largest increases on the R at the end of the 63rd Street project. We'll also add more midday service to the G, more early evening service on the C, the N, the R, and next summer we'll add more midday weekday service on the B, D, J, M lines, and more frequent weekend service on the 3 and 5 lines. I look forward to rolling out these improvements and hope our customers appreciate the faster, cleaner, and safer service we're providing.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. We'll circulate the PowerPoint to the committee because there will be a quiz at the end of the minute. I'm kidding, there won't be a quiz. But suffice to say, I know the chair was prepared. Suffice to say, I think two things I just want to reiterate. One is, while we had some hiccups on the R train, that should not mask, I think, the terrific work the subways team is doing to add service, more to come. And then two, I think most compelling is our customers are noticing it, i.e. in those lines, we're seeing actually high ridership growth. It's not always the case, but in this instance, the service we're adding is bringing people back more quickly. So great job to the subways team. A couple other points I want to make on service before we move to our employee focus for today. First, bus performance in August also had a similar trajectory. Overall satisfaction for bus customers was 64%, basically around the same as we've seen the last couple months. Service delivery is at 95.7%, improved over July. And express bus customer satisfaction increased by 5 points, including excitement around service reliability. In addition, our efforts to bring targeted improvements on our 29 underperforming bus routes with above average ridership continues to show success. Year to date, 2/3 of those routes have improved in 3 or more performance categories, and 24% of them show improvement in customer journey time. I want to thank in particular the bus road ops team for their significant work on this initiative and our partners at NYPD, DOT, and Ops Planning who are helping to move the needle. As we've said, focusing on these 29 routes benefits not only approximately 20% of our overall customers who ride them, but thousands of other daily commuters who travel through the same corridors. I also want to point out we started last week our Eagle Team fare enforcement on local bus. So far, so good. We've had a week of success getting the word out that we're expecting our customers to be paying. So congratulations to Bobby and his team for rolling that out, and obviously working closely with the Chief Kemper and his team to provide tactical support if needed. And ridership is rebounding. As mentioned, 5.5 million customers last Tuesday and Thursday chose to use New York City Transit, bus and subway. And not to be outdone, our paratransit service is back to pre-COVID levels. We're actually experiencing record high ridership in paratransit on Access-a-Ride and eHail last week. Continuing to focus on service there. But paratransit continues to do well. 76% of our customers were satisfied or very satisfied with their service in July. But again, as September happens, more ridership will be increasing. We're going to keep a close eye on how we're performing as well. Now, why are we doing so well? Well, it's because of the 47,000 men and women in New York City Transit who are hitting it out of the park every day, whether it's removing 2 million gallons of water out of our subway system a few weeks back, care of a broken pipe, to repairing windows last week, care of a careless vandal. We're going to point out a number of the folks here in the audience in a moment, but if we could cue up the PowerPoint you did have up before on faster, cleaner, safer. You know, I often talk about the North Star being our customer satisfaction, our external customer satisfaction, but it is also clear to us that we need to make sure that our employees, our internal customers, are finding a place that is safe to work, is comfortable to work, and is a place that they feel good about. We did an employee survey in New York City Transit earlier this year about January, February in 2023. I was told we haven't had an employee survey in 10 years. I'm shocked because we need to be hearing from our internal customers as well. So what did our employees back in January and February tell us? Well, 82% of them said that they were strongly agreed that they were proud to work at MTA. There are major organizations and companies in America who would love to have that kind of loyalty and support from their people. We get to enjoy it every day. And, you know, Would you recommend your family or your friends working here? 65% agreed or strongly agreed. Again, I think a testament to the kind of workplace we are. Flip side, however, there are a few other places where we need as a management team to step up. You can see, for example, useful feedback on my performance. Only 4 in 10 employees said they were getting that. About 4 in 10 said they had access to the things they needed to do their job well: tools, training, parts, and material. And their prospects for their career, 55, 60%. I think what we also heard is that the career path is not always clear. And so working with Lizette and the team in HR to really ensure that our employees see that there is a career path here at MTA or New York City Transit for that mind is something that we will continue to work on. I felt valued for the work I do. Probably the most disappointing for me, only 38% of our employees said that they felt valued. So we're going to talk about what we've been doing the last 6-8 months to increase that, because that, to me, is probably the most challenging and disappointing statistic that we heard from, again, these amazing people over here and the amazing people we have out in our field. So we'll talk about really 3 areas, and both, I should say both, but Demetrius, Frank, and then Sean on behalf of Paratransit. We'll talk a little bit about what their organizations are doing around advancement, around better facilities, and around employee recognition. So I think I'm kicking it over to Dee first to talk a little bit about what the Subways Department has been doing these last months. Dee?
Thanks again. So as noted, the past several months, we've placed a greater emphasis on our employees, recognizing that our employees are our greatest asset. Without them, we can't move this place. So we recognize that. So whether it's New York City Transit employee engagement surveys you've heard about, or the Subways focus groups that we launched in late 2022, we are creating a space to hear our employees out, hear what they have to say, hear their concerns, and support them in ways that they've identified that need support. To that end, I'd like to share some of what we've been doing to give employees tools for success in their advancement within Subways. And we'll talk a little bit about the facilities, and then lastly about recognition. So for one of the advancement programs that we have is an administrative rotational program. We're working on the final details on this now. But this program will give our DOS administrative personnel the insight and the hands-on exposure to the operations in Subways in a way that they just haven't experienced in their prior careers. Many times administration will have a direct location that they have to go in order to excel, and there is no other opportunity. If you want to venture into operations, there just isn't an opportunity to do so. This program will give people the tools that they need to be able to make that venture from administration into operations, and I'm really looking forward to rolling that program out. I think it'll strengthen the organization as a whole, strengthen those employees as an asset, but leads us to where we need to be in the future. Another program that we're working on right now is a succession planning initiative, which focuses on DOS positions that we've categorized as critical to the operation to facilitate a smooth transition and avoid the gaps that we get in leadership. Now, many of you who know me know that when I first came here as a senior vice president, I had to fill every position that reported to me. It was insane. But I'm thankful to the men and women who stepped up, who applied, and who are currently filling these roles. But I want to make sure that that never happens again. So we need to make sure that the next generation of leaders have the blueprint to pull from to be successful. One that they can tweak as they see fit, but that plan to have a baseline, but the plan is to have a baseline to start with. We also have a leadership training program, one that instituted specifically within service delivery, where employees, managers, when they first come into leadership, they're trained in a week to introduce them on things that they will encounter as they first take the job. How do you write a report? An injury on duty report? How do you write an incident report? What should you expect when you respond to an incident? Who do you expect to see there? How do you communicate? What resources do you have? What training do you need to do your job well? A very, very detailed program to help managers to as they indoctrinate themselves into the new system, into a new position. And lastly, we have an apprenticeship program, which you've heard us speak about before. It's a 3-year training program that prepares technical high school graduates for taking some of our more critical positions within the maintenance field. The apprentices are hired into transit electrical apprentice title and work towards the maintainer title within a skilled trade area in which they're assigned. Now look, these are all important. They all speak to development of our teams. However, we must think of the day-to-day. What are ways that we can show our employees that we care about them? And one way is to upgrade the facilities. We're at work many times more than we are home. So having a place where people can feel proud to report to is more crucial. Through various forms of outreach, including employee engagement surveys, we've heard from our employees the significance of enhancement to their employee facilities. The Department of Subways has approximately 4,000 facilities located throughout the network. In 2022, we announced the creation of the Division of Facilities to focus specifically on facilities. One of the primary goals being in the Division of Facilities, this division was created with the goal of enhancing employee facilities. Through the tireless efforts of the entire division, facilities will refresh 100 employee facilities this year alone. Employees spend a fair amount of time in their facilities either mentally preparing for the day or after a long, hard day of work. You want to have a facility that you feel comfortable in. We've completed nearly 80 facility upgrades so far. These upgrades include work like new tile, new restroom fixtures, painting, lighting, heavy-duty cleaning, tables, chairs. And just because we feel so passionate about this, next month we plan to delve into a little more of the nitty-gritty that you can expect from a station renovation and from these facility upgrades. This is a huge and unprecedented time for us, and we only plan to expand more. I want to say thanks to the Vice President of Facilities. David Solomon has done a fantastic job taking on new challenge with the amount of robust support that you could ever get of a position. And some of the other employees that are supporting him, I'm going to name by name in a little bit. To that end, it's important that we do the work. It's important that as we do the work that we do, we acknowledge those that make it happen. Whether it's front-facing employees that directly impact our customers, or some from behind the scenes that work, and behind the scenes that the public would never even know existed. So we talked about the facilities group. I have to acknowledge the work of a couple of different individuals within the facility group. Lou Lanfear, the Assistant Chief Officer for Station Maintenance. Lou provides the leadership for our station maintenance teams and executes on key initiatives such as renovations. Lou capitalizes on every opportunity to enhance the day-to-day work life of our internal customers by refreshing employee facilities during the course of a station renovation and is part of the ongoing effort. Lou, would you mind just standing up? Thank you so much, Lou. Ben Bove, where you at, Ben? Benny, right there. You could stand up as well. Benny provides the leadership to the team responsible for maintaining all non-station facilities for the Department of Subways, as well as the management of the HVAC team. In this capacity, Vinny not only oversees employee facility refreshes on non-station facilities, but also provides critical support for comfort and cooling in the summer months, which we just had a toasty one this year. Then we have Mareem Standing, who's the Assistant Chief Officer of Facility Projects and Management. Mareem, in part, provides leadership to the Infrastructure Capital Construction Team, which oversees the rehabilitation of employee facilities, as well as DOS-managed third-party contracts. That means they gut a space down to the studs, down to the concrete floor, and rebuild a place that's new for employees to be proud of. She's played also a key role in the in-house work that the team has done on the customer service centers. Next, we have Veronica Santana. Hey, Veronica. Veronica Santana is with our Lost and Found unit in Operation Support. Veronica started in the Lost Property Unit since December of 2017 and has been with Subways since January of 2016. She continues to go above and beyond in her job. She doesn't just stand for what can I do now, but goes above and beyond. There's one particular instance that speaks to who she is and what she embodies. She found a lost naval aviator ID of a deceased World War II veteran. This woman, Veronica, would not rest until she found a person, a relative of the person who owned it. So she, on her own time, countless phone calls, exhaustive internet search. All of her work paid off when she found the daughter of this person. And you can imagine how much that means for a person to have an heirloom piece like that. It's beyond words. So thank you, Veronica. And lastly, we have Hugh Paul and Danny Feng. Now, all of you know the R211 has been huge, right? But you don't really, you see the cars come out, but you don't recognize how much work goes into the planning, the design, coordination in order to get those trains in service. This team has worked tirelessly to accept the commission of the fleet. Tirelessly. We now have 6 trains in service. It's amazing work. Hugh provides the leadership by assisting with the acceptance of the cars. He's also on call day and night. And I mean day and night because obviously they deal with Kawasaki. They don't have the same time frame as us. And when you have meetings, you have to be there. So he's working day and night to execute efficient operations. And he's supported with Danny Feng, who is a transit railcar technology specialist, who is an invaluable member of the team by providing assistance and coordination for the acceptance of these trains and commissioning of them. So fantastic work by my Subways team. I am grateful to be a part of it, grateful for the things that we've accomplished, and look forward to what the future holds. I do have just a couple more things to talk to, and I promise I'll hand it back over. My apologies in advance. When we talked about recognizing employees, there's a few things that I did not mention. We've expanded our department-wide employee recognitions, our programs and initiatives. So we have a fall KPI meeting where employee recognition is based upon the key performance metrics. The areas that we're doing well in performance, we want to acknowledge that. Sometimes within the organization, we only acknowledge extraordinary work. But for the folks who do it every day, in order to get there, the small incremental changes, we need to be recognizing that. Employee attendance, an annual event where we recognize employees for stellar attendance, helping to boost our availability. We just did this last week. Employees came to work a minimum of 20 years in service. One gentleman, 31 years without taking a sick day. Like, that is like an amazing feat. And, you know, I'm told that there are several other employees that I did not get to, so we will be doing that again to recognize others. Customer Service Awards. It's a quarterly event where we present a plaque to employees who received the most commendation. Our customers write in by Twitter. They call into our customer service center. They reach out to us to tell us that employee is fantastic, makes the best announcements, runs the best train. We want to recognize that, so we go out. This first photo on the right is of one of the conductors that we recognize. You know, and the last thing I'll talk. Oh, not the last thing, but one of the last areas is DOS Family Day. I've always been proud of where I work. My father worked here. My grandfather worked here. I always appreciated what he did. But this event will be able to highlight the camaraderie amongst the division, having over 1,000 employees come to one location, with their families and to be able to just enjoy that time. You'll get to showcase what you do. We'll have trucks there, we'll have diesels there, snow throwers there, we'll have things to show the employees, like the employees show their family this is what it's about. And we'll have food, so that's, that's important too. And then several division-specific programs on initiatives, North Star pins to highlight high-performing employees, commitment to excellence pins to recognize those who are helping to improve quality in our cleaning. And there is no SU, there is no U in success, a celebration held at SATOA, Staten Island Railway, to increase employee morale and highlighting achievements around service reliability. So, Subways is committed to to showing our employees that they mean something. The information that we receive from them and the feedback that we receive is enough for us to do a wonderful job in giving back to them as employees. And with Rich and his leadership, we've been tasked with doing things better, seeing things better, and giving to our employees better. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here and appreciate my employees for all that they do in making this place a fantastic place.
Thanks, Dee. And not to be outdone, Frank, let's talk about buses.
Let's talk about buses. Well, similar to Demetrius and the subway team, the bus team is committed with actions rather than words to honoring and recognizing our employees. Rich mentioned we received valuable feedback from our employee survey. The good news is that 80% of bus employees are proud to be part of the team. 60% are feeling good about their career prospects, and 70% would recommend a job to their friends and family. However, we also have a lot of work to do, with only 35% of our employees feeling appreciated. The bus team and this bus leader has to do better, and we will do better. I'm going to share a few things that we're doing right now. I'm excited to say that this year we reintroduce our workforce development program. The program was developed collaboratively between the Strategic Priorities Group and our operations team, offering workshops and one-on-one training focusing on bus transportation, maintenance, safety, and administrative leaders. One of the core values of this program is to train leaders to communicate more effectively and emphatically. This is something we heard during our survey, and we're going to do better. Another theme that also resonated strongly with our employees was the importance of improvement to the work environments in our facilities. Our leadership team, including VP of Facilities Ramesh Bali and Vice President of Operations Butch Miller, personally surveyed all of our bus facilities throughout all the 5 boroughs along with union leadership and prioritized the areas that needed to repair or upgrade the most. To date, the team identified over 130 areas or issues that need to be addressed, and we've already completed 61 of those, reaching over 8,300 employees. Another 49 are in progress, and the remainder are in planning stages. After personally engaging with employees across buses, I know how important our recognition programs are to our employees. This year, we have given out over 350 employee accommodations for distinguished service. We also reintroduced our Safe Bus Operator Award and our employee attendance recognition programs. In fact, we have awarded over 3,500 Safe Bus Operator jackets. These are for bus operators who have exemplary safety and attendance, and we are distributing attendance awards to over 2,000 bus employees with exemplary or perfect attendance for 2022. I'm very excited this week. We are also bringing back our bus rodeo after 6 years of a hiatus. It's a unique opportunity for our bus operators and maintenance employees to engage in a friendly competition, showcasing their amazing skills. We will also have, for the first time, a bus tug competition. So I'm looking forward to competing in that myself. This will surely be a fun day for the entire Department of Bus team and their families. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all out there. And finally, this morning, I want to recognize 10 of our best bus operators. 7 of them have received both our safety and perfect attendance awards, and 3, for exemplary commitment to customer service and safety. So for starters, I'd like to introduce Wexin Chen from Oma Park Depot. Could you stand up? Wait a minute. So if last week you may have seen the Hero of the Week segment, well, Wexin Chen was honored for his fearless professional efforts during the Union Square riot on August 4th when the gamer made those announcements and created mayhem. Wexin had a bus full of passengers who were just scared. They needed leadership, and he stepped up and he provided them with the guidance, the calmness, and the safety of all these passengers. And we received so many calls about Wexin, and we just want to thank him for his leadership. Next, Serena Lacey. Serena, I know you're here. So Serena could be described as she loves her job and demonstrates her selfless commitment to service. Recently, Serena was awarded a Safe Bus Operator Award jacket for having 0 accidents in 2022. But even equally important, Serena, an element of this Safe Bus Operator Awards is excellent attendance in doing so. And Serena is currently receiving much needed medical treatment and therapy, but she does this outside of her work, making work every day because she cares about her passengers. So thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Adrienne Segarra from Mother Clara Hale Depot. Is Adrienne here? Adrienne, thanks for coming. So Adrienne, a recipient of the Safe Bus Operator Award for 2022, but also we receive customer accommodations. The customers have commented numerous times about Adrian, how his commitment to helping customers with disabilities. And this goes a long ways because these folks, when they need the help, you're there to provide them, and we thank you for that, Adrian. So thank you, Adrian. Now, the following 7 bus operators I'm going to name have all received the Safe Bus Operator Award and also have perfect attendance awards for 2022. And each one of them have different stories and different attributes. If I had the time, I'd read, but their commitment, dedication, and professionalism to the bus system is above and beyond. So we really want to recognize them, thank them for this, and they promise they're going to be back here for 2023's awards too. So the following bus operators: Basalnuth Tawari of Casey Stengel, Vincent Overeem of Manhattanville Depot, Everton Wallace of Gun Hill Depot, Herman and Carlos Torres, brothers from LaGuardia Depot. And one of their sons works at East New York Depot. Tony McLeod from Mother Clara Hale Depot. Daniel Moyce of Fresh Pond Depot. And last but certainly not least, Danielle Moyce of Fresh Pond Depot. We salute your bus operators. Thank you very much.
Great, Frank. Thanks. And Sean, please, for Paratransit.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. So we often talk about the holy triad of people, process, and technology, and they really do go in tandem together. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that are ongoing presently within Paratransit. We recognize that, people want a path to advancement and a path to other opportunities within the organization. And an organization as large as the MTA, there should be lots of opportunity. So one of the things we're doing along those lines, we have a number of strategic initiative projects that are ongoing and also being initiated. And as part of that, we're bringing people from our operation into those projects early on so that A, they know what's going on, and B, they're able to participate and contribute to the success of those projects. So this is an ongoing initiative. Chris and I have talked a lot about this, and we will have a lot more detail on this in the very near future, but we are looking to formalize that program. Similar to what my colleagues have already stated, part of that, or a piece of that, is a kind of a rotational assignment aspect, where people from one part of the division get to participate and get visibility into other parts of the organization as well. We also recognize that employees like to come to work when they have nice facilities to come to. So along those lines, one of the things that we're looking to do in the next year to 18 months is improving some of our facilities, and in particular, our common areas. We have an operation that requires a very large number of people to be present under a single roof, in our instance, and we have a number of common areas that need to be upgraded. We are in the process of looking at our space, planning that out, and expanding that where possible. But I really wanted to spend the time this afternoon talking about the individuals in the organization and recognizing some of the outstanding contributions of those individuals. So we'd like to recognize 6 specific individuals today, although there are many, but these 6 individuals kind of exemplify what it really means to be a dedicated employee and a dedicated public servant. And we often hear the term hero or superhero. We hear that term bandied about quite a bit. But in these 6 cases, the label really fits. So I want to recognize 6 very, very special individuals from our paratransit group. First, Scott Pantano. Scott. So Scott is a general superintendent with our standards and compliance group. These individuals are out there every day performing inspections, making sure that our vehicles are safe, that safety and maintenance standards are being adhered to. It's a very, very difficult job. We have resources spread all over the city. These guys are out there all the time, and it's a very tireless effort that's required. And Scott has really been very dedicated to making sure that that takes place. Amanda Hill. So Amanda is with our fraud detection and internal controls unit. And because of the type of service that we provide, it's really crucial that we maintain a very close eye on how we're spending money and how our resources are being utilized. So Amanda has only been in this role for a very short time, but she has really done an outstanding job making sure that our brokerage service is done with integrity. And because of the introduction of the eHealth program, that program has really required a lot of dedication and attention to detail, and Amanda really exemplifies that. Man-Lung Lee. So Man-Lung is with our project management office, and he kind of balances a lot between 2 of those tiers that I mentioned, between people and technology and also process. Whether he's part of IT or now as part of Accessoride, he's worked very tirelessly to help improve our internal processes and provide a platform for innovative Accessoride programs such as eHealth Phase 2, and the upcoming technology initiative to basically modernize our entire operation. Shari Bush Ogborn. Now there's Shari. So Shari is with our really, really important customer relations unit. And she goes above and beyond to make sure that we maintain a very high level of customer service, which is so crucial for the Paratransit division. And she's also well known for her personal touch in her communications and making sure our customers feel heard, which is very, very important in improving upon the service that we currently provide. Bradley Lewis. There's Bradley. So Bradley is a director in our non-dedicated broker unit, and he plays a very essential role in making sure that there's oversight with our broker services that actually constitute the majority of our accessorized trips. It's about a 70-30 split at this point. He actually talks directly to customers to get feedback and coordinates with the brokers and routinely reports on KPIs that help us monitor and improve our service on a daily basis. And then finally, Manju Ramasamy. There's Manju. So Manju is also with our project management office, and she has her hand in just about everything at Paratransit. We have so many projects that are ongoing and being completed. Recently, Manju was a critical component in the oversight of the implementation of our iPad GPS system into all of our primary carriers. And in addition to that, she is also routinely collaborating across all of the different teams within Paratransit for process and business process improvement. So she is a critical piece in that triad that I mentioned, the people, process, and technology aspect of improving our service. So I'm really glad that we're able to recognize these 6 individuals, and I want to thank them for their effort and their day-to-day service within Paratransit. It does make a difference, and we appreciate everything that you do. Going forward, as I mentioned, we have a large technology initiative ongoing, and we're going to need a lot of help and support, and it's individuals like this that will make that a success going forward. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Sean. And I'm going to recognize from the podium just a couple more folks, and then we'll conclude my remarks. But a couple folks from our security and safety team, Bobby and Giovanna. Are you both here? I hope. Please, absolutely. So Bobby is he's an integral part of our initial subway security initiative, which was our gate guard initiative we rolled out last year. He helped train the guards and inspected them on a regular basis to make sure that they were adding value. Very much appreciate that. The program has created, as we know, a safer environment for our employees and our customers, as well as significantly reducing the number of fares lost to evaders. Due to his success with this initiative, he's since become the manager of the highly successful CERT team, our subway emergency response team, and that team consists of an experienced group of transit supervisors who inspect restricted areas throughout the system with the goal of reducing track fires, train delays, and track intrusions. Giovanna is a member of our fire safety division since the summer of last year, where she has developed into a vital team member. She has consistently performed above expectations, putting long hours in to ensure our capital programs are safely placed into service, and has provided training for our new employees in the division as well. She has expertly supported competing demands for design and product review for multiple high-profile, multi-billion-dollar capital projects. I think our pretty aggressive ADA program would be among those. I know we've been pushing hard to open elevators, even in the last few days, Q, right? It's this team that continues to support to make sure that those assets are opened on time and safely. So congratulations to you, too, very much. And last but not least, do we have Rashan and Daisha here? Right here, right? 2 traffic checkers who are phenomenal. So Rashan is assigned to the General Order Support Unit within OP's Traffic Checking Group. What does that mean? He's responsible for getting those posters up, putting our signage out for all the night and weekend general order, our shuttle disruptions. He's been a traffic checker for 16 years, diligent, motivated, and very loyal to us. He was recently promoted to supervisor due to his extensive knowledge that he has gained through his years, so we wish you the best of luck. Now it is, I guess, Supervisor Blair, right? Okay, very good. and Ms. Whitehead. She's assigned to our fare evasion data collection group with operations traffic checkers. She's responsible for collecting accurate and timely subway fare evasion data, which is used to report on a quarterly basis, and Bobby's team uses that data to then deploy gate guards or work with the chief and his team. She's been here for a little over a year and is incredibly hardworking and dedicated. So I think, as I've said, that this group of individuals we had a chance to say thank you to today personally represent the 47,000 men and women who deliver it. I've often made the joke, presidents come and go. It's true. I walk by a bunch of black and white photos in my office every day. I check to see if mine's in color. That means you're still in the job. But the trains and buses, the vehicles always run. And that is because of the talent and tremendous team that we have. We often hear where we don't get it right, and we need that feedback from our customers even today. But boy, we get it right a lot, and it's because of these folks here. So again, congratulations. Thank you for everything you do, and Madam Chair, that concludes our remarks.
So on behalf of the Transit Committee and everyone here in this room, congratulations. You guys have made us very proud. And I always say to Rich, I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from the people that actually run the system. And I'm really, really happy that we got a chance to just get to meet a little bit and get to know a little bit of what you do. Looking forward to seeing you guys again in 2023. And congratulations. You made us all very proud. I'm like the activities coordinator. I believe it should be memorialized, right? You guys did great work. Don't move. Don't move.
Don't move.
Should we stand up? Right. Why don't we all stand? Why don't you guys stand? Yeah, maybe we'll go over there. Any questions for Rich before we move on to Q? Nothing? Okay, so we're going to move on to Q.
Thank you. When it comes to accessibility, as with all things here at the MTA, our employees really are our greatest and best assets. And that's why training is a top priority for my team. And I'm proud of the work that we've done in partnership with Rich, Demetrius, Frank, and Chris, and their teams to ensure that all New York City Transit employees have the trainings and resources to do their work with all of our customers, including those who rely on accessibility features of our systems. To name a few of those highlights, last year we launched an updated version of our Accessibility 101 online training for all MTA employees, including both frontline and office staff. This training gives all New York City Transit employees the basic building blocks on how to help customers with different types of disabilities, some background on the ADAs and our agency's accessibility work, and an intro to all the important accessibility features of our systems. a huge focus this year has been on our station agents. Accessibility is a core component of the new training we've instituted for these agents to make sure that they are best prepared to perform their new roles outside of the booth. As agents spend more time roaming the stations, they are also a new key component of set of eyes and ears, not just to help our customers, but also to report any issues with elevators and escalators, auto gates, and other key accessibility features throughout the system. So we're really focused on ensuring that every agent is trained and resourced for this critical role, from what to look for and how to report it. Finally, on training, earlier this year, we launched a new series of trainings with our customer division on how to create accessible content with a focus on all the new tools available in our increasingly digital communications world. We are really proud to have partnered with Transit and teams across the MTA to ensure that all these training focus not just on regulatory requirements, but on real-life scenarios, how to navigate them, and to give our customers a great experience in the system. And we thank all the advocates that have helped us throughout the years in developing these trainings. We're strengthening our pipeline for people with disabilities who want to join the MTA as employees, diversifying and strengthening our workforce. This year, we launched a new partnership program in partnership with AHRC and Access VR that has already brought young people with disabilities in to serve the various roles in transit and across the MTA, a program we are really excited to grow in the coming years. These are paid positions that will give young people new opportunities at the MTA to help us build the workforce of the future. There's so many New York City Transit employees who are already accessibility champions, and we want to recognize their work. This past July, we hosted our first MTA Accessibility Awards, where we honored 35 outstanding employees and their teams, whose work underlies our commitment to make the system fully accessible. We are so happy to have bus operators, GSMs, and so many other transit employees as part of these award recipients. And we partner with Rich and his office to make this event happen. We look forward to continuing this new tradition here at the MTA, as there are so many colleagues across the agencies that deserve recognition for their work. It's all of us working together that will get our accessibility goals accomplished. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Q. Any questions for Q? If not, we move on to our crime report with Chief Kempler.
Good afternoon, Chair Mihalcis, President Davey, and members of the board. It's hard to believe that the summer is over, you know, and here we are. And I just hope everyone enjoyed their summer, and I look forward to my update this morning. So you have before you the latest crime figures for the month of August, which shows the subway system experienced 170 index crimes for the month, which translates to a 6.6% reduction in crime versus last August. Being we did not meet last month, I'll touch upon the crime figures for July also, where for the month of July we experienced 172 index crimes, which translates to a 10% reduction from July of 2022. When looking at the summer as a whole and focusing on July and August combined, we achieved an 8.3% reduction of overall index crime when compared to July and August of last year. This 8.3% reduction for the 2 months combined translates to 31 less crimes or 31 less victims of crime in the New York City subway system versus last year and during the very busy summer months. We're proud of this accomplishment. When looking at a bigger picture and looking at the entire calendar year of 2023 versus 2022, an approximate 8.5-month picture starting on January 1st, overall index crime in the New York City subway system is down 4.4% versus last year. This 4.4% reduction translates to 72 less victims of crime this year versus last year. Most notably, robberies. Robberies are down 12.6% this year versus last year, or 54 less robberies this year. Additionally, I'm happy to report that shooting incidents are down 57% this year versus last year, 3 versus 7 at the same period. That's incidents. Also, and when looking at a bigger picture, it's important to note that overall index crime this year is down versus pre-pandemic years. For example, year-to-date crime this year is down 8.1% versus 2019. It's down 8.9% versus 2018. Matter of fact, when talking about year-to-date crime this year in the New York City subway system, and when excluding pandemic years 2020 and 21, for obvious reasons, only 2 years in recorded history have lower year-to-date numbers for the first 8.5 months of the year. Those 2 years are 2009 and 2010. And please, to anyone listening and to the board, as I often say, we understand and we recognize that one crime is one crime too many. We will never be satisfied and we will never rest until there is no crime. We clearly recognize that we have a lot of work to continue to do. But what I can say and what I'm trying to say is that we are encouraged by these current crime stats. And I could also say that as the Chief of Transit, I am truly impressed by the courageous and meaningful work that the men and women in the NYPD and the Transit Bureau do each and every day. I am honored to be in a position to tell their story, an exceptional story. While statistical achievements in public safety are important, so too is the perception of safety. And those same men and women who have been steadfast in their work to confront those who will bring lawlessness and disorder into our subway system, from curbing fare evaders to confronting quality of life offenders, to arresting those who would victimize our riders, police engagement within the subway system is up across the board. Some year-to-date examples. Overall arrests are up 57% this year. Tab summonses are up 55%. Criminal court summonses are up 58%. Fare evasion contacts are up 54%. And as I've highlighted before, stopping people from entering the subway system armed with weapons capable of inflicting harm to our riders is a top priority of ours. I am happy to report that year-to-date, NYPD officers have arrested and removed 35 illegally possessed firearms, mostly from individuals attempting to enter our subway system or are who already within. This 52% increase in gun arrests this year, this is a 52% increase in gun arrests this year versus last year. Additionally, cutting instrument arrests, knives, cutting instrument arrests are up 80% this year versus last year. Our efforts are all geared toward public safety. I'd like to take a moment to point out an unlikely group of individuals who also answered the call this summer in pursuit of subway safety. A group of students from the High School for Arts and Design. A group now known as the Subway Squad. Led by Principal Max, the members of the squad took the creative lead in a multi-agency effort, present company included, to bring to fruition a public awareness campaign that highlights the dangers of subway surfing. I think I could speak for the members of the MTA leadership who played an important and visible role in this joint effort, that the students and their important work was nothing short of exceptional. In regard to subway surfing, our work at the NYPD continues. Fortunately, we did not suffer a single subway surfing related tragedy during the summer months. The timing of this public awareness campaign is especially important given the return of students to schools and to the subway system. We'll hope to capitalize on the good work of the Subway Squad, and the NYPD likewise will continue to do our part by devoting police resources to times and locations where we see peak student ridership. This concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Chief, I was going to apologize for keeping you waiting, but you had good news, so I'm happy that we kept you waiting. And thank you on behalf, again, of the Transit Committee and everyone here. Please thank everyone in Transit and the people at the NYPD who keep our system safe and continue to keep our system safe. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for the Chief? Great. Okay. We move on. I think we have Jessica Lazaris from MTA strategic initiatives to update us on Omni.
That's right. That's right. Maybe I'll be brief in my introduction of Jesse. So, obviously works with strategic initiatives, but I think we're now moving away from this being a project, if you will, a construction project, design project, to saying how do we move New Yorkers equitably, by the way, onto our Omni system in these coming weeks and months, and how do we eventually retire MetroCard. Jesse's got some really good, I think, insights and data about how we hope to do that. We've been, from customers, what I'm hearing, one of the things they like most about our system, whether they be New Yorkers or out from out of town, is actually using the Omni network. So this is something we really want to capitalize on. But with that, I'll let Jesse share this information. I think you'll find it interesting.
Thank you, President Davey, and thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for inviting me today to bring a perspective on Omni that centers our customers, not just the cement and hardware required to implement the contactless fare payment system. So a quick recap, Omni is just a word that represents the MTA's modern fare payment system that's designed to give our customers financial flexibility, so you can pay as you go rather than upfront, and convenience to skip the line. To date, we've had significant success with Omni. As of August, we're at 42% system-wide adoption of this tap-to-pay system. But soon we're entering a new chapter for growing Omni adoption. We're about to embark on the crucial work of helping a lot of newly eligible customers make the switch from MetroCard swipes to Omni taps. So one of my primary roles is to orchestrate across the various functions of the MTA required to do that. I know that it's a focus on employee work and engagement and celebration today, and I'll just say there are hundreds of employees also who I hope that once we get this done, we will also recognize in the great effort in bringing this across the finish line. So I think the point is we're expeditiously trying to bring our customers along, but not at the expense of helping all of our customers make this switch. And to do this, we need to align the software and product release schedule with the marketing efforts, the customer education, hardening our distribution channels, as well as the internal operations functions required to bring folks onto Omni. So this is going to take some time. It's not a rip the Band-Aid off situation, but we do have a methodical, data-driven approach to getting this done, and that's what I'm excited to walk you through today. So there are 3 topics that I'll try to breeze through, but pretty interesting stuff. So first is, what does Omni market share look like today, and where's it heading? The second is, what are our different customer segments, and what are some of their obstacles and opportunities to help them make this switch to tap to pay? And the third is, how do we bring this into a work plan, and what are the key elements of that work plan? So the first piece is a good news story. This chart shows you ridership over the last 16 months. Let me just explain what you're seeing. In blue, you'll see a line representing Omni taps. In purple, you'll see MetroCard stored value, MetroCard pay as you go. And in green, you'll see the MetroCard 7-day and 30-day unlimited passes. The orange represents the remaining customer segments, including students. So I think the main thing you can see right here is that Omni taps, represented in the blue line, is shooting up, and every other fare product and customer segment is down or flat. In fact, Omni, sort of continuing in this theme, is hitting records even the last 2 weeks. We've had at least 2 consecutive days in the last 2 weeks with over 2.2 million taps. So customers are finding the product very appealing. But let's take this a level deeper and describe what we're seeing across the city and across the 5 boroughs at our stations. So Omni usage today is correlated to areas with younger ages and higher incomes. The Brooklyn stops closest to Manhattan on the L and around NYU and Columbia have some of our highest Omni penetration rates in the city. And parts of the city where tap to pay is not yet the preferred method include some of the terminal stations in the Bronx, Woodlawn, Utica, Woodlawn, Utica, Wakefield, and others are in the under 20 and in the 30s. I'll say an important side note about the data you're seeing here is that it's actually now available as of today on open data. So folks are welcome to find that at the URL below. And thank you to the MTA Data and Analytics team for making this available. So I'd like to go below, like one layer deeper below the system-wide view of subway stations and talk to you about our customer segments, customers who are tapping and swiping into those subway stations. So a quick note before I do, though, we're showing May data. May tends to be more representative of the system overall, and the last full month we have is August. There are no students swiping in August, for example, or there are very few. So we're going to ground ourselves for this conversation today with May. So what you're seeing in this slide, think of it like a square pie chart. The whole chart represents the 105 million trips in a month that happen in the subway system. And all of the columns across represent, in width, the number of trips in that customer segment relative to the trips taken in the other customer segments. That's a mouthful. So to explain what you're seeing, literally, regular fare is about 65% of the trips, meaning a full fare, regular fare trip. And within that regular fare customer segment, about 70% of those trips are taken using Omni. One limitation to the map of the city I just showed you with tap to pay penetration by stations is that it only shows you the breakdown of payment method. But as this chart explains, there are only two customer segments who are eligible for Omni today, the regular fare customers and reduced fare. A note that reduced fare is only available on open loop today. So while overall subway share is about 47% in August, this is mostly driven by the 70% of our regular fare customers, again, 65% of the customer base who tap using Omni. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on buses. The bus share, I think we've heard, has lagged or does lag subways. That is true. The overall share is lower, but I don't think that's telling the full story. For customers eligible for Omni, regular fare and some reduced fare, a majority are choosing to use it on buses. And so the reason Omni adoption lags on buses is because the overall regular fare customer base on buses is smaller. It's about 45% as compared to subways, 65%. We've researched what some of the top obstacles are for each of these yellow segments and the sections of the chart in yellow. So I'd like to take you through what some of those segments are, or excuse me, what some of the obstacles for adoption in these segments are. We have a wonderful in-house research team, and we've done a lot of research to understand what's keeping folks from adopting Omni. It's clear that convenience and speed were the primary drivers of this first wave of Omni adopters and what brought them to Omni in the first place. Promotions and this idea of fare capping didn't seem to influence this first wave of adopters much. But we still have a lot of folks who haven't made the switch. So when we look at some of the reasons they haven't made the switch, I think that we're noticing that they fall into three categories. One around education, one around trust, and the third around value or an economic decision. So on education, some customers don't know how to use the digital wallet feature on their smartphones. Others cite some reluctance because they aren't quite sure how to use Omni or what it means. On the idea of trust, there's a question about whether or not I'll be charged the right amount. There's also a misunderstanding about the level of personal information you're giving the MTA when you actually tap. And on the last bucket, this value idea, people think that the 7-day Metro card is a better deal. And this definitely hit the field before our rolling fare cap came out. But as of today, the 7-day Metro card is not a better deal. You don't have to pay up front with Omni like you do with the 7-day Metro card. And the last piece, this subset of customers who receive a Metro card elsewhere, I guess if someone is giving you a Metro card for free elsewhere, it might be a better deal, so I'll give them that. I think interestingly, though, the obstacles not commonly chosen, people aren't citing a lack of access to the media or to use Omni as a primary obstacle to adoption. So that's our regular fare customer base. Let's talk about a few other customer segments. Obstacles for the unlimited passes, the reduced fare, and the fares fall into very similar categories around education, trust, and value. And the 7-day unlimited, this is about value and education. As I mentioned, the survey hit the field prior to the rolling cap coming on, but also in this segment is a very important customer base that accesses their transit spend via pre-tax benefit providers and pre-tax benefit provided fare media. So we have more work to do there. In the reduced fare segment, I think this idea that Omni isn't active for my fare type is partially true. Omni is available for reduced fare customers on open loop and requires, as we heard during the public comment section, engagement with the chatbot and an enrollment online. We will be issuing reduced fare Omni cards, and so those aren't ready yet. So this is partially true. This is true today in fares also. There's no fare option on Omni, but I'm really excited to share with you all today that we have been engaging with the City of New York and will soon be releasing a pilot for fares. So we're really excited about that and to see some movement across the board here. But, we've talked about some of these obstacles and this idea of generating movement across the customer segments. We have a plan to actually get it done, and I'd like to show you some of the details and some of the data behind. You've seen some of the data, but I'd like to show you some of the details of how we get that done. So I'll quickly say these are 6 key work streams that we're using to methodically take on the question of growing tap-to-pay adoption across the system. At the top of this list is the Omni card strategy. And I will say at the outset that centering racial and economic equity in bringing our customers onto tap-to-pay is at the core of this work. Most of our customers choose to bring their own device, but that isn't an option for all of our customers. So equity in this instance means how can a customer get the benefits of Omni without a smartphone or a contactless credit or debit card? And the Omni card is that answer. Unlike in the Metro card era, when every customer needed MTA-issued fare media, Omni is mostly bring your own, but again, the Omni card is for those who don't have their own. Omni cards will be available through 2 channels, customer vending machines and in the retail network, and we're striving to ensure that each of these channels has a strong presence to support our Omni card customers in all 5 boroughs. Customer vending machines will be available in the subway stations, and in the next slide, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the retail network and building and hardening our retail network for Omni. So if you look at this slide, you'll see that yellow are existing Metro card retail partners. Teal represent the existing Omni retail network, and red are potential Omni not yet activated retail partners. When we stood up an Omni retail presence, the goal was as many cards as quickly as possible. And now really is the time to refine it. We're learning a lot about what demand for retail is. We're learning about where retail matters most in the city. And we're understanding some of the challenges to existing Metro card retail partners to making the switch to Omni and how we might do that most effectively. So you'll see Metro card retail is very dense in the Bronx and in parts of Queens. Omni, there's a lot of teal in Manhattan. So we need to move that center of gravity with the Omni network into the neighborhoods where it matters most, and also make sure we're meeting customers with a product opportunity that mimics what they are asking for, what the demand is in Metro card today. So for example, the 7-day unlimiteds are very, very popular in the Metro card retail network. And just a note, the definition of retail in this instance are basically channel partners outside of the MTA's properties. So in Omni, it's a lot of Duane Reade's and drugstores and chain stores. In MetroCard, it's bodegas, it's mom and pops, it's sort of the delis and bodegas in neighborhoods. And we are very excited to continue to stand up a strong Omni presence, again, as I mentioned, in the neighborhoods and communities where retail has the greatest demand today.
So, Jessica, can I just ask you a question? So, if every Duane Reade carries Omni, why aren't the Duane Reads up in the Bronx or out in Queens carrying Omni?
Many of them are, as you could see.
People are not buying them?
Yeah. So, if there hasn't been a transaction, it wouldn't necessarily show up on this map. So, there's a lot of work happening in this particular work stream, and we could get into that, but some of it is a better point of sale marketing and also continuing to let folks know that Omni is available in their neighborhood. Yeah. But the next work stream I just wanted to briefly touch on is around marketing. And we have an amazing customer and marketing operation within the MTA that's been working on a lot of customer creative to explain, in this instance, the benefit of the rolling fare cap to customers. So an example of how we got this done, and you'll start to soon see these pieces hitting the field, we started with dozens of creative concepts and actually worked with our in-house customer research team to test these messages with 7-day MetroCard unlimited pass holders to understand what resonated with them, what explained the rolling fare cap to them, and what would motivate them to make the switch to tap to pay. And so we're thrilled with the results, and we'll soon see these. You'll soon see these throughout the system and throughout the field. The last work stream I want to double click on is really about our stations and our station agents. So there are several profiles of stations that we are thinking about, some with very high 7-day pass usage, some with very high 7-day activations and purchases. But one particular type of station that's really stood out to us is this concept of a station with very high ridership but below average tap to pay penetration. So to read this chart, just think of all the blue dots as one of our 470 plus stations. The red line represents the system-wide tap-to-pay average as of May. And the x-axis shows you ridership over the course of a month. So you'll see in this green circle, there are a handful of stations with exceptionally high ridership but below average Omni penetration. And we've been really interested in understanding how can we influence and make and sort of change that customer behavior. So we brought our station agents in to hear directly from them and station agents from these stations. It was incredible to sit and listen to these station agent conversations and focus groups led by our in-house customer research team, and also obviously with the great support and only made possible by the incredible stations team and station agents team. But station agents really are the front lines of customer service in the subway system, and this switch to tap to pay is not going to flip without them playing a leading role. So making sure that we're understanding what the baseline knowledge of Omni is and really hearing from them about their experiences to date, working with customers and helping them navigate the nuances of this tap-to-pay system, it was key for us. And it's informed a lot of our work ahead and the way that we think about how we can enlist the station agents in our work to grow Omni adoption as another key part of this methodical plan to onboard all of our customers to the new tap-to-pay system. So I will say in summary that we're attempting a very focused approach to getting this done. We want to move expeditiously, but we can't move at a pace that leaves our customers, any of our customers, behind. So we're going to continue monitoring Omni market share, understanding where we are today, and trying to set targets for the future as new product features come out and we're preparing to onboard new customers to Omni. We're focusing on the customer segments who aren't yet eligible or who soon will become eligible or who just, for whatever reason, haven't converted or for other reasons haven't converted. and making sure that our strategies and research really are getting at the crux of how we can address their concerns and help them make this switch. And finally, the priority areas of our workstream plan, it's a very broad across the MTA effort, but the work is actually quite targeted and very targeted for each customer segment. So again, this is a full of the MTA across the MTA effort that we're managing as a true change management program. And the tactics are going to evolve over time, and the specifics will as well. And we look forward to keeping you posted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica, for that detailed presentation. Andrew, you have a question.
Yes, thank you for that wonderful detailed presentation. One thing that I do not see and have not heard is when will the Omni vending machines start to be in stations?
It's a great question, and we're putting the final touches on it, and so I think you'll hear quite soon when they'll start to hit. But it'll be a slow and steady rollout to get them throughout the system.
I think that will jettison the adoption of Omni.
Yes, we agree. We agree.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Jessica? If not, okay, we move on to Lou.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. The New York City Transit procurement package includes one action item this month. The item is a modification to a sole source miscellaneous service contract with Pretect Incorporated. The Pretect system is designed to analyze raw sensor data collected from the exhaust aftertreatment system by the existing bus telematics system. The system then provides prognostic, maintenance alerts, and repair plans, which can be used to reduce in-service interruptions. This innovative approach was introduced to New York City Transit through the Transit Tech Lab through a no-charge proof of concept that resulted in a test and evaluation contract to provide this service on approximately 1,500 buses. This modification will increase the quantity of buses monitored from 1,500 to approximately 5,000, extend the term of the test and evaluation by 1 year through the end of November 2024, and add an estimated $3.3 million for expected expenditures. Since its initial deployment at New York City Transit, the Pretect system has successfully helped to identify potential road calls before they occur and help to optimize labor hours and material costs. DOB and MTA Bus have determined that the use of prognostic maintenance services to analyze data and create prognostic alerts and repair plans will be effective and beneficial to the overall maintenance strategy on buses. A competitive request for proposals to apply prognostic maintenance of this and other bus systems will be advertised in early 2024. The final agreed upon price for this modification is $3.3 million. I submit this procurement for board approval.
So Lou, can you explain the 3.3? Is it per bus, per how is it?
It's a rate per bus per month.
Per month, per bus.
And it's based
okay.
upon the volume of data
Okay.
that each bus represents.
And that's going to take us from December 23 to November 24?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, I guess, early 24, we start for
We're soliciting, we'll begin with a request for proposal process for this system to see if there's competition, as well as to introduce it to other systems on the bus.
Right, and then we're going to go from 1,500 to 5,000 buses?
In the context of
In
this.
the new-
No, in this.
Oh, in this one.
In this one, right?
Okay.
We're extending it by that year, but as well expanding the
Okay.
number of buses that data will be collected from.
Great, okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Any other questions for Lou? Okay, if not, the committee members, President, are going to recommend that the board approve this procurement on Wednesday. Okay, all right. No other business? Motion to adjourn. Second? All right, all those in favor? Thank you, everyone. Let me go continue shaking hands to the people I didn't.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help, we stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now,
I would like to call the meeting of the Diversity Committee to order, please. My name is Blanca Lopez, and I'm the chair of the Diversity Committee. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues who are joining me. We have Midori Valdivia, John Ross Rizzo, we have Jerry Bringman, and Neil Zuckerman will be joining us shortly. Before we listen and hear from our public speakers, I want to just recognize the fact that we just started our Hispanic Heritage Month. It started September 15th. And for those of us who are fortunate enough to speak Spanish as a second language, whether it's our primary or secondary language of birth, I would just like to say, todos estamos orgullosos de estar acá y celebrar los acontecimientos de la comunidad hispana en este país. So happy Hispanic Heritage Month to everybody. And, de nada. And Tracy, are there any public speakers? Mark?
Good afternoon. We have 2 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all members adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Althea Dupree.
Buenas tardes, Blanca, and thank you for speaking in Spanish. I was very impressed about that, and I would love to see more Latinx people in the MTA, and as well as people with disabilities, because that is very, very important. So, the Latin force in New York City is like, we are like the melting pot. That reminds us the book that Esmeralda Santiago wrote. So that's why we need more Latin folks, and most importantly, more fully bilingual folks working in our agency. So with that said, I'll wrap it up. I'll see you guys later.
The final speaker is Althea Dupree.
Thank you to the chair, Alita Dupree. For the record, she and her with Team Folds talk about diversity today. How do we become the most aware of diversity? In some ways, I'm very different. I'm an ordinary user of these systems. I'm a 57-year-old Jewish disabled Desert Storm Army veteran who doesn't really meet societally established definitions. And I think we get diversity in the boardroom, but out in the field, I think there are many who don't quite know what to do with me when I appear on the scene. They don't know what to call me. Well, ask. My name is Alita, she and her. I am who I am. And so how do we as an agency overcome perhaps our cultural and our ways that we were perhaps taught by osmosis when we were young, when we are faced with new things? It's not easy being here. It's not being easy out on the system, being a person who is profoundly disabled from service in Operation Desert Storm. There are many of us out there who served, who use this system daily. And yes, I have my reduced fare Omni, so it costs me half fare to use this system with the fare capping. So I think the hallmark of diversity should be about awareness. And if one doesn't know what to do with me when I appear on the scene, just ask. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you to our speakers. We would like to move on to the approval of the meeting minutes. These are for the meeting that was conducted on June 26th. As everybody knows, these are quarterly meetings. May I have a motion? So moved. Thank you. And a second? Thank you, Midori. All in favor? Good. Any opposed? Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Are there any updates on the 2023 work plan?
Yes, there are. The first thing is that we have added the DBE goal rationale 24 to 26 in today's meeting. We also moved the review of the Diversity Committee charter to December's meeting. The updated 2023 work plan is on pages 6 to 9 of the book.
Are there any comments from the committee members? If not, I'll make the motion to approve the work plan changes. May I have a second? Thank you, Midori. Everybody in favor? Thank you. Work plan approved. Tracy, can you take us through the executive summary, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Lopez. So today we're going to go over the some of the highlights for the DBE certification, the DBE goal rationale, workforce highlights, and our approach to address areas of underutilization. Next slide. I'm going to take my glasses off. I thought I could see with them. So here are our previous slide. I'm sorry, next slide. Next slide. All right, so last meeting, we, I don't know why it's jumping back and forth, Mark, right? So last year we reported, I think it was approximately 804 in utilization for MWBE. What happens is that we will run the numbers. Empire State Development will validate the numbers. And so when they went back to look at our numbers, it increased to $813 million. That was for MWBEs for last year, fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Fed's number stayed the same for DBE. And then there was an increase in disabled vets. I think the previous numbers were 33 million, and now it's 35. Now, for the DBE numbers and for the federal projects, it's not counted. However, we do track MWBE utilization. So adding that up, we come to $1.1 billion that were paid to MWDBEs, SDVOBs. So, of course, we achieved that 37%, and then 5% for disabled vets. Next slide. Okay, so we're comparing where we were last year to where we are now. And so right now for this quarter, which is April 1st of 2023 to June of 2023, so far we have paid $179 million in MWBEs awards. SDVOB, $7 million, and DBEs, that's a federal project, so it's only reported twice. So that number remains the same as the last board meeting. MTA is on track to exceed New York State goal for the 4th consecutive year. Currently, we're at 31% in utilization, 5% in SDVOB, and then the 16% for DBE remains the same. So that's a huge accomplishment to continue for the 4th year consecutively to exceed the state's goal of 30%. and we still have months left in this year. Next slide. We're noting some of the top prime awards. So for the MBE, NIA Consulting, WBE, Empire Control Abatement, $4 million. And then we had our top award for disabled vet for $809,000. Top subcontract awards. So we have a construction company that received a $14 million award, WBE that received a $14 million award, and an SDVOB. And those were subcontract awards. So doing pretty well in prime awards as well as subcontract awards. Next slide. And so these are the largest DBE awards. So there was a DBE Voltamp electrical work at $31 million. That's a huge prime award for a DBE. And then for the top subcontract award for a DBE is Northeast Steel at $27 million. It would seem to me, Ray, and I'm going to throw this to you, right, that at these top awards, and being that the DBE threshold is only at 1.3 million, you would seem to think that these awards would probably take them out of the program.
Well, these DBE firms, once certified, they have a working capital
Mm-hmm.
cap within their portfolio. And actually, Lorraine could probably speak more
Mm.
on that as far as certification. And a lot of these firms, if they exceed that cap, then they would be taken out of the program. But a lot of these firms have very high caps. Like Northeastern, I think they were at like 31 million or something
Okay.
like that. So they're not right now in danger of
Losing
their
certification.
certification.
Okay.
You know, they're just in a very good place right now getting those live
No,
contracts.
it's a good thing.
Yeah,
It's a
very
good thing for sure. All right, next slide. All right, outreach. So of the 250 firms that we outreach to, that's the breakdown. How many were MWD, SDVOB, and how many had dual certification? So 73 of the 250 firms were not certified, and those are the areas that the outreach resulted in. Next slide. And Zuckerman, Board Member Zuckerman, this is a slide for you. Last time you asked about how does our outreach compare to awards that we make, right? So this is just for you, all right? So, so as you can see on the commodities that we outreach, 7%, and how many awards were given to commodities, 46%. Service consulting, 73% of the firms that we outreach to were in that category. 16 million went awarded to those firms. So it gives you a comparison of the outreach by awards. Now, not to say that if we outreached last month that these firms got awarded the previous month, but I think it's a very similar process and correlation that our outreach is on targeted with the awards that are being made.
Look, thank you for doing that. I'm not knowing exactly what the inputs are of this. I would have imagined there's some relationship between. If I remember the question, I think there would be some relationship between the volume of outreach and the volume of awards. So this looks like that we don't have to do much outreach in commodities, and it's only one quarter, so it's probably not the right. You probably need over a number of years. But this would tell me, if this one quarter is representative, that a little bit of outreach in commodities creates a lot of awards, but a lot of outreach in service consulting creates not nearly as much in awards. So that would tell me, this would tell me that either it takes a lot of effort to get awards in service consulting, or that we have a long way to go in creating enough contractors in services. Whereas I would interpret, if this is fair to interpret, I would just using this data, I would say, oh, we have a really good group of folks in commodities.
Right.
It's not hard for us to get MWBE in commodities, but it seems like, again, from this chart, it seems like it's a lot of work to get service consultant. That's my interpretation.
And so how we take this information is that when we look at the areas that we don't get a lot of awards to MWBEs, to provide some targeted outreach in those areas, right? So there are areas that may not have a goal because there are none of the MWBEs. Yes.
Thank you so much. So following up on that, what does targeted outreach mean? I've heard this phrase a lot in the diversity committee. May I have some examples of what that looks like specifically in the service consulting industry?
So I'm going to throw that to Christine, who is over our outreach. I mean, I could start it, but I'm going to let her finish it and answer it.
It looks like the special efforts that we've made to increase information technology. If you look at our IT, where we started and where we are now, that was through targeted outreach efforts. So we had very low participation. Most of the IT service contracts went to large companies like IBM. But we did a discretionary RFP. We pre-qualified about approximately 29 vendors in various categories of consulting services. And over time, we increased participation in IT with the use of those firms. So we are attempting to do that in other areas. You may recall that we had similar outreach efforts for legal services, and MTA's legal services has increased tremendously, and we're doing the same for A&E services.
And so, but some of the targeted areas could be that if there is low utilization in an area, we'll contact like chambers of commerce, other groups, and try to find firms that work in that area, get them certified, and hopefully get jobs with the MTA. So when targeted, we have to go out and try to find those agencies that may encompass those firms. All right? Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Next slide. Great. Now, this is on the DBE certification, a comparison between 2022 and 2023. What it tells you is that we've increased applications from 321 to 349 as it stands now, and we decreased the time that it takes to certify a firm from 57 days down to 46 days. Great. Thank you. Next slide.
Can I ask a stupid question?
Sure.
I feel like I've never asked this in the years of doing this. What does it take to certify, and what do you do to? Is that a stupid question?
No, it's not.
No, the chief of staff just almost did a major guffaw there back there.
No, it's fine. And I'm just so happen to have my certification lead at the table.
The czar of certification.
Lorraine Warren. So,
All
Lorraine, why don't you quickly take us through
Just
that
like the
process.
highlights from Hamlet version. Yeah.
Well, we follow Federal Regulations 49 CFR Part 26, and we are required to complete certification within 90 days of a complete application. Okay, so it's various different components of the receipt of the application, interviewing the client, and performing a site visit, preparing the evaluation for approval or denial, and certifying the firm.
So a firm has to be within a certain personal net worth, max of 1.3 million. They have to be ownership.
Yes.
And knowledgeable of that fact. So when Lorraine talks about a site visit, they're interviewing the owner of that company to make sure that that owner is exactly.
Yes, yes. And the personal net worth cannot exceed $1.32 million.
Net worth?
Excluding, yes, excluding the primary residence. And the firm must be a small business size.
No, that's MWBE that went to 15 million, right?
Yes.
This is DBE federal. Thank you, Lorraine.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Can I ask one more related question? I
You're
don't know if
on
this-
a roll. Go ahead.
I don't know if you're allowed to share these stats. How often do you deny an application?
Well, last year,
Oh, is it
maybe
there?
21, we denied 2 firms.
Two out of how many?
Out of, what did we do?
Over
we received
300.
About, yeah.
And
that
what,
would-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
What would be the reason for denial? Is it incomplete information? Is it that they weren't the owners? or
Yes,
network-
lack of expertise, and it would be that they don't meet the requirements of the regulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions from the committee?
Okay, next slide. Okay, so I thought it was important to talk about setting the DBE goal. This is a process that takes place every 3 years. So right now, we're setting the goal for 24, 25, and 26. And Christine Norman is going to give us a presentation on how that's done.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to give you just a brief overview of our requirements. So the U.S. Department of Transportation, again, through Regulations 49 CFR Part 26, requires the MTA to establish a DBE program. And with the establishment of that program, we are required to set goals for the next 3 years. Any agency or authority that receives over $250,000 in federal transit assistance funds must have a DBE program. So we have established the MTA's DBE program. Okay. We are also required to discuss with our stakeholders every year before we set forth our goal, the rationale for setting our DBE goal. So we did hold a public announcement on August 31st, and we discussed with the stakeholders, which is advocacy groups, certified DBEs, and prime contractors, our rationale for setting our goal. Okay.
I have a quick question on that, if that's okay.
Sure.
Were there any questions from the stakeholders with regards to that?
And they have 30 days to submit comments to us if they would like to put their comments in writing. So we've had some responses. Most have been favorable, thanking us for, establishing the goal at 20%.
I think one of the main responses was that increase the P&W from
Yes.
1.3 million, right?
Yes.
Even though we have no stand on that, we, as the MTA, suggested it went up to 1.7 million, right?
So the Department of Transportation, I believe it was last year, they recommended an increase to the DBE personal net worth. The MTA's position is that that increase doesn't go far enough to recognize the cost of living in a city like New York. And we did recommend that we propose that they increase it higher than what DOT recommended.
All right, I think that some of the responses included that there should be a multiplier for New York City. I mean, certainly doing business in New York City is much different than doing business in Boise, Idaho, right?
That is
so. It should reflect that, but
Yes.
I don't know if the feds are taking that in consideration.
Well, when they initially proposed the changes to the DBE program, which hadn't occurred in about 11 years, 10 or 11 years, they received feedback from a number of advocacy groups, authorities like the MTA, and certified DBE community. So this has been an ongoing conversation, and the MTA continues to advocate that the personal net worth, be considered perhaps by region or by a multiplier, and that seems to be a common refrain from the DBEs that attended the announcement. Okay? And we will share those comments when we submit our goal to DOT. Okay? All right. So we'll go to the next slide. Oh, okay. All right. So the FTA recommends a three-step process for establishing the DBE goal. Step one is calculating the base figure. So we worked with construction and development to look at our plan over the next 3 years of what contracts we anticipate letting over the next 3 years. And MTA will probably spend approximately $11.7 billion. So we look at the $11 billion, we look at the commodity codes that the majority of those contracts will fall in, and we compare that data with the availability of all firms. It's a lot of information. We use census information, and we determine the availability of all firms, and then we determine the availability of DBE firms that are ready, willing, and able to participate on those projects. Okay. In step two, the adjustment of the base figure is looking at the capacity of those DBE firms to participate in our projects, the outreach we perform. We look at our participation over the past 4 years as recommended by FTA. And that is our 4-year participation. So as you can see, in 2019, we performed 26%, 2020, 15%, in 21, 25%, and 22, 17%. Our goal for, 21, 22, 23 was 20%. All right, and so that's how we've been trending, a little up and down.
We kind of take the two middle numbers, right?
So when we average that, we get about 19% participation over the past 4 years. FTA also encourages us to look at our median score by positioning the numbers from lowest to highest, and then taking the two middle scores, adding that, dividing it, and getting a number. And then we divide that number by our anticipated base number for 24 through 26. And so with that, we arrived at approximately 18%. But when we consider the fact that we have $11.7 billion in the pipeline, we determined that it would be in our best interest to maintain our 20% goal that we've had for the past 3 years. So moving forward, our goal will continue to be 20%. But in doing this, step 3 asks us to consider race-neutral measures and race-conscious measures. So race-conscious measures being the easiest to describe, and that is our goal-setting process. And so we have the ability to increase the goal where we think we'll have more participation for certain contracts, and we can adjust the goal on contracts where we think that there may be fewer opportunities for DBEs. So our race-neutral measures include our outreach, to firms, encouraging them to participate and to bid on prime contracts. It includes the utilization of DBEs by prime contractors when there are no goals assigned, or when they exceed the goals that we establish on our contracts, because then that means that prime contractors are using the best available contractors, including DBEs, and they're awarding them assignments that may be more than the goals that we anticipated, or when we didn't anticipate that there would be opportunities, those prime contractors are still utilizing DBEs. Right? And then we have our small business mentoring program, which includes small businesses that are not certified, as well as DBEs that are certified, and we are preparing them to bid on prime contracting opportunities with the MTA. We have firms that graduate from the program, and those firms bid on contracts, and they have won prime contracts in the past. And so whenever a DBE bids on a prime contract, and it's a competitive process, that reflects race neutral because they're bidding along with other firms that are not certified. Okay.
Thank you,
So,
Christine Norman.
Thank you.
And now we're going to turn it over to Dr. Green.
Good afternoon, everyone. Want to talk a little bit about the workforce side of the equation. We're going to start out talking about our employee resource groups. We have an exciting group of employees that really want to engage and become very active within the MTA. For this quarter, our ERGs, Employee Resource Groups, focus was on the MTA strategic priority, revive talent and culture, with a particular focus on retention. And we're going to just, in your books, we kind of highlighted a few of the activities that went on with the Employee Resource Groups. One, we had some leadership training for our ERG leads. The purpose behind that training was to cover leadership skills for being a responsive leader, to teach them and help them develop an alignment of the mission, vision, and purpose of their respective ERG with the MTA strategic priorities, as well as how do you measure the success of your ERG. So these are our employees that are taking on voluntary assignments as leaders, and we want to help them develop those skills and be able to speak the voice of their affinity groups and not just participate in activities and celebrations, but actually bring forth the concerns of the affinity groups that they lead. We also continue with our personal best New Year, New You theme for 2023, which was focused on emotional intelligence. This workshop covered the importance of emotional intelligence and best practices for elevating emotional intelligence in all that you do. So in the workplace, as a leader, as a colleague. So that was well attended and well received by the employee resource groups. We also have for this coming up, two of our employee groups. One is the veterans employee resource groups. They're going to have a event, suicide prevention, during the month of September. And then for our all generational employee groups, it's going to be a conversation across generations. And so that's the first of its kind for this employee resource group, and we're looking forward to bringing you some of the details from those events. Now, as was mentioned a few moments ago, it is Hispanic Heritage Month, and there's a lot of activity that's going on. We kind of highlighted this in the book for you, and we are bringing you a couple of the highlights here of some of the things that will be going on this month in Hispanic Heritage Month. We have a couple of cappuccino chats with a couple of our executive leaders. One is going to be our Chief People Officer, Hugo. And we're also going to have Demetrius over from Operations that's going to be participating in the cappuccino chat. We have an activity called Como Yo. It's actually where people want to learn conversational Spanish, or if they already have some kind of basic knowledge of Spanish, then they want to increase that knowledge and be able to speak more fluently. So we have volunteers that are working one-on-one with anyone who wants to become better versed in the language, and they will be working one-on-one. So that's one of the activities that's going on this month.
Dr. Green, and these are all virtual
Yes.
meetings? Okay.
They're virtual meetings. And it's all volunteer. There's the bilingual speakers. That's part of the Latino and Friends, ERG. They're coming on, and there's anybody that wants to learn, I'm here. And so they pair up. So now let's turn our focus to the workforce. Now, as of June 30th, this information, of course, is as of second quarter. Our MTA workforce consisted of 72,221 employees. In comparison to last year at this time, that was an increase of female representation by 580 employees and an increase of our minority representation by 1,847. As we look at our new hires as of second quarter 2023, we are actively hiring more. Our ratio for hire for females is higher than our representation. So as you can see from here, we hired 29% female and 71% male as of 2023.
So I just want to add, so of the 72,000 employees, and 50,000 of them are bus.
All right, in New York City Transit, yes.
Right, okay, all right.
So we wanted to take a brief moment to kind of give a reminder of kind of what we talked about during our last meeting, because we have 2 new board members here. So we want to make sure that as we start talking about estimated availability, you know what that is. So estimated availability is something that we use as we go through and we update our equal opportunity program. The estimated availability is looking at the internal talent and external talent available to apply for the positions that we have within the MTA. So we have some broad EEO categories that within those categories there are numerous job titles. And as we go out to determine what should our workforce look like, or what are the numbers that we would expect to have if we are fully utilizing the diverse talent within our recruitment area. And those are the numbers that we come up with, and that's what we call our estimated availability. It's actually looking at the titles and the proficiencies and the skill sets that's necessary to fill the particular positions at the MTA. And we want to quickly kind of go over the EO categories. There are 8 EO categories. Officials and administrators, professionals, technicians. We have these all listed in our diversity committee book. But what's not there is kind of the definitions behind there and what job titles they represent. So for instance, in our officials and administrators, those would represent any position or job title that would be the equivalent of an assistant manager all the way up to the top position, the top executive position. Those would all be part of the officials and administrators category. Our professional categories would be those like the engineers and the accountants and anybody that requires a professional degree. Those would be the professional categories. And so we go on, and I'm not going to go through all of them because of time, but those are the type of positions that are in those respective categories. And then on the right-hand side, we have the type of job titles. It's just a sampling because we have lots of job titles, but those are a sampling of the job titles that are relative to those particular EO categories. So we looked MTA-wide because we do an MTA-wide Equal Employment Opportunity Program, but we also have agency-specific EO programs because, as Tracy just mentioned a moment ago, each agency has a unique set of job titles that are unique for those particular agencies. So the EO categories that you would have agency-wide could overshadow. For instance, New York City Transit has 50,000 employees. So whatever's happening at New York City Transit is going to overshadow what's happening at the other agencies if we only look at it from an MTA-wide perspective. But this is the MTA-wide perspective and the estimated availability targets that we would expect as we look at it from an MTA-wide perspective.
Just a quick question, Dr. Green, I apologize. Do we ever keep track of ethnicity as opposed to race in terms of our reporting, or is it all just based on race or?
We do keep track of ethnicity, but we report by race.
Gotcha, thank you.
So we can get those numbers as well. So as we looked agency-wide, one of the things that we do is we keep track of our areas of underutilization. The areas of underutilization would be those areas, as we talked about the estimated availability targets. So if we estimated that we should have 15% engineers, or 15% female engineers, which would be in the professional category, and we only had 13%, then we would say that we have underutilization for female engineers or the professional category. The EO category that is labeled professional. So what we did is we went through and we looked agency-wide. Again, this would be different if we looked at it in the respective agencies, but agency-wide, we see that we have areas of underutilization for professionals, technicians, protective service, many of our EO categories for females. And some of this underutilization is slight underutilization. So we expect that it's going to correct itself if we continue to hire some of our vacant positions. Some of the areas of underutilization, we have drilled down to look at the particular titles within those areas and to say, what is our area of opportunity? So are we going to be hiring in these particular job titles where we see underutilization? And then we put targeted strategies together. And that is some work that's done across the agencies, starting with our people department and our recruiters and talent acquisition. We have conversations there. And so we start coming together and have conversations as to how do we put an effective recruitment strategy for those areas of underutilization. So I kind of went into the next slide. This is what we have started doing. We have identified the titles where we're underutilized in each of the respective agencies. We have started conversations with our talent acquisition and our people liaisons and our recruitment, our recruiters. And as we looked at the different titles where we see that there are areas of opportunity, then we have begun to say, okay, now how do we start going in, talking with our executives and with our department heads and those people who can give us some more insight as to how do we recruit more individuals that we see that we're underutilized in for those particular job titles that we will be filling within the next 6 months. And so that's where we are right now. This is our approach to address underutilization agency-wide, and we will be bringing you updates and highlights as we go through, identify those job titles, and put some of those recruitment strategies into play.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Chairman?
Thank you very much for this comprehensive report. Do we have any questions from the committee? If not, before we adjourn, I know that this is your last committee meeting as Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, and we want to thank you for all your hard work and for jumping in and doing what you do best. I don't know if my fellow board members would like to say a few words. Neil?
Look, you filled some big and decorative shoes from your predecessor, and so it meant a lot that you kept the train running on time with great passion and clarity. This is an incredibly important thing we do here and at the state level, and so thank you for your constancy and commitment.
Thank you. Great.
Anyone else? Yes? Mr. Rizzo?
I know I'm a new face here, but I just want to applaud you all for your efforts. So many thanks and best wishes.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say it's been a ride. I've had fun, right? But I could not have done it without the staff of DDCR. And I just want to acknowledge them. Dr. Green, for your work with EEO, my right side. Christine, for your oversight with the numbers, DBE, outreach, and a newcomer, right? Thank you. Ray, with compliance and overseeing and setting the goals, kudos. George, small business mentoring program, thumbs up. And Lorraine, with the DBE certification, keep up the good work. And I think Medallia is out there with outreach. Thank you. So, yes, thank you. Excuse me? And all the agency EEO officers. I mean, that's a job in itself. And the guys and women who perform that task, that's a lot. And in my previous role as director of EEO, I know the passion that goes into that job, and it's hard. And thank you for all that you do. Thank you, MTA.
And thank you, Tracy, for your leadership. And with that, I would like to adjourn our meeting. May I have a motion in a second, please? Thank you. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk up the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating.
Okay, good afternoon. I want to call the September Capital Program meeting to order. Ms. King, members of the public signed up to speak?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We have 4 members of the public registered to speak today. We have 2 in person and 2 remote.
Okay.
As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA rules of decorum and conduct. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit you to 2 minutes. Please be aware There will be a warning beep to remind you you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Alita Dupree. Sorry.
Hey, Jano. Hey, Jamie.
Mr. Anthony.
Here again. Let's talk about accessibility. As you guys know, 149th Street on the Penn line got an elevator that happens to be on my favorite line. That's the 6. Jamie, let's have Whitehall Street on the R and W have an elevator because the one is accessible, but Whitehall Street is not. Let's have the entire Whitehall Street South Ferry complex fully accessible for once and for all. But I'll say, and I'll remind to my fellow disability advocates, the MTA is doing this because we need elevators. And I know, rest for sure, we are doing it all right. But you guys need to beg your elected officials to collaborate with the MTA. And not only that, we need congestion pricing, and we need all regional agencies to pay their fair share also, because it's not only the MTA, it's across the region. So with that in mind, Jano and Jamie, I'll see you guys in finance.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jack Nierenberg. Following him, Charleston D'Souza.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, good afternoon. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United, and I need to bring up a serious concern that we have. We've seen 3 derailments on the Long Island Railroad in the same region in the last few months. On August 3rd, we saw the major one where all of the cars on the train derailed, and more recently on December 7th with a work train. These are very serious. People could have died. Derailments should not be happening. And none of these trains were going above the posted speed limits. And investigations have found that these were the results of switch issues. And analysis from our team shows that these switches are relatively new. What's going on? The public needs answers. Why are these derailments happening? And what is the MTA doing to make sure that this does not happen again? Because people's lives are in danger. And we have these grave concerns because of these. If you want to build the trust of the ridership back, these answers need to be public for the ridership, and there needs to be action. What's going on? It's not good. So please, we implore the MTA, really take action on this issue immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we have Charlton D'Souza, we'll have Alita Dupree. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Jano Lieber and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I made it. It's good to be back here. Thank you for the welcome. Capital is essential. I remember one of you mentioned about this is $1 trillion asset, at least. And I think a 5% rule of investing in this system. And how do we get the wherewithal that it takes to keep up with this system and to build it out in this still evolving city that New York is? Considering the work of Daniel Lawrence Turner, who served the city of New York in the very early part of the last century, pre-1940 unification, and drew up conceptual plans for a rapid transit system that is far more extensive than what we have today. Most never made it past the drawing boards. But I was on the East Side, around the 20s and 30s, 2nd Avenue area, and traveling through as a pedestrian on the buses, I think, there's two things we really need: congestion pricing and a full-length 2nd Avenue subway. These things I hope to see. And I've been doing a lot of stair climbing, climbing to the top of Woodside, and I'm losing some weight. My pants are getting loose, but not everybody can do that. So I am cognizant of the need for these elevators to make the system more accessible, because this system is about full participation. More participation is more presence, and I thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. Yet again, we've had 3 major derailments on the Long Island Railroad, and this is deeply concerning. We hope the new president, Rob Freeman, or Rob Free, will, get the job done, and that he will, work with the stakeholders and work with us and help us and, learn what our concerns are, because I think that's what's needed in the Long Island Railroad right now is communication. We also hope the Hollis station will be on Rob Free's priority list to get that station rebuilt, and also to add more service for Queen stations. We hope to have trains running every 30 minutes during rush hour, and, or even more than that, obviously. But I mean, off-peak, late night, weekends, there should be trains running every 30 minutes. And we hope that the weekly city ticket will also be put back, and the Atlantic discounts will also be put back as well, because right now a lot of people are not using it because they have to pay $2 more during rush hour instead of $5 to Brooklyn, as it was before. And yeah, the railroad just needs a lot of work. In terms of the Queens Boulevard line track work, they've been working on the CBTC system there now for the last 10 years. What is going on? Why are we stuck on trains for 30 minutes between stations? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's taking people 2 hours and 45 minutes to get home at night. We deserve answers on the Queens Boulevard line. How long is the CBTC project going to take? And why can they add an extra bus on the Q60 so we don't have to sit in those subway delays? We can just get on the Q60, get there in like 30 minutes to Jamaica. We need relief in Southeast Queens because the travel times are taking us too long. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Okay, thanks, Ms. King. Copies of the July Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the website. Any changes or comments to the minutes at this time? May I have a motion to approve those?
So moved.
Can you get a second? Mr. Rizzo, second. All in favor? Any opposition? The minutes are approved. Changes to the work plan.
Yes, Chair, staff are proposing a revision to the upcoming work plan to incorporate quarterly presentations on important agency-wide priority initiatives, beginning with our 20-year needs assessment at next month's committee meeting.
Okay. Now I need a motion to approve the changes to the work plan. Have folks aware of that? Okay.
So I guess we're voting on the way we're going to accept the capital stuff. Okay, so I move it.
Second, Mr. Chu. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The changes to the work plan are approved.
Thank you.
Jamie, President's report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good to be back at the Capital Program Committee. Lots of news to update you on and information to present today before we get to our presentation from our stations business unit. Over the summer, we made a lot of progress on our critical programs. We announced the first of our Omni Tap and Go subscribers coming online as we brought the Roosevelt Island tram onto the Omni system. It was a very exciting moment. Look out for additional subscribers coming online soon. As we've noted publicly, we're hard at work to bring our friends at Port Authority with the air train onto Omni in the very near future. Earlier today in Transit Committee, we heard from Jesse Lazarus here at the MTA on the status of Omni adoption efforts and the rollout of some of our additional technology and project improvements. We're moving along very smoothly, having brought the Omni program over for execution to C&D. We're going to be bringing the new OmniCard vending machines online in the subway system very soon, as Jesse noted, and we have a great new mega project team running this work with great collaboration with our operating agencies as we make what are pretty complicated changes in our system. So more to come on that. I always say we have three priorities at C&D: getting the work done, building up a new organization that has high capacity to deliver better, faster, and cheaper, and performing long-term planning functions as the MTA continues to fulfill a vision of the future of this region. In that latter category, we anticipate release of our 20-year needs assessment in October, and we'll be briefing the board and members of the public very soon on that, and we'll be back for a special session on that at the October CPC meeting. The 20-year needs assessment is a very important planning document. It enables us to put together the next 5-year capital program by late 2024 to bring to this committee and full board for consideration and approval. As we often describe, we have an aging asset that requires a focus on state of good repair so we can keep running quality on-time service to meet evolving customer needs. And we have to do that in an age of climate change and other changing factors. So the 20-year needs assessment gets into rigor and detail about how to do that. So more coming soon in briefings that we'll be doing. I did want to note, Chair, that Penn Reconstruction continues to move forward. We're in the preliminary design stages, preliminary engineering, which is a significant effort to get to what we describe as 30% design. Last week, the chair and I joined a press conference with local elected officials to emphasize the importance of getting to a quality 8th Avenue entrance as part of Penn Reconstruction, and signaled that we're exploring and we're open to a range of options that we're considering as we work our way through design. And that is moving on full tilt. We'll have more updates to provide you with. We're also heading into a stakeholder engagement phase on Penn Reconstruction. As we stated last week, it begins with some reporting on analysis that's been done about options for through running that's been led by our partner railroad, Amtrak. And Amtrak will be presenting on some of those results at stakeholder engagement coming up in the next few weeks. And we'll be moving through that stakeholder engagement as we begin the environmental review process in coordination with design and coming to the community and stakeholders with various topics to discuss as we advance this very important project. I was speaking earlier about climate change. We take our responsibilities very seriously as the driver of greenhouse gas emission reductions in this region. We talk a lot about the importance of the MTA's role in implementing congestion pricing as part of that mission. But let's not forget that the MTA on its own is responsible for 20 million net tons of avoided greenhouse gas emissions by keeping cars off the roads, supporting transit-oriented development, and the like. But we're not resting on our laurels. You can see our total impact on the region on the left side of the slide, but as it shows on the right side, in the spring, we committed to reducing our remaining operational emissions by 85% by 2040, which I'm proud is faster than the mandate that the governor has given to state government agencies. A big part of that work is the commitment to getting to a zero emissions bus fleet by 2040. No small feat given our 6,000 buses across the 5 boroughs, where we have single bus routes on their own that are the size of Sacramento's whole transit system. I'm pleased that Jamaica Bus Depot is under construction after being awarded last year. We'll have more updates to provide on that soon. The board in July approved a great public-private development collaboration at Gun Hill Road in the Bronx, where our designated developer, Madison, will be delivering over 200 charging-ready bus stalls next to Gun Hill Depot, along with a flex industrial project, and I emphasize this, at no cost to the MTA. We're also on track to award the first phase of retrofits on 5 bus depots across the city this year, which will support the first major order of 470 electric buses that the Department of Buses also expects to award this year. And I'm pleased to announce this Climate Week that the MTA is moving aggressively into the era of clean construction. Our $55 billion 5-year capital program and the future capital programs can be a huge market maker for clean construction, supporting everything from electrification of construction vehicles to reduction and recycling of construction waste to low-carbon concrete. By the end of this year, we will publish a clean construction program as part of our climate action plan. We've already taken the first step by requiring reporting on construction-related embodied carbon with all contracts that we award as of next month. And we'll be convening a major industry event, you can see here, on October 16th to ensure we're developing practical requirements as part of this program. My expectation is the MTA's program will continue to bring down construction costs while also reducing greenhouse gas emissions from our work. Speaking of cost containment, those efforts have continued apace this year, and we'll continue to report to the board about successes. This month, the Finance Committee is being asked to approve an additional placement of our owner-controlled insurance program that covers a significant portion, over $8 billion, of the rest of this 5-year capital program. Last year, we reported that we had adopted a series of reforms to achieve savings on our 2022 placement. With the 2023 placement, as you can see here, by making sure we've adopted C&D-wide safety practices and aggressively communicating them to the industry, as well as reforming some of our insurance practices, we can now say that we have saved nearly $400 million in insurance premiums just in this $55 billion capital program alone. So this is a significant accomplishment. There are many players involved in this who we have to thank. We had some external advice on this. Tim Mulligan's group took the lead on this within C&D, but with a ton of support from Evan Iceland and the procurement group, as well as folks in my office, and then the risk management folks here in the CFO's office. It's an accomplishment across the whole MTA, and that kind of savings gives us the real opportunity to reinvest those savings in the rest of the program. So we're very pleased about that. I know insurance is not always the most exciting thing, but when we save $400 million on insurance, it is very exciting. Turning to this month's business unit report, a core value of this administration of the MTA, and one that we've locked in for the future, is accessibility across the system. And we're not shy about touting that we're doing this difficult work of ADA station upgrades at an enormously accelerated pace. You'll hear a more comprehensive presentation at the board on Wednesday from myself and Camilo Arroyo, but here you can see that we've gone from 4 stations a year in the 30 years leading up to 2020 to almost 10 a year since 2020, which is a huge increase and one that we plan to continue. The completions are coming. Since the committee last met, we opened Grand Street on the L line, fully ADA accessible, as was mentioned earlier. Last week, East 149th Street on the 6th line, and we have 7 more fully accessible stations to come this year. And although we're deeply committed to getting this work done on time, in a timely way, we're also very focused on cost containment. And I'm proud to tell the board today that we will not award the 168th Street Station ADA project as originally planned this year, because we've taken some extra time to value engineer or figure out the best way to execute, making improvements to this complex deep station in the heart of a neighborhood and a critical healthcare district at the center of Columbia Presbyterian. In a nutshell, the initial plans that we had would have required a new elevator shaft be creating, drilling deep down into hard rock, again into a deep station. But as the design progressed, it became clear that this would be massively expensive, maybe the most expensive station that we could build in the entire system for ADA accessibility. So we went through a value engineering exercise led by our stations group in coordination with our chief engineer, Matt Best, who reports to Tim Mulligan. And through that exercise, we were able to identify an alternate path reusing an existing underutilized ventilation shaft that was already in the station, and we expect that's going to save $100 million compared to earlier estimates. It's very big. The new design requires a bit more time to complete, but this is the sort of innovative thinking that C&D was created to deliver, and we're very proud that we're taking the time to do that. With that, I want to turn things over to Bill Montanili, the head of our stations business unit, to give a report on progress on stations.
Thank you, Jamie. Good afternoon, Chairman Lieber and fellow board members. My name is Bill Montanili, and I am the Senior Vice President of the Stations Business Unit. I am here to provide an update on the Stations program. Today, I will provide an overview of the program since we last met in February. I'll provide a brief look at our accomplishments and upcoming goals. I'll also report on the positive effects that the combination of bundling and alternative delivery methods have on the work the business unit is delivering. Finally, I'll provide some specific project highlights. We are currently managing 219 active projects, 96 of which are in construction, with a budget totaling approximately $11 billion across multiple capital programs. With our bundling efforts, these 219 projects translate into 74 contracts. A little over half our program, $6 billion, is made up of projects to expand station accessibility. The remaining work consists mainly of state-of-good repair projects, including replacement of elevators, escalators, and other station components. Just a reminder of the historic $5.2 billion investment in accessibility upgrades included in the 2020 to 2024 capital program. 67 stations, more than double as many as the previous capital program. This chart depicts a two-year comparison of station accessibility. The success of bundling of work earlier in this capital program can be seen in the significant ramp-up in ADA accessible stations. Under this capital program, 22 stations have been made accessible since 2020, with 7 more, as Jamie mentioned, planned 7 more planned completions this year. And we're still accelerating. With the recent opening of 5 new ADA stations, construction continues at 29 stations throughout the boroughs. We'll open 7 more before the end of the year and add another 11 in 2024. Sorry about that. Previously, we have discussed innovative ideas such as design, build, and bundling on separate slides. While there are many factors that play into how quickly a station can be made accessible, these 2 innovations have had the greatest impact on delivering accessible stations. For example, ADA Package 2 delivered 2 accessible stations 18 months after award. This includes design, permitting, construction, and commissioning activities. Different construction methods played a key role in the short turnaround at the 8th Avenue station. Here, the elevator shaft was constructed off-site and then placed into position by a crane, shortening the construction duration and improving the quality of the construction. And we've learned a lot, which we are incorporating into upcoming awards. Larger contracts with multiple stations can drain the resources of in-house personnel and smaller subcontractors. To meet aggressive schedules, multiple subs can be dedicated to certain stations rather than the entire contract. Internally, processes are being reviewed to avoid duplicative work. The sheer quantity of elevators was stretching the resources of the installers we consistently see on our projects. However, the bundling of many elevators into a single contract has attracted a new elevator to the MTA family. And finally, accessibility work and state-of-good repair work will be bundled together in the same contract to minimize construction impacts to our customers. Other significant investments include our continued responsibility to bring stations up to a state of good repair. Work typically includes elevator and escalator replacements, concrete repairs of the platform, floor, walls, and ceiling of the station, and structural steel and canopy repairs. Water is the enemy of a station, so repair work includes finding and repairing the underlying cause of the leak. Our first project highlight is actually a group of separate projects being managed as if they were one. Following the successful completion of our 42nd Street Shuttle Connection project completed last year on time and on budget, our work along the 42nd Street Midtown Corridor continues, with several major projects to improve circulation for our customers at Grand Central on the 7 line, 456 Lexington line, and accessible upgrades at Bryant Park. As part of these improvements, we are well underway at Grand Central with state of good repair and escalator replacement work, which when completed will include the following: more reliable escalator service with less maintenance, improved lighting, customer info, ceilings, and architectural finishes, wider platform stairs for safer and improved passenger flow, and new ventilators to reduce water infiltration and improve air circulation. In addition, the Grand Central 42nd Street Circulation Improvement Project is currently mobilized to start construction and will include a new staircase and expanded passageway for better customer flow and accommodate future ridership growth. Some of the major improvements include the passageway extension, new platform stairs, and stated good repair work at the 7 platform, and also wider stairs to the 4, 5, and 6 train platform. Although not part of the 42nd Street Corridor project, I want to give a quick look at what's happening at the other end of the 7 line. At the Flushing Main Street station, existing stairs are being rehabilitated and new stairs are being installed to increase customer capacity. When completed this year, 8 new stairs will be added to the station and 4 existing stairs will be brought up to a state of good repair. The project is currently trending under budget. The next project provides accessibility at a busy station complex in the Bronx. The 149th Street Grand Concourse station serving the 2, 4, and 5 trains, as well as the Tremont Avenue station serving the B and D trains. The project remains on budget, but continues to be challenged by an underperforming contractor. While the ADA work at Tremont Avenue is scheduled for completion this month, the work at the 149th Street Grand Concourse complex was delayed to the 3rd quarter of 2024 due to a scope change identified during construction, the addition of an area of refuge at the complex, and delayed fabrication of steel for the historic head house. To mitigate further delays, we are expediting the negotiations of the additional area of refuge work and meeting with the contractor and electrical subcontractor to address long lead items associated with the delivery of electrical and communication equipment at the station. ADA Package 1 will provide accessibility at 8 stations across the 5 boroughs, with 18 new elevators. 3 of the 8 stations are ADA accessible, with the remaining stations scheduled to be completed by the end of this year. The project continues to trend under budget, thanks to a favorable bid and strong project management. I'd like to share a success story from this project. This was the first MTA project for a new elevator manufacturer and installer, and after a bumpy start, they significantly increased their resources to quickly address and resolve issues to perform work at multiple stations simultaneously. This photo is the latest accessible station to open, the East 149th Street station, which was placed in service this past Friday. ADA Package 2 will add 11 new elevators, making 6 new stations accessible. The project also includes replacement of elevators at 2 stations and additional state of good repair work at 1 station. The project is currently progressing on schedule and within budget, with 2 accessible stations, Court Square and 8th Avenue in service, and a 3rd station, 181st Street, to be made accessible by the end of this year. The final highlight today is the ADA project at the 68th Street Hunter College Station, the last of the 100 key stations to be awarded. Key stations were identified in 1994 as stations where accessibility would have the most benefit for our customers, factoring in ridership, transfers between lines, and nearby major activity centers. After more than a decade-long and arduous journey satisfying adjacent property owners and finalizing property acquisition and access agreements with the Imperial House, a major milestone was achieved earlier this year in March with the opening of a new street-level subway entrance constructed within the property acquired from the Imperial House on Lexington Avenue between 68th and 69th Streets. The project is progressing well within budget and is on target for a completion in December 2024. That concludes the stations report. I'll take any questions after the IEC reports.
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Mark Saluka, and I will be giving the IEC's review of the station's business unit. Our station summary report can be found on page 17 of your committee book. It highlights the IEC's analysis of station projects in the traffic light, as well as our detailed monitoring of accessibility and station renewal projects. The majority of the station projects are on budget and on schedule, and this is largely due to the implementation of lessons learned, greater pre-design planning, and a well-managed risk assessment process that identifies programmatic risks and develops effective mitigations and management tools. Historically, the station's program has managed costs well, and the majority of station projects will finish within budget, and no projects have incurred budget overruns during this reporting period. In our report, the IEC highlights actions undertaken which have benefited current projects. At 68th Street Hunter College, the project improved their elevator place and service dates by maximizing the use of track outage opportunities and obtaining more work shifts from contractors. Also at 68th Street, early outreach efforts by C&D to obtain signed utility agreements has resulted in improved coordination between the design builder and the utilities. The difficult process of scheduling construction activities and third-party support work has seen improvement on recent projects with utility agreements in place. Also, C&D has implemented a new fault detection system to address elevator equipment issues on ADA packages 1 and 2, which are being incorporated into upcoming elevator projects to improve performance. The IEC also recognizes that challenges have impacted the successful delivery of accessibility projects. The IEC notes that 149th Street, Tremont Avenue, is reporting an 8-month delay since our last report in February. 149th Street and ADA Package 1 have been affected by the availability and capabilities of their contractors and subcontractors to support existing construction work. Both projects have pending time extension requests, and this may further impact their delays. And C&D's plan to increase project awards in 2024 may further strain the limited local pool of trained professionals and elevator specialists. However, the IEC does note, and as Bill highlighted in the station's report, C&D has been taking actions to address these challenges. They include the introduction of a variety of design build, bundling, and award options, also offering the long-term elevator maintenance contracts that have attracted other bidders and a prominent elevator installer. And C&D is contemplating the use of multiple elevator subcontractors on larger awards to minimize the strain on the industry and enable contractors to ramp up resources when necessary. In addition, the level of support from MTA user groups will also need to be increased to accommodate future demands. The station's business unit and MTA user groups are improving in-house coordination and tracking upcoming elevator place and service dates to manage their resources and help plan future support requirements. Moving forward, the IEC will continue to expand our monitoring of the station's program and track the implementation and results of these innovative approaches. Lastly, the IEC also monitors the station's program through the quarterly traffic light report. The traffic light report can be found in your committee book beginning on page 45. With the traffic light, the IEC monitors station renewals, elevator, escalator, and component replacement projects, and state of good repair work for station projects in design and construction. And these projects account for just over $10 billion of the MTA's capital program. This quarter, 108 station projects were reviewed by the IEC for schedule and cost adherence. 4 projects triggered a schedule variance, and notably, no station project has a cost variance. And this concludes the IEC review of the station's program.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. 100 projects reviewed, correct, sir?
4.
And
You
4
heard that
had-
correct.
Score
No
had
station
schedule,
project has a cost variance.
and no
this quarter.
station project has a cost variance. That's where we want to be, folks. That's where we want to be. This is important, so don't want to glide after it, not, although everybody's got that post-lunch malaise. Mr. Alpert.
Jamie, I'd like to ask you something that you said in your opening remarks before we go on, because I'll forget if I don't ask it now. Does the acceptance of Omni at AirTrain portend the acceptance of Omni at PATH stations?
I can't speak to the acceptance of Omni at PATH stations. The MTA is working with the Port Authority on the acceptance of Omni at AirTrain.
Okay, and I'm asking because...
Listen, I think we all know that the Port Authority announced that they had elected to go with a tap and go system similar to Omni, but their own version or bespoke version. We don't know where they are on that trajectory right now, honestly. That's what I was told. So
All right.
just
Since they use Cubic and PATH as well.
They are using Cubic, and they're doing something very similar, but we don't know exactly where that program stands. But getting Omni into use, albeit in sort of slightly interim manner on AirTrain, I think is an important milestone. Those of us who go to Jamaica regularly see that, you know, there's the MetroCard vending system is struggling to manage the increased flow of travelers. And it'll be good news when people can just tap and go through. That's what folks from Europe especially are accustomed to. So that is it. What?
Yes.
At Howard Beach as well.
Yes.
Okay. Listen, you know, again, I just want to underscore it. This is the capital program. We're talking about, we're spending $55 billion. What we're going to be talking about in this is what our friends from the IC are here to make sure we're doing effectively, which is cost and schedule, cost and schedule. And we're going to talk about it every month until everybody's eyes glaze over, because that is what an effective capital program does. It's why that better, faster, cheaper motto came into being. So, what else? All right, I want to give folks an opportunity. There's a lot of material covered here, albeit pretty efficiently. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all right. Tomorrow we're going to be out in Staten Island opening another ADA station. We're going to get another 5 or 6 done by the end of the year. This is we're starting to see the results of a pretty passionate team on this mission. So I just want to compliment Bill and everybody who works, Mark Roche and everybody who works so hard on making sure that we are able to make good on this promise vis-a-vis accessibility. So thank you. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for the second. And
Procurements. Yes.
I always screw up the
Move on to
logistics.
procurements. Yes.
Yeah. The lunch malaise got to me. You got it.
Mr. Iceland.
Mr. Iceland.
Procurements.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'll try to be quick. Construction and Development is presenting 6 procurement actions totaling $438.3 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. The procurement package includes 2 competitive actions. First is a request to approve a new award for independent safety consultant services for bridges and tunnels capital program projects. And second, a request to approve a modification to extend the term and increase the aggregate budget for a panel of contracts to continue providing consultant construction management and inspection services. The package also includes the following 4 ratifications. A request to ratify a modification to a contract that provided for manual operation of the tunnel ventilation system in support of Long Island Railroad training operations. a request to ratify a modification to a contract to install jet grout columns and micropiles to support excavation beneath the corner of Forsyth and Delancey Streets in Manhattan. And finally, requests to ratify 2 modifications to continue interim maintenance for elevators, escalators, and other assets at Grand Central Madison. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I hereby submit them for your consideration and vote.
Questions or can I just
And-
first of all have a motion?
I'll take a
Motion,
and
second, Mr. Zuckerman. There's a motion. Questions or comments?
I have a question. The modifications just add time to the contracts?
There are 2. One is a new contract for inspection services for B&T, and the other will just extend our CCMIQ contract series so that we can continue to use it until we put a new one into place.
Okay, but if it's a new contract, why is it a modification? Or it's extension of the contract? Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The motion, the procurements are approved. With that, I'll take the motion to adjourn. I think I had momentarily from Ms. Lopez and Ms. Mahaltzis. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Any opposition? We are adjourned.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As per our CC request, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for my
To call the September 2023 meeting of the Finance Committee of the MTA to order. Good afternoon, everyone. The enormous number of people in the audience. I feel like maybe there'll be more people on the live stream somewhere. Okay, David. David.
Yes.
How many public speakers do we have, sir?
We have 5 members of the public speaking today, 2 in person and 3 virtual. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there'll be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Alita Dupree.
David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. The MTA subway and bus network has the highest base fare in the contiguous 48 states. This was done after Governor Kathy Hochul said to federal lawmakers that fare and toll increases for 2023 and 2024 were, quote, off the table, unquote. But there is hope. The MTA should endorse Bill S4024/A4122, currently dying a slow death in committee. Not only would the bill allow the MTA to roll back the fees and fare and toll increases, fares and tolls would be kept stable up to FY 2026. plus the free money the MTA would receive for doing so. Instead of thinking that I am beating a dead horse, the MTA should send a message to their benefactors that the fare and toll increases effective August 2023 should not have happened. I have to concur with former MTA Chair and CEO Richard Ravitch. Congestion pricing would generate needed revenue for the MTA, but less than the proposed $1 billion per year. Will the MTA have balanced budgets for the next 5 years? Don't you believe it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, who will be followed by Christopher Greif.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Neil Zuckerman. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I'm going to talk about some of the, I guess, mechanical and technical issues of finance. We're going to see change in how money is transferred from consumer to agency across the country. And with the very good work of Omni, which I'm using on a daily basis with reduced fare, transit is going more and more toward micropayments, otherwise known as small ticket. And that involves, with certain types of credit and debit cards, varying types of fixed swipe fees and percentages. There's some other transit agencies, maybe about a decade ago, that were kind of burned a bit, if you will, when confronted with the costs of processing micropayments. And a lot has changed, but I don't want micropayments to be the undoing of this very good work. So I've read about concepts, I think the word is aggregation, because I make micro purchases on the Apple application store, I guess they call it. They don't post them immediately, but they'll aggregate them, and then after a couple of days, they'll combine them. And it reduces their swipe fees. Is this something perhaps that we could do here? But could it cause customer service issues and contacts with people not understanding the processes? These are things to think about so we can advance the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. And just to be very clear, I am very glad to see the fare is, where it is right now. But I'm not here to talk about the subway fare. I'm here to talk about the railroad fare. As you know, the combo ticket, that's where it is right now. If I want to go from Mineola, Nassau County, to Grand Central, then from Grand Central to Poughkeepsie, it does not show the reduced fare price. I am asking the MTA to please do something about please putting in a reduced fare price for seniors and people with disabilities. As well, it should be on the app and in the machines as well. It is extremely important so customers can travel where they like to go, and during the fall season to go apple picking or enjoy the exploring of the history of New York as well. That is extremely important as well. Also, I am very glad to see that we do have the city tickets, and doesn't matter if it's $5 or $7, but it needs to be more advertising in the community. But with finance, we need to make sure that all our fares and information is everywhere in the region. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So I agree with everything that Christopher said. Yes, we do need a half fare, combo ticket. That's one. But also, let's not forget about, so there was a big presentation today done at the New York City Transit Committee meeting about Omni. What was left out of that presentation was B-Line buses in Westchester and NICE, Nassau Intercounty Express. We still don't have Omni on those systems. And I understand everyone wants to get the, Omni on the air train. Okay, we need that desperately, yes. But what about Nice Bus? And the reason why so many Southeast Queens commuters are not using Omni, like me, because I use a MetroCard. And I remember a month ago, the team at the MTA helped me replace my 30-day MetroCard, and everyone was asking me, why are you still using a MetroCard? I'm using a MetroCard because it's easier, because it's accepted on Nice Bus, Beeline Bus, and, as an advocate, I go all over the place. I'm in Westchester, I'm in Nassau County, so you need flexibility. So when Omni is installed, and I also think they should put some of those Omni vending machines in Nassau County, strategically at Long Island Railroad stations, because that's where the bulk of the people in Southeast Queens, I would say Nassau, especially Westchester, they tend to gravitate towards those commuter stations. And we just have to make using the MTA simple and easy. One thing I did want to find out, why is it that with the RIOC, problems with the Roosevelt Island tram and the subway being shut down there, why is it that people have to pay to use the tram when the subway is a shuttle service? I don't think that's right. I think that should be free. I think the Q102 should be free, and the Roosevelt Island station should be free, as well as 21st Street Queensbridge. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Jason Anthony. Our final speaker is Jason Anthony. With his absence, Mr. Chair, that concludes the public speakers.
All right, thank you, David, and I hope everyone had a good summer. I think the MTA certainly has, from a financial perspective. It is clear that the breeziness of our agenda today is part of that. Progress on debt costs, things ameliorating a significant amount has, and continued improvement on ridership certainly has helped, and you'll find that in the budget watch and the finance watch as we go through. Can I have approval for our July 17th minutes, please? A motion. Thank you, sir. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments, deletions, corrections? Thank you, Andrew. That is quite a testament to the stenography skills of our staff. Sometimes it works. Okay. All in favor say aye. Opposed, abstentions. Minutes approved. Work plan. I don't think there's any changes to work plan, so we'll just skip over that. David, budget watch, please.
Certainly. Thank you. Results are for operations through August and subsidies through September. These are measured against the mid-year forecast. Key takeaways this month are farebox and toll revenue are favorable, both for August and year-to-date. Ridership dipped below the McKinsey ridership projections in July and August, but did rebound during the month of August. Expenses are below the forecast and remain under control. Debt service savings reflect management actions, and subsidies through September are 1% below budget, although this may be timing related. Farebox revenue was $4 million, or 1% favorable in August, and through August was favorable by $36 million, or 1%. Farebox revenue through August, however, remains $542 million, or 28% less than the first 8 months of 2019. Toll revenue was on target in August and was $8 million, or 0.5% favorable year-to-date. Operating expenses were $54 million, or 4% favorable in August, and year-to-date they were $256 million favorable, or 3%. Year-to-date, 19% of this favorability is due to favorable payroll and health and welfare costs due to vacancies, including the additional overtime to cover for those vacancies, and 9% was due to lower electric power expenses. The remainder of the favorable operating expenses were predominantly timing related. Overtime was $27 million, or 37% unfavorable in August, and was $145 million, or 24% unfavorable year-to-date. Overruns are primarily due to vacancy and absentee coverage. At Transit, where most of the unfavorable variance has occurred, about $73 million of Transit's $140 million year-to-date unfavorable variance is due to vacancies, which is offset by New York City Transit payroll savings of $100 million year-to-date. Debt service was $3 million favorable, or 1% in August, reflecting lower than budgeted variable rates, investment income, and timing related to liquidity and remarketing costs, and partially offset by higher than budgeted issuance. Year-to-date debt service was $23 million, or 1% favorable, due to the lower than budgeted variable rates, the investment income, and timing related to debt service. Subsidies were $41 million unfavorable year-to-date through September, or 1%. This excludes MTA aid, which has not yet been received this month. This primarily reflects a $62 million, or 4% unfavorable result for the payroll mobility tax and an $8 million, or 3% unfavorable result for the for-hire vehicle surcharge. These are partially offset by real estate transaction taxes, the MRT, and the urban taxes, which are favorable by a combined $22 million, or 4%, and the petroleum business tax, which was $7 million, or 1% favorable. The unfavorable payroll mobility tax result may be timing related, and we will continue to monitor the receipts. Taken together, the operating results through August and the operating budget subsidies through September, these results are favorable by $282 million against the mid-year forecast, or 8%. And that concludes Budget Watch.
Questions on Budget Watch? Two for you, David. One, on real estate transactions, seems like we're tracking pretty well the budget. How are we feeling about the real estate economy here in New York relative to?
We are tracking relative to what we put into the mid-year forecast, but I just want to remind everyone that we reduced the forecast from the adopted budget. Right now, I think we did get it correct the way things look right now.
Good. And then secondly, on operating expenses, I mean, having a 2.5% favorable year-to-date is actually a pretty good guy to have, and a sizable percentage for an organization of our size. Do you think that's sustainable, or are we going to see a timing change reverse that?
Most of the timing changes in materials and supplies and other operating professional service contracts, until we dive deeper into them, we know how much they're going to spend in 2023. I would assume that it will fade away, but I don't think we should count on it. But I think we may see some of it turn out to be a real savings.
Okay, good. Well, look, I think we should all be glad if anyone has a chance to look at the McKinsey numbers versus actuals. We continue to see a benefit to those riding on non-commutation tickets. That's sort of the benefit of why revenue is ahead of ridership. That's a really good thing for us. I mean, a change in ridership actually works, maybe for financially at least, in our favor. So thank you for those charts and very helpful.
Sure, you're welcome.
Okay, Olga, are we up for Finance Watch?
Good afternoon, everyone. In today's Finance Watch, we're reporting results of the sale of $370 million of Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority general revenue bonds, which we closed last month. Proceeds from this transaction were used to finance approved bridge and tunnel projects and to refinance $70 million of TBTA outstanding bonds for net present value savings of approximately $5 million, or 6.6%. This successful transaction was led by WB Book Running Senior Manager Siebert William Schenk, LLC, together with three special core senior managers, Rice Financial Products Company, a certified MBE firm, Drexel Hamilton LLC, a certified SDVOB firm, and Stern Brothers, also an MBE firm. Let me pause and see if there are any questions on the transaction.
Any questions on Finance Watch?
I have another piece.
You're asking for a question on Finance Watch, yes?
Yes. Well, not Finance Watch, just on the transaction.
Fine. Keep going then, Olga. Sorry.
Okay. In addition to the deal, I wanted to give the committee a quick update on the status of federal and city funding for our capital program. Over the summer, our capital funding management team, led by Acting Director Tiana Grimes, submitted a total of $2.76 billion in federal grant applications. In addition, later this fall, we expect to secure $1.7 billion of city funding for our capital program. The $1.7 billion is on top of $1.3 billion that we already received from the city. And the receipt of the $1.7 billion, on which we're working currently, will fully satisfy the city's funding obligation for the current capital program. Tiana and her team worked really hard on this funding package, and I want to acknowledge their hard efforts as well as efforts of our federal and city funding partners.
And can I ask a question? We expect to get the city capital money in September when they do the commitment plan, November. When will we get the city capital money?
The city funding we continue to work on.
Okay.
It will be secured later this fall, and then there is several months before we can get those money in-house.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess a couple comments. We want to talk about this because, every year, we do get federal grant money, and it's at a greater level now with the IIJA. But importantly, the money just doesn't flow in. We have to, we have under Olga and her team, Tiana and so forth, there's a very lengthy process with the feds to actually get the obligation authority into grants that then we can then go and commit against projects. So it's always, kind of a race, and the calendar starts over to every year get that, $2.7 billion put into, or ready to be put into grants. So, want a recognition of the team on that. And the other piece with the city, remember the city it was lined up to authorize to commit to $3 billion in capital projects for 20 to 24, and we have a good relationship with the city where we plan to enter into letter agreements with them committing the remaining $1.7 billion. So this city is very much on schedule or ahead of schedule in committing their $3 billion. But it is a pretty time-consuming, lengthy process for the staff to get all these, all the grants in place so the money actually will be able to flow to projects.
Besides being lengthy, is it fraught? Meaning there's a chance money does not flow, or does it just happen to be a bureaucratic task?
Doesn't it have to do with I'm sorry to interrupt, but the city budget process, right? They started the fiscal year in July, and then the commitment plan in September, November, no?
Yeah, so this is a little bit about commitment. So yes, the city has authorization to commit to projects, which then it gets financed in their capital plan, so they'll issue debt to eventually pay for it. But with the city, it's a process of identifying all the projects that they're eligible to fund to get it to a stage where we know the costs and it can be committed, and then entering into the agreements with the city on almost on a project by project basis. And the same thing with the feds. It's not fraught with a lot of risk. If it didn't happen, our obligation authority would carry over to the next year. But it's a process. If you remember, we kicked off in the beginning of the year, with the board authorizing hearings to take place for all the projects that we funded with federal dollars, and then once that happens, then it's working with C&D and others, project by project, turning that broad congressional obligation authority into specific grants for specific projects.
So
David, please. Oh.
Sorry. So when Kevin says it's a lengthy process, it's a year-round process, right? We start
starts all
early
over
in the fiscal year. We go through public hearing process, then we put together grant applications, then we transmit over the summer, then they're approved and executed. So that, it takes, almost 3/4 of a fiscal year to kind of get this done.
David, please.
Yeah, have we factored in potential risks of administration change and congressional change, that these obligations may not be fulfilled if there's a significant political shift?
Right, so right now what we have planned in is the higher authority provided under IIJA, which they approve their transportation programs or.
You may want to explain that acronym.
the bipartisan infrastructure law that increased the authorization amount. That's usually authorized, I think, is it in six-year cycles or whatever, and there's clearly annual appropriation risk, but usually the transportation programs get reauthorized. So I think what'll be a question is for the next capital program, will we assume that the federal dollars that are available go back down to a lower level versus getting reauthorized at the current higher level?
Great. Any other questions? Any questions for Finance Watch in particular? Any other questions? No. Olga, any commentary on the rate environment you want to provide to us? Any views on what's going on there?
Sure. Just, I guess, as a quick market update. I would say that, and you can see it probably if you look at the helpful bond and note rate trackers that we have in Finance Watch. Over the summer and over the past few months in general, I would say that we largely experienced kind of sideways movements in rates, no significant up and downs. Again, in this period, we executed 2 transactions, TBTA bond sale I just spoke about, and PMT bond, which we reported earlier in the summer on. So it's roughly the same interest rate environment. We are experiencing a slight inversion, meaning that short-term rates are actually higher than rates in 5 years and 10 years, and then rates go back up higher again in the 30-year spot. And the deal we executed in the summer, Finance Committee members might remember this, that actually took advantage of that inversion in the curve when we issued, I think, 7 and 10-year bonds. So overall, similar market conditions currently.
All right, good. Thank you. Boring is good, I guess, in this case.
Yes,
David, over to you, all agency and headquarters items.
Thank you. The first item is simply the July financial plan, which is included in the agenda to allow members of the public to speak to it during the public comment period. The second item on page 18 of the committee book seeks approval to establish a not-to-exceed budget of $385.1 million and execute the following items to finalize the procurement of an owner-controlled insurance program known as an OSIP for awarded projects covering the period of September 30, 2023 to December 31, 2025, the capital program for New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and the Small Business Development Program. Placement of the primary OSIP insurance policies with Liberty Mutual and the excess liability policies with a consortium of underwriters from London, Bermuda, and domestic markets for $104 million. Authorization to place the OSIP's builder's risk policy with STAR and the railroad protective liability policy with Balanced Partners for $19.75 million. Entry by First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company, FMTAC, which is MTA's captive insurance company subsidiary, into an agreement with Chubb establishing a collateral trust that secures MTA obligations to pay the self-insured portions of workers' compensation and general liability claims for $118 million. Establishment of deductible reimbursement policies within FMTAC for payment of the self-insured portion of workers' compensation, general liability, and the builder's risk claims, and allow FMTAC to manage the safety claims administrative expenses of the OSIP program for $132 million. Execution of a broker incentive for Alliant Insurance Services for $4.25 million, and Alliant Brokerage Services for $7.1 million. Kevin, I don't see Laudwin here. Do you have any further? Oh, Laudwin is here. I apologize. There you are. I'm not sure if Laudwin has any further comments on this. And if you do, I would say come up to the table.
Good afternoon. I'm Lord Van Pemberton, Acting Deputy Director of Risk Insurance Management. I'm going to jump around here and As you know, OSIPs are an alternative risk strategy where the owner, in this case MTA, buys insurance for all of the contractors performing work on its behalf. Since contractors pass their insurance costs on to the MTA, it's smart for us to use our economy of scale and buying power to negotiate larger limits, better prices for insurance. So this OSIP program, as discussed, will cover 229 selected projects for a total of $8.5 billion, awarded in the second half of 2023 until December 2025. Projects include, in this package, CBCT modern signals and ADA stations, along with other agencies, among all other agencies except B&T. The coverages will provide for each contractor, subcontractor of every tier working on the projects with uniform statutory workers' compensation, as you mentioned. Commercial general liabilities are upwards of $200 million. Railroad protective liabilities are $10 million per occurrence. Builders risk liabilities $100 million per project limit, including flood for 6 years, non-cancelable except for non-payment of premium or non-compliance with safety recommendations. In December 2021, MTA Board approved a panel of insurance brokers that would participate in the mini RFP to market the OSIP program to insurance carriers domestically and internationally. The brokers was Marsh, Alliant, and Willis. In May 2023, the MTA started its broker selection for what we call OSIP Package 2. In July 2023, based on the evaluation performed by the selection committee, Alliant was tasked to market a list of projects included in Package 2 to the insurance markets. The result of this effort were insurance costs secured at 4.53% of construction value, netting a $210 to $295 million real savings to the MTA based on a range of 7 to 8% for contractors' insurance costs. At this time, I would like to acknowledge the support of MTA C&D senior management and the BSC who worked very, very diligently on this procurement. Thank you.
Kenny, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so bottom line, this is great news. This is a continuation, and I think Jamie talked about it in Capital Committee. This is a continuation of where, a couple of years ago, insurance for capital projects, we were seeing very high numbers, 7 to 8%. We aggressively marketed last year and got it down to 5.3% for $3.5 billion. This will insure $8.5 billion of projects, and we got that number down to about 4.5%. So the 2-year effort will essentially, versus that 7 to 8% cost, if we were, if individual contractors were buying the insurance, will provide about $400 million in savings, which just means more capital dollars available for construction rather than, paying pass-through insurance costs. So, Laudwin and C&D work together with our brokers to market it, and, structured in a way where, I know FemTech is on here all the time, and you guys always wonder what FemTech is, but FemTech came in and provided, our captive provided insurance to fit best with the marketplace to get the overall lowest structure.
I want to thank Board Member David Jones for acknowledging the quorum we need him for and staying. So we're gonna move this meeting to third gear here, because we're not going that fast. Anyway, can I have a motion to approve the OSIP package as described?
So moved.
Thank you. Second. Comments, questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, motion passes. David.
The third item is for station maintenance billings for 2023. And just to be very brief, this is an information-only item. It usually goes in May. We neglected to put it in. The station maintenance bills are based upon statutory regulations. It goes up by the CPIW every year. All the bills did go out, even though the information wasn't presented to you. We have received all our payments. And in November, they'll report on the fact that we have received all our station maintenance payments already. And that's the end of my items.
And everyone is paid, is what you're...
Everyone is paid.
Well, that really is wonderful.
And their inflator was just under 4% based on.
Okay, excellent. All right, Lizette, our Chief Administrative Officer, you have the floor then for other items of interest, please.
I'm wearing my hat as Acting Chief Procurement Officer with 3 items this month for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval in the estimated amount of $19 million. These actions are found in the Finance Committee book on pages 27 through 37. The first action is a modification to extend a miscellaneous procurement contract with ACI Worldwide for licensing, maintenance, and support of Base 24 software. Base 24 is a contract for the implementation of the automated fare collection system, now used as the main payment engine to process credit and debit transactions for the transit MetroCard sales. It's used by Transit to authenticate, route, and authorize credit, debit, financial transactions. MTA IT has determined that it would be cost prohibitive to reconfigure the AFC system to use any other credit and debit transaction software. Doing so would involve significant risk, especially since the implementation of the Omni project, which will ultimately replace the Base 24 software, is underway. The 5-year extension is estimated at $3.4 million. The second action is a supplemental agreement to extend a personal services contract with Cigna Health and Life Insurance Company for 15 months to continue to provide dental preferred provider organization and dental health maintenance organization services to the MTA on behalf of the New York City Transit and MAPSTOA. The extension is necessary to allow time to complete the solicitation process for a renewal contract. While holding the pricing for the balance of 23, Cigna has proposed an increase to the premiums approximating 50% effective January 1, 2024. We engaged a third-party consultant to evaluate the reasonableness of Cigna's price proposal. In addition to increased premium usage during the course of the original contract, a market survey completed by Mercer shows that Cigna's extension rates are 29% lower than the rates from similarly situated providers.
Oh, that's good.
The estimated amount for this renewal is $9.2 million. And the third and final action is the award of a competitively negotiated personal services contract to SenseMakers LLC for the continued provision of design, development, and delivery of security and emergency response training courses, workshops, and exercises for MTA employees. The training is made mandatory by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and prepares employees to possibly prevent a terrorist attack from occurring by recognizing behaviors, situations that may be components of attack planning, and to react to those situations. Among the 4 proposals received, SenseMakers, the incumbent, was deemed technically qualified to perform the work, and based on both the technical and cost criteria, the selection committee unanimously found SenseMakers to be the most qualified and able to provide the best value in performing the services. The current contract with SenseMakers will expire at the end of the month. The new contract term is 36 months with 2 one-year options for a total not to exceed amount of $6.3 million. I submit these procurement actions for the Finance Committee approval.
Thank you. And Paige, you're okay with us taking this as a group?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Can I have a motion then to approve these 3 heterogeneous? Thank you. David, second.
Second.
Any comments on any of them? Sir?
This is for the, yes, this is for the dental insurance provision, and it's an extension for 18 months to allow us to competitively solicit this. We engaged a third-party vendor to do an analysis to see if their prices or that increase was fair and reasonable, and it came back that it was, for a couple of reasons that are outlined in the staff summary in a little more detail, but ultimately when they looked at the premiums and the usage of the benefit, it far exceeded what the estimates were, so the costs were the usage was a lot higher. In addition, when they did a market survey for competitors, the price proposal that they put forward was still 29% below their next most competitive company. So for those 2 inputs, the price was deemed fair and reasonable.
I mean, Jerry, you're asking a really important question, which I asked the same in the pre-briefing. I think the fundamental question is either Cigna massively underbid, or the employee base having not had.
Yeah.
Well, they either did not ever assume they're going to have as much dental care as they took on, or the pricing was very low. Either way, the insurance vendor has said we can't do this going forward. So we got a short-term coverage back to the current low price, and then they asked us to price them up at market for the duration, and then we're going to have to rebid it, and that's a whole other conversation.
Right.
Other thoughts on that? Questions? So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, Lizette, back to you.
We have an informational item.
Wait, no, we got real estate items.
No, sorry, yes.
What? Oh, Blanc is here, sorry. Yes. Aww. Aww. This is easier duty, isn't it?
That's true.
Okay. All right, thank you, David. Sorry to interrupt, Lizette.
No
Continue,
problem.
thank you.
There are no Metro North or Long Island Railroad items this month, but there is an informational item on page 38 of the committee book for New York City Transit, which was approved by its respective committee requesting board approval to modify the sole source miscellaneous service contract awarded to Pretect, Inc. to perform prognostic maintenance services for New York City Transit Department of Buses and MTA Bus Company to increase the quality of buses monitored from 1,500 to 5,000, extend the term of this test and evaluation by 1 year, and add an estimated $3.3 million for expected expenditures.
All right, great. And then I think we have consolidated financial reports, page 39 of the committee book. Lizette, do you have anything else? There seems confusion on the right side of the, good? Good. All right, Mr. Florio, over to you, real estate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real estate has 6 action items for consideration and approval. There are 2 administrative action items, both for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. The first item is a second amendment to the temporary policy permitting the renegotiation of existing leases and licenses in connection with the impacts of COVID-19. The second is an eminent domain procedural law determination and findings for the acquisition of property interests for the Jamaica Capacity Improvement Project. The following 3 transactional action items are for MTA New York City Transit. The third is a release renewal with 27-35 Jackson Avenue for office space, housing, transportation officers, and flagging personnel at a building at the same address in Long Island City. The fourth is a lease renewal with Allied 60 Bay Street LLC for office space to house an occupational health services medical assessment center at 60 Bay Street in Staten Island. And the fifth is a lease with BDG Gotham Plaza for office space housing 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2 project team at 159 East 25th Street in Manhattan. The sixth and final transactional action item is for MTA Long Island Railroad and is a lease with Huntington Station Market for a travel convenience retail unit in the Huntington Station.
Okay. Any questions on the various real estate items? Just to be clear, we've bucketed them a little differently this month in your book, so you just can see what's transactional versus administrative versus just informational. Given there's a bit of a discussion, you'll see there's a report on eminent domain. It's just a report. It's not. We're not asking for any takings. So with that collection, since it's okay to take them as a group, can I have a motion for this real estate collection? Thank you. Second. Any comments, questions? None. Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Any new business for the committee? Hearing none. Jake, I can tell you that you got to come here to a very exciting meeting. Adults have fun, and sometimes it can be relatively straightforward. Hearing none. Motion to adjourn. Okay, thank you all. See you next month. See you Wednesday, actually. Wednesday, okay, next month for this meeting. Wow.